Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
I don't know if everybody heard that, but it was the 2-minute warning. If we can find seats, we'll try and get started on time. Okay, it is 10 o'clock. If everybody wants to find a seat, we will call the April 4th, 2023 Volusia County Council meeting to order on time. And just to give you a quick rundown of how we start, most of you probably know this, but we will begin with an invocation and then go right into the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation is open to all faith groups in Volusia County. If you are interested in participating in that, please just send an email to the letter K, green@volusia.org, and she will send you all the particulars and get you set up, and we will accommodate you. And so we'll just as a second, I'll ask for everyone to stand for the invocation, everyone who cares to stand, and then you can just remain standing for the pledge. If we would stand now for the Reverend Neil Ganzel of the Coquina Presbyterian Church of Ormond Beach will lead us in an invocation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Father, we thank you. We thank you for the state and the county, for the individual neighborhoods in which we all live. And we thank you, Father, that we have a governance that is concerned with the welfare of each and every part of Volusia County's life. Thank you for the commissioners that serve here. We thank you that you have an ordained government to be the way in which you do orderly care of all of your people. And so we pray that this might be a meeting where you give these individual men and women wisdom. We thank you for the staff that serves them to prepare these meetings. We thank you, Father, for the police presence in Volusia County that is so ably sheriffed by Mr. Chitwood. We praise you, Father, for every element of county government and how it touches things like water and the welfare of our individual neighborhoods. We thank you that these are men and women like ourselves, whom we have, by election, given the great wisdom, the position of governing. And so, Father, in this meeting, we pray that you would give them wisdom, that you would give this entire group of people here today a great patience with each other, that we might, by the love of Christ in each one of us, achieve more in life than we can do by some of the other things that find us forcing one another to do things. Give the chairman a special wisdom as he governs this meeting here. And I pray this in Jesus Christ's name. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Carissa, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Dempsey. Mr. Johansson. Mr. Kent.
Here.
Mr. Reinhardt.
Here.
Mr. Robbins. Mr. Santiago. Mr. Brower.
Here. And there are 6 of us. We do have a quorum. One member, Jake Johansson, has an excuse. Did you excuse him? An excuse absence? Yeah, he notified us quite some time ago. We would normally start with public participation, but I don't have, oh, I do have some. Okay. I will call your name just in the order that she has given them to me here. When you hear your name, excuse me, I might call a second name too, so you can be prepared. Just come up to the podium. You can raise or lower the podium, because we would really like for you to speak directly into the microphone so that it's recorded and that everybody in the room can hear you. Well, there's a few seats empty, but this is almost a full house, and we appreciate everybody coming. You will have 3 minutes to speak. Please stick to the 3 minutes, because we've got a lot of people to speak, so be respectful of the next person. And we will start with Catherine Peebles.
Good morning, everybody. I so appreciate the time to speak. I'm just going to try to make this simple and easy and less stressful. So I'm going to invite you to a campfire, so I'm not so nervous. We're all sitting around at a campfire just discussing, and we're just going to hear some news today that a lot of you probably haven't heard. Real quick, my story was I was at DC on January 6th. I was also there December the 12th. December the 12th, everything went great, had a great time. If you've ever attended any of the rallies, they're amazing. So many great patriots. So I had a great time on December 12th. I go on the 6th. I'm under this huge American flag, walk into the Capitol. We roll the flag back. I'm on the west side in the back. All of a sudden, the Capitol Police, from 2 stories above me, start shooting at us with tear gas and rubber bullets. I'm 62 years old. I'm surrounded by women, children, kids, families. I didn't expect this to happen. So I was near the scaffolding. I went into the scaffolding. I ran for the scaffolding. Well, since I've come back from January 6th, what I want you folks to all know, these political prisoners that have been arrested, 72% have been here in Florida. They're oath keepers, they're Proud Boys. They go to these rallies, they defend us, they support us, they protect us. Okay? So I just want to get that straight. We have a DC gulag. We have on YouTube each night. If you go to 1791 Stormtrooper from 7 to 9:30, you can actually hear the Patriots call in. We sing, we talk, we pray together. There's a song, if you look up on the internet, go on YouTube, look for the J6 Choir. President Trump speaks on this song. The J6 Choir from the DC Gulag, they sing on this. There's a Chronicles book. If you go to m5newsgate.com, it'll give you all the information, videos, you can see what's going on. A lot of these prisoners are still in jail. Some of them are in solitary confinement with inhumane conditions. They're horrible food, horrible water. They have no discovery, no due process. We don't do that kind of stuff in the U.S. And then we see President Trump being indicted today. We all need to stand up. This isn't about Republican, Democrat.
Carissa, can you hold the time 1 second? Please give this woman the courtesy of completing her thoughts, and then she will give you the courtesy of completing your thoughts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Currently, we have 4 men that are in Florida that are still arrested. Three of them are in Coleman. One's in Tampa, one's in Miami. Please, I will be back here to speak at the next meeting. You're welcome to come and talk to me. I've got videos, pictures, and I appreciate the time to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alan Burton.
Mr. Chairman and the County Council, thank you very much. Grow the loop. I will give you a problem statement. How can the Volusia County Council lead and facilitate an intergovernmental and private sector cooperation initiative to plan, plant, nurture, and sustain the loop as Volusia County's emerald necklace? Grow the loop. It's a call to action and authorize and direct the county manager to make no small plan. Report to the county council the recommendations to grow the loop. Survey all parcels of land trees from Tomoka State Park to Granada Boulevard, north on John Anderson, all the way to High Bridge. Ensure grow the loop in a comprehensive plan, land development code, an annual budget, mission statements, goals, and objectives. Second is plant. Plant canopy trees wherever appropriate along the loop. Plant other native plants to maintain our unique charm. Nurture. Prune and shape the trees to maximize health and canopy. Provide technical assistance for all property owners, including private property owners, along and around the loop. And sustain. Integrate the loop like a CRA overlay or an airport overlay map or a site plan development. Integrate the budget and departmental goals and objectives and performance outcomes with growing the loop. I would ask that we grow the loop to cultivate the highest quality of life for us and our future generation, just like my new BFF, Hudson, future generation. And to honor our past generation, I would pledge to donate $1,000 to a dedicated tree fund for the loop in the name of Sue Parkerson. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Keith Chester, followed by John Nicholson.
Good morning. I'm here before you today to advocate for the hardworking young people of Volusia County, the ones that work the extra jobs and extra hours so they don't have to ask for handouts. These are the ones who cannot afford additional fees and additional taxes. The way I read the Bible, it tells me that I'm to be my brother's keeper, me, that I'm to tithe, me. I'm the one to do that, and that I'm to be generous. It does not tell me that I should go before a government body and force my neighbor to do that, not knowing what conditions, financial conditions my neighbor's in. I don't see that as being honorable or righteous to do. I see that as being wrong. The Lord tells me what to do. It doesn't tell me what to tell my neighbors to do. As I advocate for my young friends who are just starting out in life, I have one young friend who is paying as much as $478 a month in property taxes, while I'm only paying $108. I have another young friend that's paying the equivalent of $270 a month. These are young people who are working extra hard to pay their bills and to do what's right. To ask them to pay more is wrong. I also have a friend of mine who's elderly, who's had his home for many, many years, and he's only paying $636 a year in taxes. So a young person trying to start out today, who's working the extra jobs, working the extra hours, and wants to build a house, right now, before they even start, they have to pay $9,264 before they can even break ground, before they can even start, in impact fees. To add additional costs to that and additional burdens is wrong. Let's stop advocating for taxing the young people more and harming them more in order to help others. That's wrong. We should be helping others on our own. If we're going to advocate, we should advocate for ourselves to be the givers and not for others. And as people talk about, well, what about the children? Let me remind everybody that we all care about children. I've never had children, never will have children, but I still pay school taxes, and that's okay. But don't add more of a burden. And that includes all of those young people I talked about. My time's up. Thank you.
Thank you. John Nicholson, who will be followed by Nancy Griswold.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach. A couple of things. One, I agree with the gentleman on the loop. However, I absolutely ask you to keep it natural. We always want to improve things, so we want to bulldoze a couple of the trees and put in a bathroom. We want to bulldoze some more trees to put in a walkway. We want to bulldoze some more trees to put in the curbing. No, we don't want to put the little fancy trees and whatnot. Keep it as natural as we can do and save the trees by pruning, etc. There are ways to keep it natural. Please don't improve it to the point where we won't recognize it. Secondly, speaking about trees, I was talking to someone the other day about the flooding in the Midtown area, and he said, you white people don't understand. I'm like, sure we do, all right? Part of the problem is when your grandparents built their house, they built it up on bricks because they knew the flooding was coming in, so when the water came in, it went under the house. Then the brilliant people came in and decided to put all the houses on the ground. Well, they flooded. The ones on up above the ground didn't flood. The ones on the ground flooded. That doesn't take a rocket scientist. But we can't build up the bowl that's in Daytona Beach and South Daytona and the other areas. We've got to figure out ways to raise any new house above that grade. And secondly, you had a gentleman come in and said that I think pine trees suck up 60,000 gallons, oak trees 50,000 gallons of water. Well, let's figure out what trees we can plant to suck up all that water. We bulldoze the trees in Daytona Beach. You put in a housing development, every blasted tree goes. All that water that would be in the trees are now sitting on the ground. We've got to think of things better. The county has to lead because eventually all of our growth is coming from the county. We will annex all your property into our cities and do things that are not wise for the future. And lastly, talking to Keith, I agree with some of his things and not others. He talked about his paying a couple of $100 in taxes. Mine, before the retirement, $3,200. My neighbor's paying $7,000. So $600 seems like a bargain, all right? But yes, we have to look at what these people, you're going to have these people behind me in the yellow shirts, are going to come before you and talk about affordable housing. I ask you, listen to them. However, they're only a fraction of the 600,000 people in Volusia County. Do no harm. They want you to throw out all the rules and all the regulations that we've been building up to over the last 100 years. It's good for affordable housing, is not necessarily good for the people that already live there. You have to balance it, so please do that. Thank you.
Nancy Griswold, followed by Karen Delisle.
Good morning, council members and council chair. My name is Nancy Griswold, and I live in Mr. Robbins' district in Edgewater. A few weeks ago, I was reading you a prayer and asking you to work with us on affordable housing. I believe that God answered our prayer. In this Holy Week, I don't find it coincidental that HUD has given this county $328 million for affordable housing. You said there would be an affordable housing trust fund if there was a way to fund it. and God has provided. Between that money and the American Rescue Plan, Volusia County will get $435 million from the federal government. We are asking now for $12.5 million of that to put into Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Having a trust fund will make Volusia County more attractive to nonprofit builders, so they are on the lookout now for projects in Volusia. We are getting the money. Why not put it into Affordable Housing Trust Fund? By drawing investments from the private sector and by making local projects more appealing to the state and federal grants, local housing trust funds consistently leverage millions of dollars every year for affordable housing. In fact, in 2016, the average countywide housing trust fund leveraged $8 for every $1. In 2016, the average countywide housing trust fund, I just said that, excuse me. Our congregations donate their time and resources to do what they can do to alleviate the suffering of the homeless. But together, under the banner of faith, we work to solve the root cause. One of those causes is a lack of affordable housing. And you, our elected officials, have the power to respond and to implement change. We just cannot build enough Habitat houses. Thank you for your time, for your consideration of using this unexpected gift for an affordable housing trust fund. You, Danny Robbins, Matt Reinhart, Jeff Brower, David Santiago, Troy Kent, and Don Dempsey, you have the power to alleviate the suffering of so many in our county. Blessings to each of you in this Holy Week.
Karen Delisle, followed by Patty Quigley.
Good morning. I'm Karen Delisle from Our Lady of Lourdes Catholic Church and co-chair of Faith's Affordable Housing Research Committee. For the past 5 years, our 29 congregations have identified lack of affordable housing as the primary problem we are facing in our community. According to the 2022 rental market study, 30% of your income should be allotted for rent. However, there are 19,878 low-income households in Volusia County with tenants paying 40% or more of their income for housing. As of yesterday, per the homeless liaison for Volusia County Schools, 6.52% of the Volusia County student population is homeless. There are currently 2,956 Volusia County school students who are homeless, and that is up from the figure of 2,877. Where are they sleeping at night? In cars, in campers, in motels, couch surfing, or even sleeping outside. For a visual, a large school bus holds 88 students. It would take 34 to transport them. Hope Place, the Beacon Center, Hum, First Up Shelter, and Family Renew cannot move families out of their programs due to high rental costs. People have completed the program successfully and cannot move. As a visual today, you saw the paper chain. That does not even equal one chain per student in our county. According to local criminal judges Schuman and Haidt, the lack of affordable housing is a key contributor to crime in our community. More affordable housing is the first solution city and county leaders should be considering. Our corporate executives also understand the crisis their employees face struggling with affordable housing. Jeff Fiesel, CEO of Halifax Hospital, Bob Davis of the Lodging and Hospitality Association of Volusia County have written letters of support for a Volusia County Affordable Housing Trust Fund. As low-wage jobs and luxury apartments pour in our community, our residents, regular working people, are being priced out. Landlords are requiring credit scores of 630 to 660 to renew leases, and they want proof that rent is no more than 30% of the renter's income. A single mom, local working professional with 5 children who is a disabled 16-year-old related her experience at our Action Assembly. She has had to exit 3 apartments due to mold, erratic electricity, and a second, and bug and rat infestation. Her child was bit by a rat. The time to act is now. We implore you. Volusia County residents and children are suffering. Thank you.
Patty Quigley, followed by Virginia Bennett.
Good morning. My name is Patty Quigley, and I live in South Daytona. As a member of both the Flood Committee and the Affordable Housing Committee of Faith, I have heard what I consider to be horror stories about flooding and our lack of affordable housing. But I had always been comfortable in my house until it became personal for me. It has been 188 days since Hurricane Ian hit and flooded our South Daytona street, our yard, and our house. This displaced my husband and I. And just half a mile from us, our daughter, her husband, 3 grown children, grandson, 2 cats, and 5 dogs were totally flooded, losing all their possessions as well. They got in their house last week, and we're getting in ours this week. We do not live in a flood zone, but thankfully we had purchased flood insurance. In that way, we were certainly among the lucky ones. However, we are still not back in our house. The reconstruction has taken all this time. In the meantime, my husband has had to go through chemotherapy treatments while living in our camper. There are no reasonably priced alternatives for housing. Faith is a local organization made up of local churches, and we only work on concerns we hear from our members, from regular people just like me. We host listening sessions with more than 500 people each year. That's why nearly 1,100 of your constituents showed up last Monday to the Action Assembly to see their representatives and respond to their concerns. They were there because they know affordable housing and flooding are some of the most pressing issues that are facing our community. And now we are wondering why none of you made it a priority to meet with them. We mailed, emailed, called with invitations for months, and not one county council member made the effort to come, or if you had an unavoidable conflict, to record your answers to our questions in advance. We want to work with public officials on win-win solutions to improve our community. So please respond to our emails and calls and set up a meeting with us so we can address flooding and affordable housing together. We look forward to meeting with you soon and seeing you at our next year's Action Assembly on Monday, March 18th, 2024. Thank you.
Virginia Bennett, followed by Philip Alito.
Good morning. My name is Virginia Bennett, and I live in South Daytona. I was already a member of Faith's Flooding Research Committee when I lost nearly everything due to flooding in Hurricane Ian. During the storm, I was at Halifax Hospital with my husband, John, who was very ill. He has since passed. I wanted to check on our family, so I decided to drive home. Everything was going fine. For a while, the roads did not look closed, but when I got to Midtown, the road dropped a good foot at the railroad. The water came up to my door, and my 2-year-old Toyota stuttered and died. Then when my son brought me home to Big Tree Village, I was so shocked. This was a catastrophe. Water was everywhere. It looked like the ocean with whitecaps on the lawns. We went to my house, and the sunken living room was a swimming hole. We got almost 8 to 12 inches in the entire house, but the water was up to your waist in some of my neighbors' homes, and it was up to your chest in my friend Nancy's home. After the storm, we could not stay in our homes, so we all stayed in my daughter's house. At first, we had 11 people in a 3-bedroom house. Then we got it down to 9 for the next 5 months. It was too expensive to live anywhere else, while also finding money for the repairs, because we were not in a flood zone. I don't know what I would have done without family to stay with. All of us worked every day after work on repairing our 2 homes, sometimes till 3 in the morning. Days passed and no one came to help. We were not in a flood zone, so most of us had wind insurance, but we had no flood insurance. Now, 6 months later, my neighbors and I are still trying to fix our homes with the little money that FEMA finally gave us. They finally brought some trailers in for those who still have no home. Some of my neighbors are still seeking help. In the meantime, they're sleeping on mattresses, sitting in a cement slab in their gutted home. We already have so many people in precarious housing situations. Flooding set them back a lot farther. We must take this issue of flooding in Volusia County more seriously and work towards becoming more resilient for the next storm and the next. We need the support of our local representatives, whose job it is to support, represent, and work for the people. We know that our council chair, Jeff Brower, is passionate about the environment and knowledgeable about the conditions that lead to flooding. So we want to meet with him about this important issue. Please schedule with our team today so we can work on this together. Thank you.
Philip, is it Alito or Agito or none of the above?
It's hard for me to say Ejito, but I go by Father Phil.
I got close on my second attempt.
Good morning, County Chair Jeff Brower and County Council. I do thank you for your service to our community. I am Father Phil Ejito, pastor of Our Lady of Lourdes in Daytona Beach at 201 University Boulevard. In January of this year, Faith sent invitations via certified mail and email on January 17th to invite you to our most important action assembly. Disappointingly, none of you were able to be there or were there. We agreed to let Mr. Johansson send a representative or pre-record his answers because he had a meeting in Tallahassee. We then afforded that opportunity to everyone who said that they had a conflict. It is very discouraging to us, your constituents, that as elected officials, none of you took advantage of this opportunity. As was said before, next year our action assembly will be on March 18th at 6:30 p.m. I ask that you put that on your calendar. Last week you missed 1,100 people packing Our Lady of Lourdes, Our Lady of Hope Catholic Church in Port Orange with overflow people in another building. As I looked around that church, it was powerful and exciting to see that many people who care enough about our community to come together and to be united. In a time of such division in our country, it is almost a miracle that so many people can agree on anything. I saw people from different religions, different races, different political parties, and different socioeconomic backgrounds all coming together for one reason: justice. It was very powerful. We were simply asking you for federal money, in other words, free money, for an affordable housing trust fund, and for you to agree to simply do a nexus study. We were and still are excited that Council members Troy Kent and Jake Johansson said yes to these same questions when they were running for office at our October 24th meeting in front of 350 faith leaders. In light of the good work done to get Volusia County $328 million from HUD to aid in recovery and housing, we are asking that you also allocate $10 million to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. We are regular folks, not rich people who can wine and dine you nor three-figure lobbyists, but regular people who feel as constituents that we have the right to ask you to represent us. Our community is crying for help. I'm sorry that may be hard to hear. It's not easy for us to even say, and it is even harder for one with no place to call home. But we are called to do the right thing, and this is what that looks like. We are just asking that money from our state dollars be used in an affordable housing trust fund. Nationally, these get matched 8-1 by the federal government. So it really is a win-win situation. Please do not leave $8 for every dollar left on the table. Again, I appreciate and I thank you for your service.
Jackie Mole, followed by Paul Richardson.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Jackie Mole, co-chair and member of Allen Chapel AME Church in Daytona Beach, and I live in Port Orange. I want to make sure that all know what faith is asking for. First, we want an affordable housing trust fund. An affordable housing trust fund is a pot of money used by developers to build or rehab homes for people and families that are extremely low income. Secondly, we are asking that the fund be kickstarted with $12.5 million from the federal rescue plan and the $10 million from HUD. Ideally, citizen counties have a dedicated funding source that provides the funds every year. So that's the third request. Please commission a nexus study to explore how we fund ongoing expenses. A nexus study will tell us how much for affordable housing we could raise if we charge a linkage fee for new development. Point of correction, these changes that you see, we were able to wrap this administrative building representing 2,900 homeless children that's homeless in our area. In closing, did you know today is the 55th anniversary of the murder of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.? When he died, his disapproval rate was 75%. That was because people didn't like the tension that they thought that he was causing. They criticized his tactics of using protests and closing bridges. They thought he was too radical. The same criticism he and the civil rights movement got are the same things that faith hear after we hold elected officials accountable. Well, for the last 5 years, we have met with county staff, met with county council members and local experts. We still do not have an affordable housing trust fund. Our critics may say that we're mean, but we're not. We are only lifting up tension that is already here in this community. We are not causing. A lack of justice is causing it. Dr. King had a low approval rating because he was not meeting behind closed doors, but out in the public. And that is what we will do. We will continue to stand up for what is right. We hope and pray that after 5 years, the county government will finally accept the people they represent want an affordable housing trust fund. Please do the right thing and let the trust fund get started.
Thank you, Jackie. Paul Richardson, followed by Cynthia Slater.
Morning, Council. My name is Paul Richardson of DeLand. We recently had another insane person shoot up at yet another school. This is an utter tragedy. 6 people were murdered. Thankfully, the Nashville Police Department went directly into the school without hesitation and quickly dealt with the murder before even more life was lost. Senator Blackburn and Senator Haggerty, in response, introduced the Safe School Act. It is legislation that will provide $900 million for school safety. The National Police Association endorsed the passage of the Safe School Act, a program that allowed schools to hire and train veterans and retired law enforcement personnel as school safety officers. However, the more radical elements of this country are taking a very different track. They have basically dispensed with any pretense and have declared that they want to ban all semi-automatic weapons. President Biden and members of his administration have expressed support for this total ban. When asked if this includes gun confiscation, the White House press secretary refused to give a straight answer. This has gone beyond just banning cosmetic features on modern self-defense weapons and moved to outright, unapologetic gun grabbing. Our President of the United States has gone full tyrant and threatened even Volusia County citizens by turning them into criminals and deprive them of the right to bear arms. We truly live in perilous times. I call on President Biden and any radical from his party to back off before you cross the Rubicon. They alone can set us along an awful course, and they alone will be absolutely responsible for that end. I threaten no one. but millions of Americans like me will defend ourselves. I pray to Jesus Christ Almighty that they heed my words and work to protect schools instead of threatening the rights of average Americans. God bless Volusia County and this council, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Thank you. Cynthia Slater, followed by Cynthia Qualwasser.
Good morning. My name is Cynthia Slater, and I serve as the president of the Daytona Beach NAACP. This morning, I stand before you as a faith team leader representing Allen Chapel AME Church in Daytona, one of the 29 member churches. On Monday, March 27th, members of the county council were invited to Faith's Action Assembly. However, there was no representation from the county council present. As elected officials, it is my belief that each of you have a fiduciary responsibility to answer your constituents if or when called upon. As elected officials, you have a responsibility to listen to the concerns of your constituents when the health and well-being of the community is in dire straits. And I'm not talking about the rock band. The average cost for rent in Volusia County is $1,500 per month, and a one-bedroom apartment averages $1,200 per month. People on low wages or fixed income in Volusia County are struggling to afford a decent place to live, with the minimum wage being $8.65 per hour. That is why we are in desperate need of affordable housing. We need the Affordable Housing Trust Fund now. We have a serious flooding problem in our communities. Some people lost everything they owned during this last disaster. I'm sure that all of you know someone who was impacted by Hurricane Ian or Nicole. I too was a victim of this disaster, and after 5 months of being displaced, I am finally home. Many residents are still displaced in this county. On your website, it states that your mission is to, I quote, to provide responsive and fiscally responsible services for the health, safety, and quality of life of your citizens. It says our citizens, but your citizens. It also states that the council's values are, and I quote, to be a community rich with resources and opportunities today and for generations to come. That mission and those values should be shown and expressed to your constituents in times of comfort and discomfort. It's saying that you support your community in good times and bad times. Yes, you are a community-oriented agency, and I know that you have an affordable housing initiative. I reviewed your 66-page 5-year plan on affordable housing. I want to believe that you have a plan to mitigate the flooding throughout Volusia County. However, if you refuse to participate in gatherings that your constituents invited you to, what good is the plan? It's basically words on paper. Your presence was needed at the assembly, but your absence was felt. Show the citizens of Volusia County that you are true to the mission of the county, that is, to provide responsive and fiscally responsible services for the health, safety, and quality for your citizens. And the NAACP is in total support of the faith organization. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Cynthia Qualwasser.
Yes, my name is Cynthia Qualwasser. I live in DeLand. I am a member of the DeLand Quakers. My faith community is one of 29 Volusia County churches that are members of faith. I am a representative for the Faith Flooding Committee. I am here because Volusia County has been plagued by flooding for decades, and we believe it's time to do something about it. Over the past 2 years, Faith has extensively researched flooding. We've heard dozens of stories of homes and businesses repeatedly flooding, not only in the Midtown area of Daytona Beach, but along our coastline and inland on the west side of Volusia County. This was not just during the hurricanes, but also during regular afternoon showers. Then last September, we found out just how bad our flooding could be. Last fall was the heaviest rainfall and worst flooding we've seen since Tropical Storm Bay a decade ago. But a lot of folks have talked about Hurricane Ian like it was a one-time event. Scientists tell us that storms are becoming more frequent and severe. 500-year rain events like Hurricane Ian now happen 2 to 3 times per decade. Plus, flooding is getting worse because of sea level rise and more intense tides. Flooding is also getting worse because of the rapid increase in our population. The more roads, structures, and parking lots we build, the less green space remains to absorb stormwater. Increasingly, we rely on our man-made, outdated stormwater systems. Flooding is a public safety issue, flooding is an economic issue, and flooding is a justice issue. Historically, across our county, and right here in Volusia County, poorer folks and people of color are more likely to live on flood-prone land with poor drainage. Our citizens deserve bold leadership on such significant issues. One thing we need to do is update our land use and development practices to build with flooding in mind. We need to examine what construction we are approving and determine if it is contributing to our existing problems. This is where all of you on the County Council have an important role to play. We want to work with you to develop better standards for new construction, like placing limitations on the use of infill to change the elevation of whole lots. This practice can result in flooding of downhill neighbors. We've studied similar policies in other municipalities and are working to create model legislation with local national efforts. We want all of you to be part of that planning process. Please join us. Come to our table. We want to meet with each one of you. And thank you to those of you who have met with us in the past.
Thank you. Lisa Landis, followed by Suzanne Schreiber. Is Lisa here? Okay. I don't see Lisa Landis. Suzanne Schreiber, followed by Michelle Utter.
Good morning. I'm Suzanne Schreiber. I represent Dream Green Volusia. There's a project in Daytona in Lake Monroe that was implemented to address increased water usage that was publicly noticed by the Army Corps of Engineers in February of 2020. The city of Daytona needed an alternate water resource to renew their consumptive use permit because usage was exceeding the limit. An increase in the CUP was requested. Their permit was renewed for 20 years in 2018. Daytona currently has an estimated 100,000 residents. The project on Lakeshore was to suffice as the alternate source and pump water from the lake to reach the Alexander Avenue Water Resources Facility to increase the CUP. The public notice states the water was to be used for irrigation purposes. The project became a failure shortly after it began in August of 2022 when the contractor hit an artesian well from not performing due diligence. The water continues to flow from the well to the lake with a curtain around it, pouring out the side, and has been since August of last year. To date, the contractor has not been held responsible. The real question is how we reach the point of pumping water from lakes and rivers as acceptable for irrigation to be able to increase water consumption without addressing the sources of overuse. Spending millions on a failed project to water lawns is not conserving water. The water issues in our county are decades in the making. The update to the 5-year capital improvement plan that was recently heard by the PLDRC stated that Orange City, DeLand, and Daytona need an alternate water source. The question is why? Normalizing alternate water sources for lawns without proactively addressing issues isn't normal at all. Elected officials come and go, yet staff often remain the same. There are many factors that must be considered, and I ask you to have tough discussions. Water conservation requires proper planning, including where and how development occurs, reducing water usage, addressing HOAs, and avoiding waste. While some measures have been taken, it should be obvious that we are lacking in many areas. At the end of the last meeting, it was brought up by Councilman Kent that the time spent in office is limited and already begun. Each district working together represents the entire county, and you are one council representing one Volusia. I'm paraphrasing what Councilman Johansson said. Where do we go from here? Please realize our past, present, and future. Our water issues are real. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Michelle Utter. Followed by Ben Wetstein.
Hi, it's nice to see you again. My name's Michelle Utter. I live in Port Orange, and I grew up in Volusia County, one of 7 generations, and I raised 3 kids that are serving actively in the U.S. Navy. I work at a local hospital, and I'm vaccine injured by Pfizer. I'm letting you know that these vaccines are not safe and effective by any means. I have no idea how my medical is going to be in my future. Why? Well, you don't hear about people that have vaccine injuries because social media doesn't want to tell you about it. The news doesn't want to tell you about it. Guess what? I live in Volusia County, and my own county doesn't want to hear about it. They don't want to put it in the paper. They don't want to hear about it because vaccine injuries don't exist. We do exist. We do matter, and we are out there. I work at a local hospital. My own hospital tells me that I'm not allowed to tell anybody that I'm vaccine injured or I will be written up. Actually, I have, because I had a doctor ask me how I was doing. I shouldn't be treated like that or have a target on my back. I needed my medical records. I can't even get them. Why? Is because they want me to get an attorney now to get my records because it says I'm vaccine injured. Vaccine injuries do happen. And I want to know why the big cover up. Hospitals can't run without Medicare money. So a certain percentage of employees at the hospital have to be vaccinated or they can't get their money. They get money off of remdesivir, and Big Pharma gets their medicine. But when someone gets hurt or dies, we're left. Our own government, they have abandoned us, along with everyone else, including my own community. No doctor will see me in this area. I have to go to Gainesville, to Jacksonville, or down south because nobody will see me here. The only thing I can have done is my infusions at Advent Health in New Smyrna Beach, where I sit there for 7 hours to be infused with IVIG, and it's not exactly what I plan on doing for 6 hours a day because I have neurological issues and my immune system attacks itself. I deserve better than this in my community. And I didn't expect my own government to lie because this is a biochemical warfare that was put out. These are crimes against humanity. I've even went to our pharmacies, Publix, CVS, Sam's, what have you. I've gone in there and asked them, do you know that these cause injuries, deaths? All of them said yes. And you know what their answer was? I'm just doing my job. I'm doing what I'm told to do. So they can look at themselves in the mirror knowing that these are causing deaths and injuries. We are needing help, and I want this on the agenda, and I want this looked at. I shouldn't have to burden all this money for what happened in the government. I don't deserve this. And I want acknowledgement, and I want it to be heard, and I want people to be investigated, including our government, everything else. including our sheriff's department, everywhere, because everyone is paid off from what I can see.
Thank you, Michelle. Ben, is it Wetstein or Steen? Wetstein.
Good morning. I'm Sergeant Ben Wetstein, Volusia County Beach Safety, the president of Volusia Watermen's Association and resident of New Smyrna Beach. The Volusia Watermen's Association put out a video on our Facebook page depicting a water rescue that was performed by a deputy in the Panhandle and a rip current with 2 victims that was very similar to the ones prevalent in Volusia County. The deputy goes out with his shorts, shirt, a PFD, and his shoes with a Peterson flotation device and enters the water and starts doggy paddling towards the 2 victims and kind of lackadaisically goes out. He attempted to assist the bathers to no avail. When he failed to swim to the victims with the Peterson belt, he became caught up in the rip himself and swept out past the victims. The public formed a human chain, which creates an even more dangerous situation. One slip of the wrist hold, and you immediately have more individuals swept out into the rip current, creating more victims, increasing the number of potential drowning victims. Lifeguard was eventually able to get out to the female that was closest, pulled her in. The male that was farthest out got pulled into shore completely exhausted after the whitewash pounded him back in. And a few minutes later, the deputy finally got pushed back in himself with the PFD on. This is a massive danger to the public, which all too common in Volusia County. Volusia County Beach Safety is the busiest lifeguard agency on the east coast of the United States. Our flat, shallow grade of hard-packed quartz sand, coupled with the sandbars running parallel to shore, is a rip current factory. Volusia is unique that these rip currents pop up seemingly out of nowhere, as the sandbars are dynamic and ever-changing. The only 2 lifeguard agencies that have rip victim rescues, and even close to ours, are in California and Hawaii. These dangerous areas of the water are consistent in Hawaii, where reef formations do not move, and in California, the rip areas are more consistent with more permanent geological structure and a steeper grade ocean floor. Former lifeguards who have worked in Volusia and Hawaii and California, all 3, have attested that Volusia County is one of the most difficult to guard due to the ever-changing ocean floor layout and how quickly ocean conditions change in this area. In our current model, we're first on scene, first in the water. We cannot stress enough the need of properly trained personnel who are going to be present in these immediate death or threat to life hazards and rip current situations. Every second counts. These are situations where a mere 2 minutes can be the difference between a successful water rescue or a drowning death body recovery. With the looming SB 1588 passing and the potential of the Sheriff's Office taking over the law enforcement on beach safety, the removal of 35 lifeguard professionals is a huge concern to us. We as the Volusia Watermen's Association would request any materials, plans, workshops, conversations, etc. between the sheriff, the sheriff's office, and the county administration and/or county council to be made publicly available, and what plans have been made or will be made to guarantee the public is going to receive the same level of service that beach safety has provided to the public over the last 30 years. Jacks of all trades and masters of 3, as consummate professionals and exemplary public servants, we will adapt and persevere. Our concerns lie not with ourselves, but with the safety of the beach-going public. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Lisa Landis, give you one last try. She wasn't here before. She's not here now, so that includes public participation. At this time, thank you all again for coming in to speak to your local government. Okay. All right, we're going to move into item 1, which is the consent agenda. Does any council member have an item they would like to pull for comment or for a vote? Mr. Kent?
Yes, Chairman, I'm going to pull item H for a vote. Thanks.
Okay, H for vote. Anyone else? I don't see anybody else, so can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda, every item except for H, and we will vote on that separately?
Mr. Chairman, I'll be happy to do that. I make a motion at this time to approve the consent agenda item absent item H.
I'll second that.
The motion is made by Troy Kent, second by Matt Reinhardt. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 And the motion, any opposed? Motion carries 6-0, and we will move to item H, which is the contract with White Hat Construction. Or did you want to start first? Or?
If you don't mind, Chairman,
I don't mind.
That would be great. Council members, constituents, I don't like this item, and I'm going to tell you why. I feel like my hands are tied on it. We have 6 bids, and here's my concern is I want this project to happen. I had to reach out to staff and find out where Fire Station 15 training facility was. I got some pictures, some like blueprints of what was going to happen. And, you know, this is the lowest price by White Hat Construction. And I'm appreciative of that. What I'm not appreciative of is that this is an 860 square foot building. And the price that we have before us is $255,636. So that comes out to around about $297 a square foot. Well, I'm not in the building industry, and you know we know what's happened to prices. But when you do a Google search of new construction in the state of Florida, it talks really quickly about, you know, this is I know low, but $60 to $150 a square foot. Well, we're double the high end of $150 at $300 a square foot with the lowest bid. So what are we going to build there? We're going to build 8 water closets, aka toilets. And I appreciate you putting water closets in there, by the way. I don't hear that term often enough, and I like it. And then 8 sinks. So I just looked on Lowe's.com, and the most expensive toilet that Lowe's has is $2,251. This thing does it all, almost. So if we buy 8 of those, we're at 18 grand. Okay? So then I went ahead and looked at sinks. Not the bottom of the barrel, but, and actually the sink was actually the most expensive I could find. $274 a sink times 8, we're at $2,200. Faucets, I didn't go crazy, but I didn't go to the $79. I did the $449 faucets times 8 is $3,600. If we do the most expensive hardware with 8 water closets and 8 sinks with faucets, we are left with $234,000 to build this building. I'm not for sure going to be a no on this vote, but this, as a fiscal conservative, is concerning enough to me to say a bathroom that's a restroom facility that's 860 square feet is $255,000? I don't know. I don't know if the answer is we put this back out to bid. I don't know if we say we don't need 8 water closets, we need 6. We don't need 8 sinks, we need 6. I don't know. I didn't get into the weeds on that. But since I received the agenda, this one has bugged me because of the price.
Tad, you have 2 other council members with questions. Do you want to say anything before I go to them? It might give them some more information. I would like to know, I think there's some other things that are included in this, or no?
Well, it's Tad Case, Bear County engineer. This building is a bathroom as stated. It also includes some decon showers to the outside so that the firefighters, when they're working on the hazardous, or training with hazardous materials, they don't have to track that into the building. It's on the exterior, so they can take care of that. But otherwise, it is a pretty straightforward. It is a bathroom. It does require, it's not an essential building as defined by the Florida Building Code, so it doesn't have to meet the missile criteria, but it is a hardened structure which is required of fire protection services, minus the missile structure. So it has to stand up to 150 mile per hour winds, those types of activities. So it will be more so than what you'd find with your standard bathroom for a trail or something along those lines. But the price is fairly consistent with what we have been paying for buildings of this type, both at our trailheads and any of our other park facilities.
Okay, just stay in place, please, because I think you're going to get some more questions. Don Dempsey.
Yeah, I share the same sentiment as Mr. Kent. My question is, what are they doing now without this? Are you saying that they don't have a wash station now?
Correct.
So are we
I
not?
would have to ask Fire Protection Services to actually answer exactly what they do now, but
they've been doing training with hazardous materials, right?
correct. At
And
this location.
so, and that's going on in the county,
Correct.
but we don't know what they're doing for their showers now.
Using showers, they may be hosing them down. I'm sure that they have the right thing.
Oh,
Good morning, everyone. Currently what the fire service is doing is you have the burn building and all the other training areas that are there. The facilities are going to be right next to that. So instead of tracking all the way over to the actual office area and where the actual station is, in that portion, and tracking all that back in to that area, these would be bathrooms that are right there. This also serves Daytona State. When they're out there, they have all of those people that would be able to do use the facilities instead of taking time away from training also. So currently, right now, the only bathrooms that we have are actually inside the classroom areas, on the main building, which only has, I think, one water closet, one shower, and a couple, I'm going to say male, facilities there. So it doesn't fit the 40-odd students that are there from Daytona State, or with us when we bring in 7, 8, 9 departments like we're doing right now, training where there are 30 or 40 people there. So it's kind of like an overload on the system versus having those facilities right on grounds right there, right now.
How often does that training take place that you're talking about?
Daytona State's there. You got 2 semesters, so you're looking at almost 6 to 7 months out of the year, if not more. And then we do our annual training, which is facility use, 18 hours for every individual, including all the departments across the county. So you're looking at almost every other month. That training center's packed with people.
And the actual training, are you using actual hazardous materials that have to be washed off, or simulated?
Yeah, it's often simulated, but you still, when you go into the burn building, you still have all the contaminants from your Class A building materials that are on your uniform if you have to do a quick rinse off. But more importantly, you can take off your PPE, and you don't want that to get into your skin, because that leads to a lot of the cancer initiatives that we're trying to do or stop. So you can do a quick decon shower, get them off of you as quickly as possible, and more importantly, then be able to kind of towel off and get out of those contaminated situations.
How are they picking that up at the training facility?
You have the burn building.
Oh, you're talking about the simulated fire, or the actual fire?
Actual fire.
Training. Okay.
Yep. Everybody's got to go through that. Everybody does that. When you burn Class A materials, you have a lot of toxins in that are in, even though you try to do it as clean as possible with brand new pallets that have been, certified and stuff like that, you're still burning Class A materials.
And you're talking about showering off the clothing or the actual skin?
Both. You can do both if you want to. Mainly, though, we would take off the gear because we get that laundered through one of our contracted people. But more importantly, you would want to wash that off your skin as quickly as possible. Because as soon as you start sweating, if you've ever been in that gear, you start sweating, your pores open up. You do not want those contaminants to get into your skin that way. So it's a good way to quickly rinse off and get those contaminants off you.
No, Tad had mentioned that this is not, I don't know who should answer this, but he had mentioned that this has to be built up to 160-mile-an-hour wind loads.
If it deals with the fire service.
150, and that's set by the Florida building. We don't
Okay,
have
that's
any control.
because it's a specific type of structure for fire
Because it's
safety, or
associated-
residents don't have that high of a requirement, do they?
No.
Like typical dwellings?
No.
Because you can understand, I share Troy's concern. $300 a foot is a lot of money. But you're saying it has to be built to that
Correct.
degree
The
of.
definition in the Florida Building Code is very specific to these types of facilities, not specifically bathrooms, but fire protection services, the fire department, any of their structures. We were looking at a warehouse where they wouldn't be doing that activity, and it still has to be built to that.
Danny,
Thank you.
you're welcome. Danny Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. Tad, a couple quick questions. In terms of the scope of work, and just coming from a construction and site work background myself, I do know that there's other things associated with this. We're not just putting toilets and sinks, no walls, we have a
Correct.
structure.
I mean, you have the foundation, yeah.
Where are we
walls.
getting, are they pulling utilities over there? Where's the water coming from? Where's the electric? They're going to have to tear up, obviously, portions of the parking lot to get it there. It's not going to be, I'd say, on the surface. I know it's very costly to do that. Also, to the drainage from these, from the water and the chemicals that they're washing off. I know that involves a lot of work, and it's very costly EPA stuff as well. Can you elaborate on any of that?
Sure. We're bringing the utilities over from the adjacent building, so yes, we will have to trench that in, bring it over, and anytime you run things like potable water, you have to do testing to make sure that no bacteria has gotten into it, so that it's still truly potable at that point in time. Any structure you're going to build, you're going to have to put in the appropriate foundation based on the soil types and water levels, and you're going to have the walls, the structure itself, including the roof. All of that is fairly expensive, especially when built to that higher standard. So you've got all of those different aspects. With regard to the decon, don't believe that we're doing anything special in terms of like we would for our car wash pits, where we have to put in something special to collect that water.
Right.
Once it's off your body, it's fine. It can, the nature will take care of it. So we don't have to do anything specific to that portion of it, but the rest of it is fairly basic.
And last question, thank you. Where's Daytona State in this equation? It seems to me like they use this a lot. I'm not sorry I'm putting you on the spot, but can they come to the table and help supplement this? Because Mr. Kent's right. This is a lot of money. Have we explored reaching out to them, since this is part of their program and they use this consistently? Can they be partners in this as well to?
Speaking to the mic, because
We're
nobody can
already
hear you.
under a contract with them now, and that has been, I'm going to say, in place for many years. That would be something that we would have to go back and revisit with.
Can we look to see when that and look at modifying it?
What's
so
the
they can,
payment? Do you know?
I think the payment offhand, I think is $70,000. Get in return from collaboration with them.
Sure.
But I'd have to go back and.
Yeah, we'll talk to the school.
I'd like to see when the last time that was updated. If it's been quite some time, I think, especially with 8.5%, 9% inflation, we kind of need to revisit it like we're doing everything else. But see if they can break off some. They're not hurting for money. So and help us out and help taxpayers out. I appreciate it.
Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. And actually, Councilman Robbins took that question, because I agree with Councilman Downsey and Councilman Kent with regards to the price per square foot and the fact that Daytona State, I know they've used that facility for years. I know that Corrections uses it as well. We have a fire training stuff that we do over there as well for our staff, not just through the academy. I'm not sure if Tomoka still does. Yeah, they used to, and I'm going back a few years, they used to as well. So, I mean, it's utilized by many different facilities. So to echo off of what you were just saying, it is public protection. Now, of course, they're already under that umbrella, but as far as Daytona State is concerned, maybe they could share that as well. And then the other question I was curious about, the decon, and washing that down, but there's nothing unsafe about that as far as going into the.
Correct. It's only a direct harm when it's in contact immediately with the skin, and once it's washed off, as I said, basically nature takes care of it.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to ask about the hardened structure piece of it. I mean, how much costs, percentage-wise, approximately, do you think that's adding to if it was just a, lack of a better term, regular structure?
I'd say probably about 20% would just be.
And the reason for the classification of a requirement of a hardened structure, is it because of where it's located or its utilization?
It's the type of group that uses it in this case. So if this were being done for a trail, say, out on a bike path or something along those lines, it would not have to be built to that standard. If our facilities group just was building a bathroom somewhere for non-public protection services, then it wouldn't have to be built to that
So if
standard.
this were a toilet for public works, the building could blow down. If this is one for firefighters, it needs to be higher structure.
Correct.
And not that any one is more important than the other, I just wanted to phrase it that way.
Building code does not have much in the way of leeway.
That's what I was gonna ask. Is there any way on the classification that we can,
It does not give you a means to appeal. It's like, to a certain extent, like ADA. The rule is the rule and you have to follow it. There's no obvious exceptions or board that you can appeal or anything along those lines.
gotcha, thank you.
Thank you. It seems obvious that, I know I brought this up at the agenda meeting, apparently everybody else did too, or at least some of them. When you first read it and you read a bathroom and then you look at the price, it's pretty shocking. And it's obvious that it's not the bathroom that we have in our house. And I guarantee you there's not a council member here that doesn't want, that isn't concerned about the safety of firefighters, law enforcement, EMT. We hear too often about cancer. I think about Rusty Case, and we don't want to repeat that anymore. But that's not the issue. The issue, I think what happens is, I don't know what we could expect the county to do more. We set it out for 6 different bids, and we took the lowest bid. They're high because that's what happens to government. It's like when I go through a gated community to bid on something, most of the bids are really high because it's a gated community, and they think, well, they can pay more. It's the same with government. And I'm not disparaging the people that bid on it, but that's what happens. And part of it is because of the standards that we are requiring, the 150-mile-an-hour wind load, the things that, the showers, whatever. So I just have a question, and maybe it goes to the county manager. If I think Mr. Robbins has a good point. If we send this back so that you can bring us more information on joint participation, does that hurt the process?
I'd have to check on the contract to see how long they're holding their price. Typically, there's a certain period of time that they guarantee the price, and then they'll, may want some sort of an increase depending on that. Do you happen to know offhand, Ted?
I think we've moved through the process at a regular pace, so we should have some time. If it were just to be bumped back to the next meeting, I think we could certainly accommodate that in holding the particular price. But
Well, how long would it take to get a response, do you think?
Well, it gives us time to contact and find out from what the school's willing to do. I asked about the price. I also failed to ask, and I know we do have agreements with the college where we're right now sending a lot of people through classes, and I can find out, but I think we're getting some discounts for that as well as part of this. So we'll include that in any kind of analysis. But we can bring it back to the next meeting.
Don Dempsey.
Yeah, I don't know if this is more for George or Thad, but when the county goes out and looks for these contracts and these bids, do we ever look into doing cost plus as opposed to just a flat rate? I've had experience building houses and doing renovations, and I've always had better luck cost plus than just a flat rate, because then we can get bids out on every phase of the construction. So we could go for the lowest plumber bid, the lowest carpenter bid.
Well, we use something a little bit different. I can talk to that. I mean, that's where we go to the construction manager at risk process for certain size projects, where then they, the general contractor in that particular situation goes through the process you're talking about on each of the subs. It can be a little bit more efficient. Other things we look at doing, depending on the size, is a direct purchase of materials so that we try to get a savings from taxes. So we're not paying a tax that is often put on those materials. Cost plus in itself, I think, has some issues that I would be a little careful about. I probably haven't had as good of an experience with it maybe that you have. So I would be caution about that. So Tad, you got anything to add?
I would just note that we generally do the direct purchase, as George mentioned, on just about all of our construction projects, vertical construction projects. And that does provide quite a bit of savings that comes back in. We just don't know exactly what materials we will be working with the contractor on to do the direct purchase on. So it's not reflected in the current bid, but we will do change orders as we go through to reduce the price based on that savings. So I just wouldn't commit to it being 10 or 15% or anything along those lines. I don't know what it will be. So that's why I would avoid making it.
Because you had made a statement earlier that this price of $255 is consistent with what we're paying for bathrooms on the trailheads. And I know we've got a lot of ECHO money, a lot of stuff coming up to build more trail systems. And I'm wondering, as we build more and more trail systems, there are going to be more and more bathrooms. And are we going to be paying $250,000 for bathrooms on the trail system as well?
There'll be slightly different features overall, and it'll depend on the size, but the cost per square foot won't vary tremendously. I mean, the $250 per square foot, I think, is what we paid on our last bathroom for a trailhead per square.
Which is, if I were to get an outhouse built at my house, it wouldn't cost me $250 a foot, I wouldn't think. But these ones are, for some reason, apparently
I mean, keep in mind that, you know, you're putting in a foundation, you're putting in brick walls, you're putting in a good quality roof, and most people's outhouses aren't quite that elaborate.
Do we, now with the and this is, I guess, off topic, but with these other trailhead bathrooms and stuff like that, are we required to have the same building standards that?
No, that is totally up to us. It depends on what level we prefer to take it to. Okay. To make sure that we don't have to go out and replace it every time there's a storm, something along those lines.
All right,
because they are rather remote, and we don't want to have to go back out those those areas and reconstruct things too often. We generally do build them to a slightly higher standard than what would normally be required. We don't go as high as what we do for public protection.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple of points. My first year as an elected official, City of Ormond Beach, we wanted to put 2 restrooms, one for men, one for women, out by a baseball field. $100,000. I said at the time, I just bought my house 18 months ago, and it has 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. Beachside, Ormond, for $105,000. How does this happen? And I got the whole talk about there were no utilities out there, and we had to run sewer lines. So, you know, I like to think of myself as a quick study. So fast forward 20 years, and here I am again, and looking at a restroom. So I immediately asked for some aerial pictures. And I don't know if the council received these or not, but I'm looking at it right now. And the first thing I thought was, how far away are we from an existing building to tap into those lines? It's pretty close. Yeah, I mean, it's not a huge expense that I would think that we're going to have to take on to tap into the electric and or is there sewer out here or is this septic?
No, there's sewer out here.
Okay, great. Thank goodness. So there's a sewer that we're going to tap into as well. And this was the low bid at $255. The high bid was $455. Yikes! You know. So here's my question, Todd. Do we, as a county, do we, when we put this stuff out, do we publish what we think it's going to cost to do this?
No, we do not typically give them the estimated cost. We do our own internal, and then we publish, and it's open, as just to clarify a little bit earlier, we don't seek out contractors. We advertise it
Sure.
And they know to go check it, and they submit a bid if they're
Right.
interested in submitting it. So
Right, and you said something that, that got my attention, and that was, you mentioned change order, but you said a deductive change order, which I really appreciate hearing that. Because council, I'll just let you all know right now, I will never, ever, sitting up here, vote for an additive change order unless we have made a mistake. That's a problem I have where, you know, someone comes in and bids something and the next thing you know, it's not $255. You know, three times when they've come back for 3 more bites at the apple, we're at $370,000 because, oops, they didn't know this was there or that was there. They need to do their due diligence. But that's not part of this discussion. It's just part of my discussion so staff can hear me, so they know where I'm going to be with that if that ever comes up. And it hasn't come up, so that's a good thing. So right now, I heard we have 1 water closet and 1 sink and 1 shower. And we're going to increase that times 8. So I want to put this on the public record and just say, for all, I'll look at George, for all Volusia County employees, I will always vote to give them the absolute best tools necessary to do their job. Always. Employees, if you're listening, you're going to get that from me, I promise you. I heard that we've got a little bit of time, so I'm going to make a motion that we put the brakes on this right now. We get some more information from Daytona State, and we also sharpen our pencils a little bit. Right now we have 1 and 1. Do we need 8 and 8? Can we do it with, you know, a smaller building with, instead of 8 water closets and 8 sinks and all of that? You know, can we bring the scope down a little bit and save our taxpayers some money? Looks like you want to say something. Sure.
We'll have to look back into that and see how many
Sure.
people are using it,
Sure.
go through all of
Sure.
our, I'm going to say, amount of visitors that we see on a day-to-day basis.
Right, right. And if this was something we needed tomorrow, council, even though I don't like it, I would vote yes for it. But I'm going to make a motion to send this back to staff so that they can look into the scope of the project and that may not change, and have a conversation with Daytona State about cost.
Is there a second on the motion?
I'll second that, David.
David Santiago seconds the motion. If I can say it this briefly, is to send back this item for more information from Daytona State University and their participation, and then also for our own staff to reconsider the scope of the job. Is that sufficient?
It is.
David Santiago makes that second. Any other discussion on that? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries 6-0. We didn't put a time limit on it. I think the county manager had already indicated when.
We'll get it back as soon as we can, but the idea it may result in a redesign, but I'll come back with what we're going to do. So thank you.
I think that's a good. I think it's a good step going forward. All right, item 2, a proclamation to be presented inside council chambers.
Good morning, everyone. Clayton Jackson, Volusia County Community Information Division Manager. Item 2 on today's agenda is a proclamation request by the St. Johns River Water Management District, April 2023, to be celebrated as Water Conservation Month. Here with us today from the St. Johns River Water Management District, we have Joy Coachon, and at this point, I will ask her to come up to the podium and turn this over to Chair Brower.
Well, thank you for being here, Julie. Would you like to say something?
I would.
Good.
First of all, my name is Joy Coachon. I'm here from the Water Management District. I'd like to say that the district greatly values its relationship with Volusia County and its incredible staff. Personally, I appreciate the collaborative energy and ideas that Mike Ulrich and his team bring to our monthly water supply coordination meetings. The district recognizes Volusia County as a leader and an innovative partner in addressing challenging water resource issues. On behalf of the district, I'd like to extend my appreciation to the Volusia Council for considering proclaiming April as Water Conservation Month as a means to increase awareness of the importance of water conservation and also to increase efforts to conserve water.
Thank you, and I'm really pleased to sponsor this, but I do want to say that while this is really important to me, water conservation in the county, it's a county council-wide consideration. I hear every council member talk about this, so you have the support and the backing of every one of us. I know we frequently hear Jake Johansson talk about conservation. He wants me to take a cold shower and not wait till the water gets hot. And we heard from a member of the public this morning talking about increasing water supply for a specific purpose of lawn irrigation. And that's obviously something we're going to have to look at as time goes on. That's why I like the next item so well that we're going to talk about in a minute with this tree ordinance or tree program, because it focuses on all those specific issues of conservation, of using natives, and maybe less lawn and less water. And it's not just, it's not the heavy hand of government. It's something that we all need to do together willingly and on our own, because water is the limiting factor for our lives. We need to protect it. So anyway, I thank you for being here and joining us in this. I'll just read the proclamation. It says, whereas water is a basic and essential need of every living creature, and water conservation is becoming more critical across our great state, and whereas the state of Florida, St. Johns River Water Management District, and Volusia County are working together to increase awareness about the importance of water conservation, and whereas residents are encouraged to keep their home leak-free by fixing broken sprinkler heads and repairing dripping faucets, toilet flappers, and shower heads, and whereas Volusia County and the state of Florida have designated April historically a dry month when water demands are most acute as Water Conservation Month to educate residents about how they can help save Florida's precious water resources. And whereas Volusia County has always encouraged and supported water conservation through various educational programs and special events, and whereas every business, industry, school, and resident can help by saving water and thus promote a healthy economy and community. Now, therefore, we, the County Council of Volusia County, Florida, do hereby proclaim April 2023 as Water Conservation Month, and call upon each resident and business to help protect our precious resource by practicing water-saving measures, following the county's lawn watering ordinance, and becoming more aware of the need to save water. I will say we have one member of the public who wants to speak on this issue, but I also want to bring to your attention that our county communication team, if you go to volusia.org, we have a ton of information about water conservation, proper use, pollution control. Please use those resources. They're well done. They're actually enjoyable to watch. But we do have a member of the public, John Nicholson, who wanted to speak on this item before the council votes to approve this proclamation.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. I don't disapprove of this. I approve it absolutely. However, but I want you to think holistically, because now's the time to talk about water. You want to conserve water, but yet you allow millions of gallons to go down the St. John's and out into the Atlantic, wasted. Nice, fresh water, wasted. We have the Halifax River, water wasted. Are we thinking holistically about all aspects of water? You just heard about the flooding today, all right? What are we doing about capturing that water rather than it being a damaging entity as a resource? Can we move that water west? Daytona Beach was going to do that at one point until the Speedway needed the plumbing. We could have moved all that water like we do at the Bennett Swamp. It percolates down, gives us fresh water into the future. Water will be an issue. I'm sure all of you have heard about Atlanta and Pensacola and the whole 9 yards. Atlanta is sucking up so much water that Florida is being shortchanged. We have our own Atlanta 1 hour west of us. Orlando is huge, okay? It needs water. And what better place for them to suck up water than Volusia County? So I'm asking you to think not only about faucets and this and that and the other stuff, but all the rain, all the rivers, all the use of water that we're going to need in the future. Let's plan for it now rather than be shortchanged in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve April as Water Conservation Month?
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chair.
Matt Reinhardt makes the motion to approve. Danny Robbins makes the second. Any questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. And Joy Cookjohn, would you please come down front and we'll all gather behind you and take a picture.
Yeah, that's good. Oh, wait. County Council, take a big step that way. Another big step. Okay, now you take a step that way, Joy. Okay, you're all good. Kim and I are going to.
Thank you, Joy. Okay, as everybody walks up, that takes us to item 3, the discussion to regrow the loop initiative.
Good, thank you. Good morning, council members. Brad Burbaugh, Resource Stewardship Director. So on February 7th, council voted unanimously to bring back this item for discussion. So I've worked closely with our UF-IFAS extension team out at the Ag Center and come up with a comprehensive proposal. And so I'm just going to give you a snapshot of a framework for implementation if directions given to move forward. I said this in the proposal, but want to say it as we move forward, that the proposal and associated budget provide a menu of options that can be selected as each proposed component or program activity could be implemented individually or in tandem with other activities. So just a snapshot. I think it's first important to say that we have 5 scenic byways in the county. One is the Ormond Scenic Loop and Trail, which is 30+ miles, and we all know that it has 2 distinct personalities, the one that runs along A1A, that's sunny beach side, and then the shaded forest side. It is a Florida Scenic Highway, which was designated in 2007, and then a National Scenic Byway designated in 2009. In the map in the packet, you'll see there's 1,396 properties that abut the loop that represent 8,452 acres. The loop has a tremendous amount of embedded public assets, 9 county, state, and city parks, multiple beach and river access points. On TripAdvisor, it's the number 2 thing to do in Ormond Beach with 616 reviews. So just a little bit overview of the program. What we've provided is a program implementation period over 19 months that aligns our educational objectives, activities, and intended short, medium, and long-term outcomes and impacts. I will share that as in my former job, working a lot with horticultural folks, horticultural industry folks, as well as master gardeners and some of our native plant society groups, some of the feedback I've gotten on the very positive feedback about the program, but some feedback I've been getting is, looks great, let's do a 6-month pilot of Regrow the Loop, and then roll it out and do Regrow Volusia after the pilot, as some of the feedback I've been getting from people. The topics and concepts that we'll be teaching in these programs are universally applied, so it's really open to all county residents. The principles that we use, like right place and to water efficiently, what we're going to use as part of our educational series, can be adopted in Deltona and Pearson and Ormond and Oak Hill. They're basically research-based practices for people in the state of Florida, developed by UF. It will be led by our UF IFAS extension team with help from community information and environmental management. We've got local horticultural businesses on board, local growers that would be suppliers for us, and our state partners at the state parks had been willing to work with us and host workshops or do field trips for us as well. There's an estimated staff time of 284 hours, 230, I believe, from our IFAS extension team, and I have this itemized if anyone would like to see it, and then 54 from our community information team for an introduction video and the social media posts. So what are the contours of the program? What would it look like? Number one is we want to regenerate plant coverage on the loop, so this would be increasing the number of plants on the loop or across the county. By one, asking people to sign a pledge so they've got some skin in the game to adopt a practice, and attend a workshop, how to properly plant it. We want to make sure if we're giving a tree that people know how to plant it appropriately. And then they will receive 1 plant per household. So that's going to help us regenerate plant coverage here on the loop or across the county. Next is elevate awareness of the initiative, and I've given the council multiple options in terms of the budget. We could do direct mailers, we could do strictly social media, we could buy some pages in magazines. So there's some options there for you to consider on how do you want to get the message out. The next is gather the community at monthly educational activities. We already have some really robust county-based programs that could be highlighted here, and Ginger and I have talked about using Be Floridian Now and Florida-friendly landscaping. So in this educational series, we would really want to highlight some of our already robust programs that would help with this initiative and marry them together to make them be successful. And then, of course, engage the Audubon and Native Plant Society and that help, and our UF Master Gardeners. So if you cruise the loop, it's got a little bit of an invasive plant species problem, some on private property, which I think our best bet there is to educate through our social mediums or mass media those folks and have a good guys and bad guys series each month. These are good, invasives are invasives no matter where they are. So if we do that series, anyone in that information will be applicable to anyone in the county. The other option we have is there is a decent amount of public land, so we could do some volunteer events, and have been involved in these in the past with UF IFAS, where you recruit a cadre of volunteers to come out and mechanically harvest or dig the invasive species out on public lands. So, and there's a decent amount of invasives in some of those state parks, so that would be an option for us as well. And then, of course, the Regrow the Loop Pledge. This is behavior focused on growing green. Essentially, growing green means we're doing things that are going to protect the environment in our yard, protecting water quality and engaging in the initiative. This also is a way to collect people's contact information and emails. So when they sign the pledge, we'll have their contact information to give them notice of the next event that we're going to have to keep them engaged in the initiative. And then provide some online resources to folks who may be looking to attract specific things to the loop, or pollinators or wildlife to their yard or to the loop or to that corridor. Here's the menu of options. I will say that I've gotten some feedback on this as well, and I can share it with you. We were looking at larger trees to give away, and if you read it, I mentioned giving vouchers out because us transporting them would be really difficult. And one of my master gardeners said to me, well, how do you think we're going to transport them if you can't transport them? So the suggestion was maybe to go to bare root trees, which would be a significant savings, $10 or less per tree. So that's an option as well for us. Then I shared information that the tree fund was a prospective funding source. I just want to be very transparent with council that this language is trying to provide a solution. It neither gives access to spend the full amount or suggests a work around the county manager's spending authority. So if we were to allocate funds today, it would come back to you to approve. And this was actually reviewed. Your NRAC committee is reviewing the tree ordinance right now. It was reviewed by them on March 1st. They have not voted on any of it, but it's my understanding there were no objections. So with that, I'll wait council direction on how you'd like us to implement the program.
Thank you. Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to just back up just a moment and just talk about how important relationships are. And I had the pleasure in a past professional life to work with Alan Burton as our Leisure Services Director and Clay Irvin as our Planning Director. In council and Volusia County residents, the afternoon of February 23rd, Mr. Irvin and Mr. Burbaugh and we toured the loop together. And Clay even showed me an area location I had no idea was even there right before Tomoka State Park. So I appreciated, your expertise with that. I don't mean to make you turn red, Clay, but I'm just going to tell everybody up here in Ormond Beach, we referred to Clay as the best in the business. And I don't take that lightly when I say that about somebody. Clay, your depth of knowledge about this area and your passion was showing through. Brad, my first time working with you, you blew me away with your knowledge and ideas on this issue. But now I got to go back to where it really started with those relationships. And my family and I were having dinner at a local restaurant, and I ran into Alan Burton and his lovely wife. And Alan was walking out of the restaurant after we said hello, and he said, "Hey, future councilman." And I said, "Well, I appreciate that." He said, "I want to tell you something I think you should grab the bull by the horns with. And that is, you should come up and talk about regrowing the loop." He said, "We always hear about, defend the loop and things like that." He said, or save the loop is what you said. He said, "What about regrowing the loop?" And I said, "Tell me your ideas." And I looked right at you in that restaurant and said, "Alan, I'm going to do it. I'm going to bring it up, and I hope the council agrees with it." You've blown me away that you come before us today at public comments and talk about putting your money where your mouth is with a $1,000 donation. But man, getting me choked up in the name of one of the best human beings on this planet that you and I had the pleasure of knowing, the Southern Belle, Miss Sue Parkerson, who Clay's shaking his head. He knows. Thank you. I wanted to publicly say thank you for the idea and for the donation and for honoring Sue. From me to you, man, thank you. Now, Regrow the Loop is not only a win for our community and state, it's a huge win for all animals, large, like black bears, deer, to small animals, butterflies and bees, the pollinators, to the indigenous plants that will thrive and continue to thrive in our community. Really quickly, I'm not done, but Mr. Rechtenwald and I had a conversation about this, and I told you I was going to go to you at this point. So, because my concern was 2,500 employees, just about. We got to hire somebody for this. I mean, come on, we've got to have somebody. And would you share with the council what you shared with me?
Yeah, I think it's one of the reasons we're talking about starting with a pilot program and piloting this with Regrow the Loop. I think we can handle that with the staff we have. This thing was built by Brad with the ability, like he said, to move it around the county, possibly expand it. So we would start off, trying to work with the staff that we have, and then, if it is successful, we grow it, then we might come back for some additional help. So
Thank you, County Manager, because that's important, I think, an important piece for the elected officials up here who are all fiscal conservatives, that we're not looking at hiring a new person now. We're going to go ahead and pilot this. And by the way, we received a very nice email, and I wrote the person back because they talked about, Ormond Beach should be participating in this. And I wrote back and just said, not just Ormond Beach, but, I see this happening in DeLand and New Smyrna and Daytona Beach, and everywhere else under the sun in Volusia County. And I didn't like the idea of hammering those residents because they live in a municipality. You all must participate and you must pay twice, basically. Now, I haven't spoken to Ormond Beach about them paying, but I don't know. I think they probably would want to participate in this. But to say they have to in order for this to happen, I don't like that. But Mr. Burbaugh, you talked about bare root trees, $10 or less. I love that idea because, it just takes time for this stuff to, pun intended, take root and grow. I think that this is exactly what I was envisioning. And that afternoon with you gentlemen to sit and let our ideas kind of marinate with each other and get on the same page is a huge win for our community. And yes, I want to see this expanded to many other areas in Volusia County, not just the Loop. But that being said, like you said, Brad, 1,396 properties on this, 8,452 acres abut the Loop, and I believe can be and will be extremely positive for Volusia County. Thank you.
Mr. Kent, before we move on, for just to stay in order of our discussion,
sure.
Do you have a motion at this point that you'd like to make, and we can amend it? But
sure, I can do that, Chairman. I normally like to wait to hear what everybody has to say. That way, if we do have to change it, but I have no problem doing that. I will make a motion to approve what staff has presented to us with Regrow the Loop, with the option to go with the bare root trees that are $10 or less.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
okay, a motion to approve what staff has presented with including the option of bare root trees, second by Danny Robbins. And so now we have a motion on the floor to discuss, and like I said, we can amend it. David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just have some questions. This is going to be funded from funds in the tree fund, correct?
That's what is being proposed, yes, sir.
And my understanding is we have approximately $1.3 million in there.
That is correct.
How is the tree fund funded?
Good morning, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. As you're aware, we have a very strict tree protection set of regulations. So when someone comes in and is developing a piece of property where someone is taking out trees for a commercial project, we look for mitigation. We would prefer that they do mitigation on site. If they can't do that, then they have the option of paying into our tree fund. And that's based on the current cost of the standard trees that we would require for planting. So they then pay into that fund. We are able to utilize that for utilizing trees on public lands and public programs, such as what we do with Arbor Day.
Can they pull up the slide again? There was one before that, I believe. There's a new line in there that's underlined, not that one. There's an underlined section. Help me understand the last sentence that we're adding to the policy.
In other words, this would not be utilized to give money to a private entity to meet minimum tree replacement requirements. So in other words, if you owned a commercial piece of property, because remember, the loop does include A1A. So if you were in there and redeveloping your site on A1A, we would not want you to use tree funds to meet your minimum tree planting requirement.
Good catch. On the tree funding, is that collected from only unincorporated areas of the county or city?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In the properties that were identified, how did we go about identifying which properties may participate in receiving a tree?
For the number, is that what you're asking that I had in the budget? Half. It was a 50%.
But I mean, did we go out so many feet from? I have no idea what the loop is. I have to confess that, by the way. So,
so these are
I couldn't be able to go
properties.
there.
So this was from GIS. These are properties that have frontage on the loop.
Okay.
So, and this is actually the real number of properties, because of some on A1A, there's condos, and that's maybe 30 residents, but in our calculation, that is one property.
Gotcha. And how much do we collect annually, approximately, in the tree fund? I know it may alternate, but if you gave me a guesstimate.
I couldn't give you a good guesstimate. I would say maybe 150 or so, but the reason why is it's all tied to development trends. If you'd asked me in 2010, it's probably been zero. Last year, it could have been an exorbitant amount. So as you can see, it varies by the amount of development that we get.
Okay. And Mr. Chair, I guess I'll just talk a little bit, I guess, debate side of it, if you want me to. Okay. I like the idea, by the way. That's why I supported you when you came up with it, and I like that there's some openness to, expanding upon the county. I like the idea of a pilot project, so we see if it's going to work, lessons learned, and we tweak along the way. I want to make sure that as we allocate funds for this project, we are conscious of some of the statements that it's a big county, right? Well, Ormond has the loop, DeLand might have the triangle, right? And other cities may have the square. And I want to make sure that that is the funds that we're going to tap into or utilize is adequately dispersed amongst the county. So Ormond Beach will go gung-ho and do it. I want to support it, learn as much as we can, and then make sure that there's an equal amount of allocation spread out. So, but that's kind of sort of where I want to make sure that there's checks and balance along the way. But I love the idea. Let's start using that funds.
Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. April 15th, there's a 5 and 10K. Pat Northey, I think, is putting it on. And they have some real good sponsors that I'd also like to reach out to that could possibly help out with the marketing end of this, so we don't have to send out mailers, which are costly as all get out. But Paul Elkine, is it Brands Paul, Starling Chevrolet, Main Street Community Bank. But the two probably biggest ones are Duke Energy and Advent Health and the Rotary Club, DeBerry, Deltona, Orange City. But part of their 5K and where I was getting at is to celebrate Arbor Day, all registered race participants will receive a sapling. But all these big companies are throwing this out there, and I think it'd be a great time. I'm going to support this project and this initiative 110%. But also, too, something I'd like to add is, I think in 3 years we've probably had 4 or 5 projects in unincorporated Volusia County, 2 of which were punted over to us from DeLand. I'd like to see where we take, if we see trees or whatever being taken out, that we kind of almost treat them like how we treat impact fees, where those funds have to be spent in that zone. Is there something where we can put those trees back in that impacted area, like a radius? Is there something we can focus on? I mean, we don't have to put in there as verbiage, but can we just kind of replenish that area that was impacted as a priority?
What I'm hearing from the council is that there's concern that we may wind up spending it in one area, and so what it's important to do is be able to allocate the appropriate funds by the area. You bring up an issue about, new development, so therefore if there's new development, that should receive that equivalent amount. I can work with Brad and our staff and environmental management to come up with a solution.
I'm good with that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm in full support of this program, and I like where I hear it going. I do have some concerns that everybody has brought up. My concern is that we don't just deplete the tree fund. So I would, and I don't think this is part of the proposal. You had mentioned it in what you said. I would really like to see it as a pilot program, maybe a one-year pilot program, so that we can see how much it costs, how much of the funds we're taking from that. I would also like us to, here's why. Clay, I don't know if you were around then or not, but in 1886, Henry DeLand said he would give a 50-cent, were you here? He would give a 50-cent tax credit to anybody that planted an oak tree in DeLand. And it was so wildly popular, everybody planted oak trees. They couldn't afford it. They couldn't afford to pay the town magistrate, so they had to rescind the bill. We don't want that to happen. I don't think it will happen here, especially if we start it as a one-year trial. But I would like to see it also include sponsors, area nurseries, wholesalers, tree growers, and the Volusia County Soil and Water Conservation District, who yearly has tree sales. Let's pull in everybody that we can. And Troy, lastly, as an amendment that I would really like us to consider, and I've planted in our business, we've planted thousands and thousands of trees. I would never plant a bare root tree in Florida. It's very popular up north because they have soil, they have clay. We have sand, and that's the highest cause of tree loss is not getting enough water to them. And a B&B tree, balled and burlap, it's what it would have to be since our root balls don't hold together. I think a much better suggestion would be going to a 3-gallon, a smaller tree. You can buy them wholesale for $5. You can grow a 6-foot oak tree in a 3-gallon pot, and we give the homeowner a much greater chance of success in having that tree root in. Lastly, again, I'm going to support this. I hope that we tweak it a little bit. But one of the things that I really think we need to do is that the county needs to take the lead. All those things that it says we're asking homeowners to do, I would like the county to do as well, including helping to pass low-impact development standards with the development community. For all the reasons, the whole focus of that is the list of benefits we see in this program. But also, the county should take the lead in doing what we're suggesting to homeowners to do in any project that I cringe every time I see a project and we're putting in a lot of sod that then we've got to come back and fertilize and water forever, try and keep it alive. There's other options that we can do. So let's set the standard as a county and use some of these principles that we're asking the public to do. So I don't know what the bare root tree versus a smaller tree, that can be an option either way. If somebody wants to do a bare root, I don't know where you get them in Florida, honestly, but it's a great program. Alan, thank you for sharing it. And again, a pilot, I want to see it take over Volusia County, which is why I'm concerned about the cost and that we have to do some things to make sure we don't deplete the tree fund with sponsorships, pulling in the Soil and Water Conservation District. And with that, Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alan, thank you very much. That was a great idea. And when Councilman Kent brought it to us several weeks ago, I was excited to hear about that. So great job, Troy, on that. I appreciate that. I'm already starting to think when you say this be a pilot program, and that's what I was going to go for as well. I love that idea because I'm already thinking about areas in Daytona. Now, a lot of those areas in Daytona are state roads or city roads, but something going back to something you did, working with the city of Ormond Beach with that park, and how exciting that was to work and with your other entities like that. I'd love to see Daytona be able to work with us on this. I'd love to see the state work with us. One of the biggest roads that I was thinking of is that comes into Daytona that a lot of our tourists see. We want to make it welcoming, and I think this would do that, is Bevel Road. I think that, you know, there's some other ideas I'd like to do with that, but that is a major area that our people come in off of, our visitors come in off of 95 and I-4. So I would like to see this pilot program have success, and maybe be able to partner. I think that's the word I was looking for, with the state, with the other cities to be able to, I'd love to see this happen. So great job. Thank you.
Don Dempsey.
I know Troy said earlier that Ormond Beach shouldn't have to pay into this program or partake in this, and I respectfully disagree. Again, if we could put the graph up, I kind of feel like the west side has become a forgotten district in our community. Here we've got 32 eco projects over the next 5 years and only 2 for the Northwest. And now we're talking about another project where we're going to tax west side taxpayers for something that again benefits the east side. So now we'll make it 31 projects that benefit the east side. And Matt, with all due respect, you're talking about Bevel Roads. So we're going to keep pumping up our taxes on the west side when apparently from the charts and the discussion, we get no benefit. And that's not fair to the west side. Listening to Keith Chester earlier, I mean, it's not fair to take money from the west side taxpayers and just tip it all over to the east side. I mean, it feels like the whole county's, all the funds are just tipped to the east. I mean, we had the State of the Union in the east side, all the projects on the east side. Now we're talking about another pilot project on the east side. And it's not fair to the west siders for that to happen. So I'm a hard no on this. I respect tax initiatives, kind of like what the chairperson was talking about, but as far as making the west siders pay for this, I'm against it. We have a shortage of Little League fields. We have a shortage of football practice places. And there's nowhere for the west side kids to, they're tight on space, but we keep dumping money on the east side. So I'm a hard no for that reason. Thanks.
Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. And Councilman Dempsey, I think you know in our short tenure of knowing each other, I respect you tremendously. But I am so far polar opposite of what you just said, and I'm going to tell you why. Maybe it'll change your mind. Maybe it won't. And I love how you advocate for West Side. I do. Like, I almost want to flash the West Side symbol to you, you know, with my fingers. Because, listen, you've done it multiple times here. And I loved how Councilman Santiago bowed up, not really, but told someone, you mentioned Deltona in a negative light again, you know, and I'm going to vote no on this because, you know, it's important. But a couple of things. Maybe we need to look at, you know, this isn't an east side versus west side thing. This is a Volusia County positive thing. And, you know, we look at the projects. Let's look at the population. Where do most people in Volusia County live? Besides Deltona. Where do most Volusia County residents live? And I mean, that's something that staff can come back and give us, you know, that information. But, you know, like I said, I don't think Ormond Beach would say no, but I'm not going to speak for them. But Don, Ormond Beach residents are Volusia County residents. They pay Volusia County taxes. Just like your friends over here, you know, that live on this side, they pay Volusia County taxes as well. So to say that any city, because I see this being wildly successful, I see this happening in many locations across our county, and to put a heavy hammer on this and say, New Smyrna residents, if you want it, your city must participate. They are participating. They live in Volusia County and they are paying county taxes. And if I could wave a magic wand, Don, and say, I want to build more ball fields over in DeLand, and I want to use the $1 million of tree money that we have. I might look into it. I mean, I might not, but we can't use the tree money for Little League fields in DeLand. Like that's not comparing apples to apples. That's comparing, apples to oranges. And I think this is a very well thought out plan and by the way, to say that West Side residents don't get any benefit from this, I completely disagree. Now, Mr. Santiago hasn't been over there yet, but I hope he gets in a car with Mr. Irvin and Mr. Burbaugh and goes and tours the loop so he can see it as well. But there are many West Side residents that not only drive the loop, but they come over with their bicycles and they ride the loop. It is wildly popular with bicyclists and nature enthusiasts. And, that's like me saying, I don't jump in my boat with my family and go to the West Side for some of the springs and lakes that you have over here. I do. And to say that, you all are improving that area and it's not benefiting me on the East Side is not true. It is benefiting me. And I'm not going to be that narrow with it. This is benefiting Volusia County. This is benefiting our residents and visitors alike. So a couple of things that if the seconder to the motion would agree with, I'll make some tweaks right now since I'm speaking. And Mr. Reinhardt, that was you. So to address Mr. Santiago's comments, I'm totally fine with making sure that there's an equal allotment of funds for each of the 5 districts in Volusia County. I don't think one should get more than the other. I think some districts have, by nature of geography and where things are laid out, there's more opportunity there. We can talk about that if we ever have that problem. I don't think we're going to have that problem. So I'm totally okay amending that so that there's an equal distribution of funds for each of the 5 districts. To the seconder, is that okay with you? Was it Danny that seconded? Oh, it was Danny Robbins. Is it? Okay.
Chair, can I?
Yeah, I'm asking you a question.
I was going to, bring that up just out of respect for everybody. I'm going to support Jeff's consideration on 3 gallons. Troy, I'm going to support yours. But Don, I'm especially going to support you to run these maybe simultaneously and get Matt. I'll be last. I'm afraid to mention Daytona because of what David did to his forehead.
That was the last person to say something negative about Daytona, by the way.
But Troy, I'll support. I
Right.
see where you're going. I'll support.
Okay, good. So you're okay with that. And as far as the 3 gallon, I'm just going to put this out there. Maybe you'll be okay with this. I would like for staff to look at 3 gallon or 5 gallon. Don't limit it to 3 gallon to 5 gallon, the best deal that we can get. So I'm okay with that. And as far as, I'm okay with this, instead of being a 6-month trial, a 1-year trial. Are you okay with that?
I was going to say, if we're going to run them simultaneous, we'll get a good idea after 6 months how popular it is, because we'll just compound it. And then we can also commit to David and me as a leftover, But I say 6 months, and then we can come back with a decision. Hey, this looks good. It's popular. Boom. And then we can make a commitment.
You're okay with 6 months?
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, because I'm trying to write this down. What is the simultaneous? Are we doing 2 pilots?
Where are they? Because this one is specific to this area.
So the loop, Don's AOR, and Matt, if you want to do Bevel Road, I'll support you guys.
Luke, Bevel, and what are you doing for Don?
Don,
I don't know. You might not be voting for it in your own district.
Highway 11? I mean, we're making this complicated.
Wherever Don wants to, do you want to have a trial area in your district for this?
We already did it on Woodland.
Can I jump in really quickly? Because I think the chair made a good point. I asked Mr. Rechtenwald to talk earlier, and he said, because I know how I am about hiring new staff, and with this for 6 months, it wasn't going to require new staff. Then he would come back to us if this was successful elsewhere and look at the possibility, because his words to me were he takes hiring a new position or adding a position very seriously, and I don't want to get caught in the weeds with that. So instead of a year, I'm okay with 6 months. Are you okay? We just do 6 months with what staff has presented? Okay. And like I said earlier, I'm okay with this expanding everywhere in our county. And then the only thing, Chairman, and you know, I've appreciated your ability to try to bend and work here with all of us, and your leadership on some items. But the part about, you know, making this a part of saying, making sure that we have low impact development, that's going somewhere where I don't think that's where this was. I just think that I don't blame you for trying. I think it's a smart move to do that because that's something you're passionate about. But on this one with my motion, I'm not ready to put low impact development on this right now.
Just to
Maybe
clear it
clarify for
up.
me? Okay.
I'm not tying it to whether or not this passes.
Okay.
My point with low impact development is I'm asking staff and council to not take that off the table in the future. I think it's something we need to work on. I'm not tying it to the passage of Regrow the Loop.
Okay, so we've come off the bare root trees, but they're a possibility if it's something that will work. We're at 3 gallon or 5 gallons as far as trees that we're going to offer. I heard someone say 1 gallon, but that's like a twig. You know, I mean, we want this to work. We've talked about an equal amount allocated to each district and a 6-month trial. And is the seconder okay with, I think you are, you brought it up, including sponsors on this as well? Getting, you know, putting it out there for anybody that wants to sponsor this initiative? That's a yes as well? Okay.
We're going to have to vote on all the amendments. It shouldn't take long if everybody doesn't have a 15-minute discussion on each one. But before we get there, I
Mr. Chair,
I like all the changes. Go ahead, David.
Add to an amendment.
Okay. Well, you were next. And then we have several other people that want to talk and 2 members of the public.
First statement, I think someone mentioned about the state funds. I think Reinhardt. I think it's a great idea to look at maybe adding this for our list of next year's appropriations requests. See if staff can find a silo of funding that can match the state. At that point, we'll have some data to show the state that this is a working program and we can get some matching dollars from the state, maybe. But add it to the list. If there's no objection, we'll do that. But I also think if it wouldn't be too much work, you know, we have a lot of fancy maps that I've seen since I've come here to the county, which I love, by the way. But could we add a process, I don't know the right terminology, but to see a tracking of folks that, properties that did get the tree allocation and include that on a hot map so we can see how it's going throughout Volusia County, where we did plant trees in the future. I think that would be a good tool also if we do go after state resources to support a program like this.
Yes, well, we can certainly, well, as part of my budget request, I'm asking for a GIS position that would certainly help with this and track it
You don't have
on a
one?
dashboard. But yes, we could do that, certainly.
I think it'd be a neat tool to show, you know, if we do this and how it would go. But the discussion on how it was allocated in areas, and, you know, I supported you, Ken, because it was your idea to come forward and present it to the council, and it was a pilot, so I said, I'm gonna go with you. If it was my idea, I'd hope the council would support me as a pilot project in my area if we were doing that, so. But that's why I'm okay with it, and the protections to make sure that the funds eventually get allocated proportionately to the county. I'm okay with it. I think it's a good idea. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, just if I could, before I go to Don, I'm trying to keep track of all the tweaks here, and I'm not sure I understand exactly what you're asking on add to the list for state funds. Are you proposing that we hold off until next year to do anything?
No, that was just a discussion that for next year's
Okay.
legislative agenda, staff can maybe put that as one of the items that we discussed to request dollars for a renewal, if that makes sense.
Thank you for that clarification. Don Dempsey.
Yeah, I've been to the Loop. I like the Loop. The Loop got to be the Loop without any government intervention. The Loop was a divine creation, and it just ended up being beautiful. And so I don't think there's that much more that needs to be done to the Loop, at least through government intervention. Just let it be. And you ever been to Emporia Road, State County Road 3? You've been through there, right, Jeff? in my opinion, every bit as beautiful in the northwest section of Volusia County. Bicyclists routinely go through there all the time. They go past my house on the north side. There's a lot of, there's JC's Bike Shop. They have a ride that goes out like a couple times a week, and they ride for 20, 30 miles, whatever, all through northwest DeLand. So we have a lot of, we just don't get the respect for a Rodney Dangerfield comparison. But I know you're saying we all pay taxes, but if we can go back to that chart we had up before, so if we're saying all things being fair, because we all pay taxes, then the de facto stats should be, this chart should be just as covered with green dots on the northwest side as it is in any other district. So however you want to say about everybody pays taxes, and yeah, but look, does this look fair? This isn't fair. All we've got are northwest siders paying for improving the property values on the east side, and a little bit in Mr. Santiago's jurisdiction. But the west siders are getting nothing, and we're the ag center of our county. We're the ag people, okay? The fairgrounds needs improved drastically. We need ball fields in Pearson and Seville. We need, you know, I mean, we're just being left behind. And it's just out of frustration, I guess, that we're not doing an equal program on the west side to promote, you know, the state road, the county road 3 or Emporia Road or the other places that are just as beautiful as the loop. But I guess more so the fiscal conservative in me, in light of what Mr. Chester said, first, I don't think the government should be paying for any of this. I mean, what Jeff said earlier about Henry DeLand, it was a tax incentive. I mean, if you want to give tax credits to people who basically keep their property up to the desired state, if you're in a defined area, Northwest people, we're used to the county driving on our property counting cow poop, you know, every year to make sure that we're keeping up with our ag exemption, okay? So there's other ways of doing this than just taxing people, and you're talking about one tree per property. I mean, is that really going to make a difference? One tree on a property is going to save the world and make the loop a whole new place to be? I don't buy that. I mean, if anything, do a tax credit. If you want to have a farm, you have your ag exemption. Okay, you got to keep cows. You got to maintain it in a certain way. You want to have hay fields, you can get your tax credit for hay fields. So be it. Maybe create something in the loop. If you're within the loop and you keep your property up to a certain level, certain standard, keep it, you know, whatever county staff would come up with. If you maintain it, then every year you get a tax benefit. You know, as opposed to just making the West Siders pony up more taxes to give everything to the East Siders. Again, I don't even like disparity in taxes, but I would think that'd be a more longevity type of solution, is if you gave tax credits to people on the loop who not only planted a tree, one tree, and then you don't even know if they're going to water it or not, or if it's going to die within a year. I probably, for every 3 trees I plant, only 1 lives, because I got a brown thumb. I'm not as good as Jeff. But I would think, instead of just taking it out of the tree fund, just give people a tax incentive to keep it that way. Because there's no telling how long these trees are going to live. And to say that we're going to, I mean, to give it to everybody in the county, now we're going to take this project and now we're going to plant trees at every beautiful place in the county is, I mean, you're asking for big government. You know, I would think just, first of all, I'd say leave it alone. And the government shouldn't even be paying for people's trees in their yards because it's already beautiful without us. But if we are going to do it through tax incentives as opposed to just taking other people's money. So that's all. I'll be.
Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I get what you're saying on private property. What I was suggesting, first off, to ask the question, is it my understanding that we're going to do this pilot program first before we venture off into other areas, correct? Okay, I just want to make that clear. That gives me the opportunity to have those discussions with those other entities. Where I'm talking about is not necessarily private property. I'm talking about that area that first off, we got to slow that traffic down on Bevel Road. That's a whole other issue. And then, as far as the beautification of it, I mean, that it is one of the first things you see when you come into Daytona. And I didn't mean to make it about one side of the county or not. Obviously, I'm more familiar with that, but I'm also familiar with the west side. I grew up on the west side, so I went to DeLand High. So I totally respect that and get that. I'm kind of curious as to what happened prior to this council being in place, and nothing against any other council prior to. What was brought up, you know, in years past about doing stuff in the west side of the county that it wasn't addressed before? I don't know. I don't have that answer. So I don't think it was for lack of trying. I think everybody tried, but I think it needs to be addressed. So I'll agree with you. But I just want to make sure that this, I like the idea of the pilot program. I'm on board with it. But I do want to have those conversations first before we involve those. I think partnerships are important. It helps keep our costs down too if we can get state dollars and, you know, cities to agree to help.
Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. And just to Mr. Dempsey, a couple of things he said. First of all, I appreciate your passion. And with that being said, you're in a really great position as an elected representative of this council to make a positive, impactful change. Exactly what you're talking about the West Side getting more. And I'm excited to hear the ideas that you'll come up with and bring before us. And as long as they make sense, I can tell you right now, I see no reason why I would not support them. So I just wanted to just share that with you. And I don't believe, after I've heard the passion from you twice, that I'm going to change your mind on this. And that's okay. It's all right. You know, I said before I got elected, you know, the newspaper asked me a question. And I said, there will be sometimes I think we're 7-0, and sometimes it's a 3-4, and sometimes it's a 6-1. I mean, it's how this works. And it's one of the things that I love about local government, the government closest to the people, because you can talk to an Alan Burton and get that idea and bring it up. But to your idea as far as like tax credits, and I'm going to tell you right now, I'm a fair tax kind of guy. Neil Bortz and John Linder, listen, they got me hook, line, and sinker. I did exactly what they said to do in the last paragraph of the book, which was go buy 10 more copies of this book and give it to like-minded people. I did that and helped their sales as well with their book. So I'm that kind of fair tax kind of guy. But this is a tree fund that we have. This money will be used specifically with Volusia County residents. And just so we clear this up, yes, there are some private residences on the loop. And yes, there are some non-private residences, a huge portion of it, where it is state land. And, you know, the ideas of getting groups together to go out there and help pick out the good guys and bad guys. And to answer your question, Don, because you asked it, is one tree per house going to make a difference? I'm not trying to be hokey, but to go back to that starfish story of, you know, there's 1 million starfish on the beach and the guy's picking them up and throwing them one-on-one, and some guy says, you think that's going to make a difference? It made a difference for this one. And when you have the loop with a canopy that is dying back just because of the sheer age of those trees, if you don't regrow it now, then the Hudsons of the world that Alan mentioned, my grandson, they're not going to be able to enjoy that loop the way it was. So I'll leave it alone with that.
Okay, let's hear from the county manager, and then I'll go to the two members of the public. George Rectwell.
Just, I think the nature of why we wanted to have a pilot program will help us iron out any of these other discussions. So if we can, you know, agree on the pilot and we can and analyze it in 6 months, I think we'll have a lot of better information. Things like Bevel Road, you're going to start getting into, that's FDOT right away. But you also can get into the fact that if you want a beautification project on a state road, that is something that the DOT has funding for. So again, I think the idea is we take a look at some areas, and maybe you come at it a little bit more from areas that need some beautification or need some growing, and then we'll figure out exactly, you know, how we achieve it with a combination of this program, DOT funding, sponsorships, other things of that nature. But here you had a kind of an iconic area that we could go ahead and start this pilot. So, thank you.
Thank you. Danny?
Yeah, Chair, I was just, after public comment, I was ready to take a vote. I just don't want to talk ourselves out of this. I think it's a
Yeah.
good project.
I agree. Suzanne Schreiber, followed by John Nicholson.
Busy day. Suzanne Schreiber, Dream Green Volusia. Interesting. Like, I brought typed papers, but I think I'm going to have to go off of that here. For all of you that don't know, the year before last, my organization purchased 100 yard signs after approaching a developer to sell land on the loop to be placed in conservation. We walked all the way from Granada Boulevard to the forest. I don't even know how far that is, but it took us 2 days, and there were a group of us, and it's quite a distance, I can tell you that. Handing out the 100 yard signs wasn't that hard because people support the loop, right? I mean, they do. Even Mr. Dempsey, who's against this. I just want to say the 100 grew to 600 yard signs, and people actually put up their own money, which I'm going to address here now. So at the bottom of page 6 in small print, it says assumption. Everyone has the capital to participate, has the space to plant, and cares about the loop. We don't have to guess that people care about the loop anymore, guys. How many times do we need to show up to protect it or defend it or whatever term you want to use? It's been more than 20 years of showing up, and many times in large numbers. I would say that it's a safe assumption at this point. The year before last, the residents who paid into Volusia Forever and Echo turned around and contributed a third time to purchase historic land for conservation. Last year, we were here asking for the original plan from 2007 that the county signed off on to be implemented. There are 803 signatures on that petition right now today. I had to go back and look. How many signatures do we need to implement that plan and implement the plan for all of the scenic highways? That includes yours, Mr. Dempsey. It needs to be a successful trial, so please don't cut it too short. If 6 months isn't enough, make it a year. I'm just saying it needs to be successful. And it needs to be successful for the whole entire county. We support the plan to regrow trees on the Ormond Scenic Loop, and we just ordered a new batch of Defend the Loop signs. The right thing to do is to always support the right thing. And for my last 30 seconds, I just want to say my organization has worked in every single one of your districts on projects, big and small. And as a matter of fact, last week I was just in Daytona. Mr. Dempsey, I don't know what you want to do in your district, but you have support here. And you get more bees with honey than you do with vinegar. And I support your district. And I will show up for your ball fields when the time comes, because I believe in that too. So please, figure out ways to work together to get things done. Thank you.
John Nicholson. Three minutes.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach. I'm sorry, I don't understand this. This was a no-brainer, all right? Regrowing the loop is a fantastic idea. Never thought of the idea of the trees dying, but they do. We had a corridor down 92 to the beach. It's not there anymore because this group wanted to bulldoze a couple of trees in front of the college. This one wanted to bulldoze some trees to put in a new high school. This one wanted to bulldoze trees to make it more visible to see their mall. It's no longer a view that you want when you go into Daytona Beach. The loop is not just me and my neighbors going down to see the trees. We have an industry called tourism. You may not have heard of that, which draws in 10 million tourists, which gives you a heck of a lot of money on the west side. All right. Secondly, we have a tax, for want of a better word, called Echo and Volusia Forever. Before that was Florida Forever. The city of Daytona Beach has contributed probably $30, $40 million. We've gotten back $780,000 from our contribution. The money goes to the west side. And I keep saying, where's the money for Daytona Beach? Well, you haven't asked for any. Where's the equal distribution there? We have no trails, not a single trail. And you know what Pat Northey told me? Oh, yeah, you do. You've got the beach. That could be used as a trail. Well, I'm sorry, you don't spend any money on the beach. It came naturally. But you spent millions and tens of millions of dollars on the trails over on the west side. Is that equal distribution? Sunrail. It's going to be a big hit. Where is that money coming from? It will never, ever benefit the east side. It will benefit the land. It has benefited the Berry. So this idea of tit for tat, you never want to sit there and say equal distribution, because it will never, ever be equal. The idea that, oh, we have roads that are as pretty as a loop. Absolutely not. Not because it's not attractive. It's because you can't get the volume there. And the volume is the number of people that bicycle, ride motorcycles, take cars down the loop. And the volume is on the east side. It's always been on the east side. So to do this equal stuff, you got to stop it. Because there are fantastic things in each of your districts that will come up, and you have to support it. You can't keep saying, well, where's mine? You can't say, where's mine? I say it all the time, and I'm not getting anything. And you guys say, oh, well, it doesn't matter. But it does matter. There are things that you've gotten that you don't realize. First, there's nobody up there. Deltona is a much larger city than the north end. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor by Troy Kent to accept this as approved by staff. Before we get to that, we have a multi-point amendment. I'm going to try and do it as one and hope the county attorney doesn't stop me. So I'm going to go through them real quick just to make sure everybody understands it. I think the first one top of my list, because I ran out of space, is not really part of the amendment, is Mr. Santiago's request for staff to remember next year to add to the list of requests for funding from the state of Florida. That doesn't need to be part of the, okay. And then the rest of them were from Mr. Kent, that as the county brings this back, county staff brings this back to us, they're going to also include reaching out to sponsors.
Correct.
Second is that, are we agreed on 6 months trial? Pilot or a year?
You know, I'm fine with a year, but it sounds like the will of this council was 6 months.
Good either way.
Are we, who's good for a year? I'm good for a year.
I'm good for a
You're
year.
good.
I'm good for a year.
Okay, it looks like we're good for a year, so we'll change that to a year, Chairman.
This is a one-year pilot program. Are you keeping equal distribution of funds?
I am, because of what I heard.
Okay.
So I'm going to leave that there. This isn't a tremendous amount of money coming out of that tree fund, I don't believe. There's going to be plenty for everybody.
Okay. Equal distribution of funds, and then size, let's just say 3 gallon up, the county can bring
I'm fine
us
with that, yep.
recommendations. And then I think I just heard that we're not including an expansion to the other areas right now. We're going to do the pilot, see how much it costs, see how it runs, and then we can come back later and talk about Bevel Road and
be able to get more from Bevel from the states
and Highway 11. Okay, so we need to have a vote on the amendment to amend the main motion to approve staff's written program with sponsors, equal distribution of funds, 3 gallon and above container sizes, and it's a 1-year trial, a 1-year pilot. Any questions about that, what we're voting on? We're just voting on the amendment right now. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
And motion carries 5-1 with Don Dempsey in opposition. That now we can vote on the main motion, which has now
Mayor?
been.
I wanted to clarify that the amended motion was also moved by Mr. Kent and seconded by Mr. Robbins as well.
Yes,
Correct.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes. And now the main motion, which was also moved by Mr. Kent and seconded by Danny Robbins, staff's program with this amendment, and they will come back with that program for us to look at. Any discussion on that? Don Dempsey.
Yeah, if I could just make sure that y'all are clear, I'm not against the loop, I'm not against this project. I hope, I mean, I don't want to come, and I do tend to sometimes shed more vinegar than honey, and I'll work on that. So I don't mean to be disrespectful to anybody here who's trying to save the loop, because I've been through the loop. I've ridden it on my motorcycles. I've ridden it in cars. I love the loop. I think it's beautiful. My concern is, from that diagram I showed earlier, it's just, there's other places in the community that I think are equally as beautiful and need to be watched out for more. And just, I like Matt said, I don't know what happened in the prior, I think it was Matt that said it, what happened with the prior administrations and all that, and how the west side apparently is not getting its fair share. I mean, I know we're getting the train. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing once we stop getting the assistance from other governments. But yeah, I'm in favor of this. I don't, in light of what Keith Chester said this morning, it's just having taxpayers pay for something that really isn't necessarily a government function, at least as far as the private side. I understand if it's not residential property, I get that. If it's government-owned property, yeah, then we need to maintain it and beautify it. But if it's private residences, I don't see why the private residence owner wouldn't pay for that as well. So no disrespect for what you guys are doing. I really appreciate government activists like yourself who really push for things that get things done. Okay, thank you very much. And I will take you up on that ball field thing. So I just want to say all that before we vote, and I do appreciate y'all. Thanks.
Thank you. Not seeing any other discussion on the board. All in favor of the main motion to approve staff's program with the amendments that you just approved, please say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
And motion carries 5-1 with Dempsey in opposition for the reasons he stated, not against the beautifying the loop or anything else. Yeah, we could, lunch is not here till 1:30. So, but I think we can cruise through some vacations pretty quick. Is anybody ready for a vacation? All right, let's do that. That takes us to, thank you, staff, for coming in for that. Item 4, resolution, proposed vacation of a portion of the Ninth Division of DeLeon Springs. And Tad, before you start, I will say this is a quasi-judicial hearing, which is unusual for a vacation, isn't it? But every one of these vacations is a quasi-judicial hearing. Does anyone have any ex parte to declare on this particular property? David Santiago.
No, Mr. Chair, I'm just ready for a motion.
Okay. Danny Robbins? No. Okay, then you want to tell us about it, and we have a motion.
David's ready. I'm ready. So no, this is a petition to request a vacation of a portion of the plat of the 9th Division of Deleon Springs Heights in the Deleon Springs area along Spring Garden Ranch Road to the west of its intersection with Reynolds Road. The aerial on page 04-10 shows the area in question to be vacated. It's an unopened right-of-way. As you can see from the aerial, there have been a good portion of the other road rights-of-way in this plat have been vacated. County has no need for this purpose or for this segment of right-of-way and recommends the approval.
Okay, is there a motion? David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 20 seconds too long on that presentation. I move to approve item number 4.
Second.
Motion to approve by Santiago, second by Councilman Robbins. Is everybody's name up for discussion? Santiago, Robbins, Michael Dyer.
Just to clarify, since you have so many on this agenda, your plat vacations are listed as quasi-judicial because it's a little unusual the way the state law has structured it. It puts a burden on the applicant. They're entitled to the vacation if they can show two things: that they own the fee simple title, and if you grant it, it will not affect the ownership or right of access of persons owning parts of the subdivision. So that's why we had to list it as quasi-judicial, and I think your staff's addressed those criteria in their report.
To your knowledge or Tad's knowledge, do we have any owners here that wanted to speak on any of them?
Not unless there's a question.
Okay. Thank you. Then we have a second and a motion and a second to approve the Deleon Spring Heights vacation. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carries 6-0. And I'm going to skip the speech on ex parte. If anyone has any ex parte to declare on any of these, just speak up. Item 5.
All right, since I'm on the clock, this is a vacation of a portion of a plat. Is that short enough?
Love it. Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I move to approve item number 5, vacation.
Second.
Motion to approve by David Santiago, second by Danny Robbins.
You really don't like me talking.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Item 6 is a vacation for Coquina Key Subdivision.
Yes, sir. On this one, this is a old style plat in which they granted utility and drainage easements alongside lot lines. We've vacated quite a portion of these, as noted in the previous. The vacated exhibit 06-8, and we have no use for this easement. We recommend that it's.
Thank you. Matt Reinhardt.
I make a motion to approve.
Matt Reinhardt motions to approve, second by David Santiago. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Item 7, proposed vacation of a portion of 19th Street.
Yes, sir. This is section 6 of Country Club Estates in the Orange City area. The property owner is asking to vacate the 35-foot right-of-way between two parcels that he owns. We have no use for the right-of-way and recommend it's.
Matt Reinhardt, do you have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Reinhardt, second by David Santiago. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Item 8, proposed vacation of a portion of the plat of Lake Beresford Heights.
Yes, sir. Again, this is for Lake Beresford Heights. They're requesting the vacation of a 40-foot unopened platted right-of-way between parcels that they own. We have no use for these rights-of-way. Utilities have not requested they be left open, so again, we are recommending vacation.
Thank you. David Santiago.
Move to approve, Mr. Chair.
Motion to approve by
Second.
Santiago, seconded by Matt Reinhardt. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0, which takes us to the final vacation of Hubbard Avenue property.
Yes, sir. This was actually an item that had come before the council in November. It was approved at that time. This is a request to vacate a portion of the Spring Garden Heights Highlands subdivision, Hubbard Avenue specifically, that runs from 15A west over to some of the platted lots. People were using this unopened section for access from 15A. We don't agree that that's the safest or best use for that property, and have no proposed use for this in the future. So to fix an issue with the legal description, we brought it back to council this time around, and we are asking again for it to be vacated.
Thank you. David Santiago.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve by Santiago, second by Danny Robbins. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Thank you, Tad. And just for the public's knowledge, since they just saw us whiz through that, every one of the council members had been updated on that, asked their questions before of staff, and it wasn't something we just did in the blind. So thank you, Ted.
Mr. Chair, can I add
Yes.
something to that?
Sure.
I think it, just because point of personal privilege, I think it's safe for the public to know that that applies to all of the topics that we're dealing with up here. So oftentimes, if you see members never ask a question or ask questions only on certain items, we've gone through a pretty due diligence period with staff and understanding what we're voting here. So I wanted to add that.
No,
I agree with
that's,
you.
that's a great point, because you do see verbiage sometimes on social media that we don't do that, and that's not true. We, in fact, do. So thank you for pointing that out. No, okay, we will do item 10. And this is a public hearing, so we'll open the public hearing. We have one member of the public who would like to speak when we get to that point. Is
Mr. Chair.
Heather Wall? Yes, you're going to do it from there.
Yes,
Okay,
I will.
thank you.
This is a request from the Florida Development Finance Corporation for the approval of the issuance of $16.3 million in bonds to Waste Pro. This is actually part of a larger issuance, which is approximately $120 million, but $16.3 million will be spent here in Volusia County for the purchase of equipment and also for the improvement of properties owned by Waste Pro. And I believe someone from FDFC is here in case you have any additional questions.
That must be Kate Strange? Stangl.
Kate Stangl, I'm with Nelson Mullins in Orlando, 390 North Orange Avenue, and we represent the Florida Development Finance Corporation, and I'm here to answer any questions. Would greatly appreciate your consideration of this request.
Thank you. David Santiago?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to approve item number 10.
Second.
Motion to approve the interlocal agreement with the Florida Department of Finance Corporation by David Santiago, second by Danny Robbins. Is there any other questions or discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? And motion carries 6-0. Good job. Okay, we'll keep pushing ahead. Item 11, resolution awarding non-exclusive commercial solid waste collection and disposal franchise to Extreme Concrete Services. Ben Bartlett.
Good morning, Ben Bartlett, Public Works Director. As you stated, before you today is a resolution to award a non-exclusive commercial franchise agreement to Extreme Concrete Services so that they can provide businesses in the unincorporated area with solid waste collection. Their application has been submitted, reviewed, and is satisfactory to staff, and we recommend approval.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And members, I just want to compliment staff and the approach that we're taking on this because of the non-exclusivity part of it. As some of you may know, some of the cities create these franchise agreements and exclusive opportunities for certain businesses to have the waste disposal. And it's, in a way, I consider it a hidden tax. Because what happens then, that whatever they've paid the municipality for this franchise license gets assessed to everyone else at a higher rate to, I'll just use one of the containers, I don't know what it's called, but if you get a dumpster container, the market rate may be $500 and now you're paying $2,000. Those are not exact numbers, but it's pretty big disparity into the open marketplace. So thank you for non-exclusive. I could support this and I move to approve, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Santiago motions to approve as presented, seconded by Danny Robbins. Any other questions for staff or discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. That takes us to item 12, resolution updating the list of county-owned property available for affordable housing. Clay Irvin.
Good afternoon. Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Part of the statutory requirements that the county faces is to go through and identify properties that have been escheated to us. That's a fancy way of saying that property taxes hadn't been paid for the set time frame. No one bought the tax deeds at the county steps, and now it's come to us. Just to give some more background, we have an elaborate program where we go through, and when these properties are identified, we have staff that coordinate with both county and city, if the property's within a city, to see if the local government has a need for it first and foremost. So if there's a need for addition for park, stormwater, or other type of public utility, we look first to see if that can serve that purpose. If not, then we go through and review it and determine, are these buildable lots? Are you able to do something with these properties? If they are not, then we work with the adjacent property owners so that that way these properties can be combined with the adjacent landowners and become more usable that way. If they are buildable, we then coordinate with our community services division to review it to see if these could be utilized for affordable housing. This is consistent with Florida statutes. There is a requirement, and I can tell you that the recent bill, Senate Bill 102, which was actually signed into law and will go into effect July 1, not only mandates us to do what I just talked about, but to also publish that on our website. So what we're looking at here is we are adding 2 properties to our list of properties that are already in place. There's 20 of them. These are just 22 over the last 6 years that I'm aware of that have been identified for affordable housing. Other properties that we have either been sold off or sold to the adjacent property owners. What we would like to be able to do with these properties is be able to utilize them for affordable housing. In the past, we have been able to partner with appropriate and certified contractors to build them, go in, and basically sell them for a rate that is comparable to what is within 120% or so of an average median income, annual median income. So what we're seeing is, again, we have to go through this process now through a public hearing, and we also have to be able to publicize our findings on here. I can go through, if you would like to go through each 22 properties that are on the list right now. If there's any other questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Danny Robbins.
Thanks, Chair Clay. I know we talked about this during the staff meeting. It's a little concern I'd like to pitch to council on parcel 3. If everybody can go to that, you'll see that it's a kind of a weird shaped property. It appears to be, Clay, correct me, is it landlocked or is that a power line easement there?
That's a power line on the west side. To the south is 92 International Speedway Boulevard. And then to the east is the LPGA development, and you can see Grand Lakes up there.
So I had mentioned to staff, thanks Clay, the possibility of looking at this. It's almost 19 and a half acres. Let's just call it, we got approximately a 20-acre parcel here. To my knowledge, there's a already approved BPUD. I don't know, did they have any dedicated, I know it's City of Daytona, but did they have any dedicated green space for that PUD?
Yes, sir. They would have to go through their, what they call a plan development. They got approval for the plan development, and it includes their minimum requirement for open space.
So really at this point with kind of landlocked and no access, it's most beneficial in my opinion to either option A, market it or sell it to the adjoining PUD, or look at it for a park that we can access for the people. I don't think there's really anything over on that side of town.
I do need to clarify, we cannot just offer it for sale to the adjacent property owner. If we declare it surplus and want to sell it, it would be through a public auction process. So that would not be exclusive for that adjacent property owner.
I thank you for correcting that. How does council feel about this? Because of sort of where it sits, landlocked, should we put this back up for sale or think about sale, or is there something? I'm just kind of looking at this whole thing. I'm trying to see if we can make this work or kick up some cash with stuff that we're going to be facing here. Looks like staff.
Donna Butler, can you shed some light on
I don't know if I can shed light. Donna Butler, Community Services Director, but this is a parcel that Community Assistance is looking at for development for affordable housing. So we'd like to come back to you with some options before you decide that you want to auction it without hearing
Fair
what
enough.
we could potentially do. It's a sizable piece of property. We are looking at the access issue. The developer that's adjacent to it is interested in the parcel, but he would have to bid on it along with anyone else. But if it's possible to develop it right there at that location for affordable housing, it's a win-win for our community, especially if it's done by someone other than county government, such as a community land trust.
I'll wait to hear back from you, but as long as there's some options on the table, I'm good with whatever the will is, council is. Thanks.
Okay. Don Dempsey.
Yeah, Clay, could you come back up quick? Thanks, bud. This hierarchy, this statutory checklist that you just rattled off, where does affordable housing as an option rank among just putting it up for auction?
It's at the option of the local government.
So there's no requirement that we have to give preferential treatment to these properties towards affordable housing as opposed to just auctioning it off?
Correct.
Okay. Well, my concern is, and I know we talked about this as well, Clay, in the staff meeting. My concern, guys, is I know my dad and I used to build spec houses back in the day. A lot of my dad used to do my dad used to do subdivisions, and you know, these mom and pop builders who make extra money on the side building houses, or that's their bread and butter, is building spec houses. They're becoming a thing of the past, because what's going on now is these subdivisions come in. We've been dealing with them now since we've all been here. These big subdivisions come in, they clear cut 1,000 acres, they do the stormwater retention, and they build these cookie cutter homes in mass. And Joe Lunchbucket with his hammer and shovel can't build one spec house and build it and try and make 30, 40 grand off of a mid-sized house anymore, because it's all going to the major developers. I know for a fact you cannot find buildable lots anymore. I know they all went Daytona Park Estates, they went quick. I don't know how it is in y'all's districts, but it's very hard for a mom and pop builder to find a parcel of land that's buildable, and they've already deemed these to be buildable, to find a buildable lot that they could afford and build a spec house, maybe one a year, make an extra $30,000, $40,000, whatever, maybe do two and make 100 grand a year just doing a couple spec houses, because there's no inventory left. I think that these parcels, and these are predominantly west side parcels, these should be auctioned off, and I can't imagine they would not be sold at these auctions to these mom and pop builders who really are desperately looking for inventory to build spec houses. And not to even mention the fact that the adjacent property owners may not want a house next door. So it gives them a chance to bid on this property and say, you know what, I'm living in a small neighborhood like we're seeing from the aerials. I don't want anybody next door to me. Or maybe I want my mother-in-law to live next door, or my kids someday to live next door, and give them a chance to build a place or preserve it and be able to build in 20, 30 years later when their kids grow up and they want to live next door to mom and dad so they can be near the grandkids. I mean, I think earmarking this for affordable housing is not the highest and best use of this property. I think it would be much better to run it through an auction, let it all be auctioned off, and the county can generate all its lost tax revenue back through these auctions, and give these mom and pop builders a chance to continue their what they do for a living, or give the adjacent property owners the chance to buy the neighboring property so they could preserve it for future use. Thanks.
Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my concern with that is you put it up for auction, you say the mom and pop builders come in, it also leaves it open for these big developers to come in and purchase it as well. Is that the case?
No, I don't think a big ICI Homes is not going to come in to build one small.
No, I'm talking
spec
about
house.
this 20-acre parcel.
Oh, I'm
right
not,
here.
oh no, I agree
I'm
with
sorry. I am specific to this area, to this the parcel that you brought up, being in Daytona Beach for affordable housing. I think I don't want to blanket this for all these, because I think that this parcel itself is ideal for this situation.
If you're asking me, yeah, I agree with Danny. This parcel 3, I agree. That's different. I'm talking about the remaining
I got you.
parcels.
Okay, because that was my, I'm just saying, you know, I can see a developer coming in and grabbing 20 acres in a heartbeat, so.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
David Santiago.
Thank you. Since we mentioned the auctioning process, I just had a question about it. Is in a auction process like this, can we set a minimum, or is it just, it goes from the, whatever someone offers up?
We have in the past where we've had properties, we've looked at what the the assessed value is and set that as a minimum.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I move to approve item number 12.
Second.
David Santiago moves to approve item 12, and the second was by Troy Kent. I just have a question on it for Donna. I agree with Don's. I work with some small builders that do infill, and it is hard to find space, and most of the development we see is clear cut. We've talked about that this morning, but I think that this land these are not going to be homes built by the county. They are built by small developers, 1 or 2 houses at a time. I think it is the market that Don's hoping for. Can you shed some light on that?
Absolutely. So it's a really, I think, innovative program that our staff came up with. When these lots have become available, we have started a process in partnership with our purchasing contracts division, and we put out on the street parcels that are ready for development for local contractors to bid on the construction. So I can't tell you the name. I can come back with the contractor. They're small contractors. They bid on the projects. They most recently have just completed 3, and those will be sold to affordable housing folks that are eligible for first-time home buyers. They get a profit. They come in and build on the lot. They pull all the permits. We provide the lot, so they don't even have to go out and buy the lot. They're just building the house, and we're paying them for that. They tell us what they're going to charge us for that, and then they're out of the business. So they don't even have to go through the buying and selling of the land or the selling of the home after it's constructed. We handle that part of it as well. But they get the opportunity to build a home.
Yeah, thank you. I know a small developer. He's a home builder. He calls himself a developer. He builds one house at a time, and he's constantly telling me it's hard to find lots to build attainable housing. That's what he wants to do. He actually does poured concrete housing. They're strong. They go up fast. And he's very excited about this because of what you just said. He doesn't even have to buy the land. He can build the houses and provide attainable housing for the public. My fear is what, while I agree with Don, is what Matt brought up, that if we have to put it up for auction, I don't think that's the market that's going to get the land. I could be wrong. I don't know. It's a gamble. I think it would go to the bigger developers in many instances. So I don't see any other discussion. We have a motion on the Don Dempsey.
I guess my only concern is anytime you tangle up, less government, the better. I'm a capitalist by nature, and I just don't know why we want to entangle the government and the bureaucracy to these mom and pop builders now. Why don't we just let it run through the auction process one more time, publicize the auction, run it through, then what's ever left over, then we can consider using those for affordable housing. But to sit here and say that all of them have to go, and Jeff, I'm glad you brought that up about your friend who's a small builder. It's hard to get inventory, so at least give them a chance to make one more stab at it. And then if we have some left over, then let's talk about affordable housing. But I don't know why all these should be earmarked for affordable housing. So I don't know if it's possible to amend the motion, or I don't even know what the motion entails, to be quite honest with you.
The main motion is to approve all of the properties on this list.
And that means they all be earmarked for affordable housing?
Correct.
I'm going to have to be a hard no on that. I'd like
Okay.
to see a lot of these be offered to adjoining neighbors and mom and pop builders, and if there's some left over,
Okay.
then talk about affordable housing.
All right. Danny Robbins.
I'm trying to be diplomatic. I see both ends of this. Don, and I do agree with you a little bit in this area. I see what Matt's saying too about protecting that. Can we carve out the parcel 3, put these other ones up for auction? We're, when we support these small home builders, we're also supporting your roofers, your landscapers, your carpenters, HVAC, plumbing, electricians, kitchen folks. How about we do that? Are you guys happy with that? We'll save number 3 for Donna and her initiative there.
You can amend the motion if you want to, and then we'll get a second and we'll vote on that to carve out, to set aside lot 3, property 3, parcel 3. Are you
Don,
making that?
I can,
amendment?
Don, or Don, if whatever you want. So Jeff, I'll make that motion to carve out parcel 3. Let these other ones make one round through the auction process. Whatever's left, we'll go ahead and take that responsibility and push forward.
Okay.
Wouldn't the sorry, Dan, wouldn't the motion be more in the opposite? Leave in number 3 and carve out the others? Because if you leave in number 3, it stays under the program. I think that's what the intent is.
You're right. Sorry about that.
I thought they were pulling 3 out.
No, they would leave in 3 in this program and take out the others or re-auction.
He's right. Yeah. So,
You want all of the properties to go to auction?
except for 3. Except for parcel
Okay.
3.
That's the intent.
Okay.
As the maker of the motion, I'll accept that amendment, Mr. Chair.
So 3 gets left in, everything out goes to auction is the amendment, seconded by Santiago.
Nope, that was made the motion by Santiago, right? Did you not make that or no?
I think I cleaned it up, but yeah. Whatever you want to categorize it, I'm good.
I'll second.
Well, the main motion that is on the table was to approve the list,
That's correct.
the entire list.
That's correct.
And that was seconded. So the amendment is to approve only parcel 3 and send all the rest of them back to auction. Everybody understands what we're voting for on the amendment, to send the list back to auction except for item 3. George Rechtenwald, before we vote.
Is the intent for this to be a one-time do it? Because you're going to find ourselves soon going out and buying lots. So, that was the intent of this program, was to avoid us having to go buy lots that have been given to us. But we have programs like Donna's here where we have Habitat for Humanity, we have other programs too that are coming. So that was the intent of council years ago, was to reserve the buildable lots until we do go through these type programs. If you go in the direction that you're going now, you may find yourself looking for land that you once had. And I don't know, with the land prices, do you want to risk paying more down the road for something in order to build? I'm just afraid we might be tying our hands a little bit on future programs. Donna just said we just did 3 of them just recently. And again, they are going to the target builders that you were talking about. They go to local builders. They get to do their building. They just have to bid on it. That's the only difference from them going out and buying the land and then having to do the work and do the selling of it. So just food for thought.
Yeah, I'm going to add that I'll take Don's words. I'm going to be a hard no on this one, just for the fact that we've worked for 1.5 years on an attainable housing program. And it's not quite the centerpiece, but it's a really important piece of it. The problem that we hear from builders is that number one, there's just not enough profit in building affordable housing. That's why nobody wants to do it. If they have to buy the land and then build the house, and keep the rent or the mortgage affordable, it's almost impossible. This is a big step if we can give them the land to build on. Otherwise, this place was filled with people this morning that are really concerned about affordable housing. I think we as a council are too, but I think we lose some really good properties where we could build affordable housing by private builders. And if it goes to auction, it's a Russian roulette that I'm not willing to take part in. But David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I agree with some of your points there, Mr. Chair. But I think there's a way we still can do this in a still hybrid way. I like the fact that there was suggestion of keeping lot 3, right? And maybe from the perspective of a developer can come in and build, I don't know, 30 houses there, right? Or 40 houses, whatever the number might be. And we can apply that standard to it. On the other parcels, we really don't know, well, they're probably in there, don't know too much about them. But if we put them up for private auction, I would suggest that we collect our taxes that are past due, and the remaining money's put back into the affordable housing type of program, an allocation that gets set aside still for that if we can. And we're still feeding both purposes. The affordable housing issue is so complex that, and pricing is correct, is a piece of it. But I've also talked to many developers that have said the bureaucracy is a huge contributor to the cost of building. And I know our staff is working on methodologies to do that. With the passage of House Bill 102 that was presented earlier, I think you're going to see a lot more entrance into the affordable housing perspective. The additional monies that we're going to be getting, the $300 million that we just got allocated. So I could support the hybrid version if Don, you think that's a good idea also, that we'll just collect our late taxes and the rest of the funds goes into an affordable housing type of fund that we may already have allocated. I don't know. But it fits both purposes.
Danny Robbins.
No, absolutely, David. But something too, since time on council, what I've seen in affordable housing has mainly been, Jeff, about a year and a half ago, we had something with Daytona where we did like a 70-30 or an 80. You kind of remember that? And it was like $32 a day. It was something very minuscule, but where I see as affordable housing, I kind of like it to see where it's more towards the cities, because that helps out with transportation issues as well. Now we're cutting down on the expenses of VOTRAN and the pluses that go along with these government subsidies. So ultimately what we're doing here, and what I was, my method to this madness, is getting these back on the tax roll so we can start collecting property taxes to pay for our upcoming expenses with Sunrail. Especially when this market is good, now's the time to maximize this. And if somebody wanted to still build an affordable house there, they have the opportunity to do it, or a small builder can do it. Your big developers are not going to mess with those single lots. It's not worth their while. They want 4 houses per acre like they do on 20-acre parcel. So, I see these things happening more in the cities. I still say if we want to just put this out for one round, hey, if they don't sell, we're back to where we were. But if not, we still have to make up millions and millions and millions of dollars for beach recovery right now, and everything from the storms. And the biggest elephant in the room is Sunrail. I mean, we need to start, or get off the pot, respectfully. Thanks.
Mr. Chair.
George Rectamwell.
Yeah, I just have to clarify something on the list. Would you guys, remember this list is a living list, and there's some history. Some of these lists, the list has been there for some time. We're only adding a few things. Some of these may be coming off, so go ahead and clarify the list.
Again, Donna Butler, Community Services Director. So I told you that we had recently built 3 parcels. Well, they're on this list. I would respectfully request us to be able to come back, go through the list with you, tell you if we have plans for those parcels. If you don't want to move forward and you want to put them on auction, that's your choice. But for sure, numbers 11, 12, and 14 should not be put up for auction because they're getting ready to be sold as new affordable housing built by our local builder, Atlas Builders.
So what I just heard was your suggestion is we send it back to you to update the list and give us more information on each property, where you stand with it now, with plans with local builders.
With local builders, and then also for our affordable housing plan that you all, I realize it was not this body, but the previous body approved in a 5-year affordable housing plan that incorporates some of these things into our grant funds that are coming in and how we plan to expend them. If you still decide to put them up for auction, great, but at least let us tell you where we are. And then for sure, 11, 12, and 14 should not be on the list for disposal through auction. They'll be putting up for sale for affordable housing client.
Okay, Don Dempsey.
Well, if I could ask, Donna, so you say 11, 12, and 14 are already under contract, and the wheels are...
They're not under contract. We've actually built new affordable houses on them. Yeah.
Well, then
So
obviously we don't, yeah. I
Right,
gotcha.
we don't want to put those up for
But the
auction.
remainder of the properties, there's no contract, there's no permits been pulled on the property or anything like that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you. Yeah, guys, I just, I still, I still think we need to get this property out to the mom and pop builders. I think that's just as important as affordable housing. I mean, these people, that's their living, and they can't find inventory to build on. So we have to, as much as affordable housing is a wonderful thing, we also got to take care of the people who have a living to make. We got to keep them in business. And if there's no inventory to build on, to do their spec houses on, are we really serving them? I agree with Danny about, parcel 3. Yeah, let that be earmarked for affordable housing. I would think, just by microeconomics, that if you're going to build the cheapest affordable house possible, then you're going to have to do it in either apartment complexes or, zero lot line houses or something like that. And on that parcel 3, you could probably, I don't know, I'm not a builder, at least I'm a high intensity builder, but you could probably get a lot in there, and that's fine. I get that. But as far as keeping these mom and pop people in business, I think we really have to put them on the priority. So I don't even want to wait. I say we just remove parcel 11, 12, and 14, approve parcel 3, and then send the rest off to auction as soon as possible to get these people to work, the builders.
Okay, so you're making a motion to the amendment?
Yes, I don't want to step on David's toes, but yeah, but to get rid of 11, 12, and 14 altogether.
Well, and just to clarify, you have a motion, and you have a pending amendment to that motion, which you need to dispose of. And I think you're suggesting a second amendment, which you would then need to deal with. So you have the amendment, first amendment on the floor.
Yeah.
I'll figure that out then.
Could we just deal with the amendment to the amendment and then vote on the amended bill? Oh, I'm saying bill, sorry.
That's okay, Mr. Tallahassee. Yeah, we can, is there some reason we can't amend the amendment? Except that it's not been voted on, that's what
I
you're
would
saying.
suggest is withdraw the amendment.
Okay.
And start over
Yeah,
with
this is-
the amended motion, then council
We're
can
good at making
do with it as
things
you wish.
complicated.
I think I might have been recorded as doing the amendment. So if that's the case, I will.
Mr.
No,
The
because
amend-
you were the maker of the original motion.
Okay.
So you could not amend, but Mr. Robbins did, but you clarified.
Yes.
I'll make a motion to amend my amended motion. Whoa, withdraw.
Oh.
Withdraw.
Okay,
Excellent.
okay. And now we have a new amendment.
Okay, I'll move to amend Mr. Santiago's motion to delineate parcels 11, 12, and 14, and that we approve parcel 3 for consideration for affordable housing, and the rest of the parcels be auctioned off. And then after whatever doesn't sell at the auction, then we reconsider that for potential affordable housing.
Does that include all the parcels you're dealing with, Donna Butler? They're already in process. George, your name is up. Did you want to?
Sorry, it was left over.
Okay. I was just waiting for Donna to, so we don't have to do this again. I just wanted to make sure that included all 11, 12, 14, 3. That's all the ones that you are currently working with.
That are
11,
current-
12, 14.
11,
3
12,
were,
and 14 are the only 3 that currently have houses built
okay,
on them, correct?
okay.
I'll second that amendment.
Okay. Dempsey makes the amendment, seconded by David Santiago. And the amendment is, I don't know if Don can say it again, but we're keeping 11, 12, and 14 on the list for affordable housing, and parcel 3, and every other parcel goes to auction one time to see if they sell. Okay, all in favor? I don't see any other discussion. And all in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And I'm going to be opposed with that just because I want to keep the whole list.
Mr. Brower,
So yes, ma'am.
before you vote on the main motion, you do have 2, I believe you have 2 request to speak forms.
Okay, that was the amendment. I don't have. Do you have 2 requests? We have 1. John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. Since this is in my city, and my city has the most affordable housing in the county, and you're proposing to add more affordable housing to our city and lower our tax rate, it will also lower your tax rate. If you have a house worth $200,000, there's only X amount of money you can tax. If you have a house worth $600,000 or $700,000, as in Margaritaville, you get more taxes out of it. So the question is, do you need money for the county or not? Apparently, I'm hearing that you don't need money. So it's okay to put in perpetuity lowering the tax rate on these homes, right? I don't mind affordable housing when it doesn't hurt. We have a commissioner who wants to there's a condo going up across from my house. They're on the market for $1.3 million a unit. She wants to buy that and turn it into HUD housing on the ocean at $250,000 rent. That's her affordable housing. That's her mindset. Well, for me, that's not the highest and best use for oceanfront property, but to her it is. So I'm asking, I understand people want affordable housing. You had these people that were here. They don't understand that there's what we call an impact fee. These new houses are paying like $9,000 in additional taxes already. They only want to add another $20,000 to that to make them affordable. Oh, well, no, they don't have to pay it. So this $20,000 to $35,000 additional is going to go on the other people. So the new people come in, have to donate $30,000 for our housing that we weren't smart enough to force the Sadowski Act to build when it was a lot cheaper years ago. So I'm asking you, I'm not asking you not to do this, but I'm asking, is it the right place at the right time? Putting it here or putting it there, does it match the neighbors? Obviously, to me, my neighbor's house is at $850,000. They want to sell it at $1 million, all right? Is it kosher to put HUD housing on the ocean within a block of those kind of homes? To me, it doesn't make sense. That's not where affordable housing should go. It should go where the land is inexpensive and it's appropriate. So if this land is appropriate for affordable housing, which I've not heard it is or is not, I'm asking you to consider other things other than the fact that we need affordable housing, which we absolutely do, but does it need to be all in one city? And secondly, to answer your question, Danny, there is one park the city is buying up about a couple miles north of here by the curve of the LPGA. This would have been the second park west of 95. So that's a huge area for just one park. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I call the vote, Donna, I have one more question for you. I just want to make sure I understand it, because I'm probably going to be the lone vote against this, and the reason is, I was part of the process of working for a year on an affordable housing program, and we have a large base of workers that are in the hospitality industry. They can't afford rent. We have firefighters that can't afford rent. Rents are just getting so high, and it's almost like a catch-22. I think it's a problem that we have to deal with, affordable housing, attainable homes for those people. If we put, if all of these remained on the list, and you didn't come up with somebody, a private builder who wanted to build affordable housing on them, what would happen to the property? Would we then put it up to auction?
One of the things that we had planned to do with the lots was use them in partnership with a community land trust. Community land trust is a really unique mechanism that keeps affordable housing affordable, especially privately owned housing, fee simple property, in an affordability period for 99 years, because the property itself, the land, is held in trust. So when a home is sold, only the home itself is sold. So that was one of the ways that we were going to incentivize community land trusts to come in this community and start investing in developing affordable housing on their dime, using grant funds and other things, not county taxpayer dollars. So we were really looking forward to that opportunity to do that. That's one of the things that we do, as well as continuing to work with local developers and contractors to build affordable housing on these lots. So that's how we would do it. We would just keep working on that.
Okay, thank you. David Santiago.
Yeah, question. The community land trust, was the plan to use the parcel, the 20-something acres, and
Almost all of these parcels were going to be given to them to help us develop. There's one in Spring Hill that's a little under 2 acres. They had come to us with a plan for developing that as well. So that was the plan, to use that in conjunction with the Community Land Trust to keep the affordable housing that's developed really, really affordable.
So what is the plan once these 7 or so parcels were exhausted going forward with the Community Land Trust?
We tend to get several every year, so it kind of depends on, it goes through seasons as land prices change and people are unable to pay their taxes, then we get more. As things level out, then we get a fewer. I mean, we used to get, 8, 10 a year. So we would get 8 or 10 a year, sometimes more. We'd give them back to the cities if the cities wanted them, or if they were larger parcels. So we would go through a process.
I might be a little bit ahead of myself here. I know with the funds that are coming from, I'm trying to maybe look at a little bit longer picture, but to tie into the issue here. But with the funds that are coming from the feds, the $300 million, do we know at this point whether or not some of those funds can be used to fund a community land trust?
I don't know if they can be used to fund a community land trust, but they can definitely be used for the purchase and development of affordable housing. We don't know what restrictions, are going to be placed on it, because it is CDBG-DR, so it's not just traditional CDBG, but it's got the disaster recovery element attached to it. We expect in the middle of May to hear from the feds. The Federal Register is supposed to be populated sometime around May 15th. And at that point, we'll know a lot more about how those funds can be spent here in Volusia County on affordable housing.
And then I guess my final question for that would be, could we in the future partner with a developer for a community land trust to build a, let's say, small size subdivision?
Absolutely, that is the plan. So if a community land trust comes here, they expect some support from a local government for the first 5 years. And we do that in terms of providing them land, allowing them, partnering with them on the use of our grant funds, which all these homes are built with grant funds. So there's no general fund contribution in the building of these homes. That we've used either SHIP funds, which you're very familiar with, or home funds, which are federal dollars, to build and construct these homes, and then they're turned around, and when those properties are sold, we get program income, so we can do the process all over again. And we've minimized the cost to the community because we haven't had to buy land to first build the house on. So, but in terms of a community land trust, absolutely, they will be partnering with the developers, local developers, builders that are in the business of building these homes.
So it sounds like it possibly, when we get these funds allocated to us, that we can possibly find a way to thread that needle and do something like this with those funds maybe in the future.
Potentially, yes. It just depends on how much of it has to go to the disaster recovery element and how much of it can be spent on new affordable housing. And we don't know that yet. We won't know that until the middle of May.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions or discussion, so we'll call for the vote on the main motion, which is to approve the list now of 11, 12, 14, and 3 to retain, and every other property to go to auction one time. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And I'll say aye for that. So motion carries 5-1 with Brower opposed. Okay. The next item, before you get up, y'all have been sitting here all morning. I don't know about anybody else. I could use a break. Do you mind, staff? We will take it's 1:34. We will take a break until 2:15. Thank you.
Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes. Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
Oh, every time I come to the dais. I was gonna tap that. No. I was ready to tap Okay, it's 2:18. We'll start the 2:15 meeting, and we'll give everybody 60 seconds to find a seat and get back in the building.
I'll introduce Helga. Cleaned it up a little bit. Yeah, I shaved the beard. There was too much gray in the beard. I still got the gray on top, though. I still got the puff. Yeah. Well, that's the problem. I'm realizing even the stubble's gray now. So.
Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order and jump right into item 13, amend existing Volusia County business support programs and approve parameters for the Grow Volusia business program.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, gentlemen of the council. Cyrus Callum, Aviation and Economic Resources. Very excited about the next two items. This one in particular about our business support programs. I'm going to pass it over to Helga Van Eckert, who's going to go through some of the programs that we'd like to introduce to you. And also, some of our practitioners are here in the room in support of some of these programs. Very collaborative. And so with that, Helga.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Helga Van Eckert, Economic Development for the county. And as Cyrus said, I just want to mention that we do have a number of our city practitioners here with us today, and I left about 5 of them at the lunch table, so they'll be here, probably after I'm finished, but they were still finishing their lunches, just to demonstrate the fact that we have got countywide support for these programs, and that we're all very excited about being able to do stuff for the businesses. So the reason I'm here today is really to talk to you about 2 programs that are already in existence for business support programs, and 1 program that's new that we'd like to establish. There was an audit done of the Economic Development Office and the in-house audit. The in-house auditor recommendation was that we prepare a standard operating procedure for business support programs. And what that did, which is a great recommendation, actually, we should have that in place. But what it did is it gave us the ability to actually pull all of the programs, take a look at them, and evaluate them based on when they were created versus where we are today and what the current atmosphere and sentiment towards business support is. So I'm recommending some changes be made to those programs so that they better reflect what I've perceived as the vision and the view of the council as we currently stand. And I'll go through those changes with you this afternoon, quickly, I promise. So first off, from an economic development standpoint, as you all know, we don't create the actual jobs. The private sector creates the job. As government, what our role in the whole economic growth of the county is really to direct it through infrastructure, policies, regulation, legislation, making sure that there's access to capital the way that y'all did when you approved the C-PACE, commercial PACE program a few months back, making those kinds of resources available to private sector to give them the materials that they need to succeed. We also work making sure that the labor force is in line with what the demands of our economy is and what our local businesses are. So we work with the schools and Career Source to align programs that they offer to what the demand is. And then we'll work with research and innovation, trying to promote entrepreneurship within the community as well. And most importantly, I think it's incumbent on us to set the community attitude towards economic growth and explain that we are focused on smart growth. We want to make sure that our community continues to move forward, but does so in such a fashion that it better sets us up for the future, where we still are a wonderful place to live, have the economic growth that we need to support the community, and don't put things that are conflicting next to each other. So With that, the programs that I'm here to talk to you about today are the Water Quality Infrastructure Program, which is one of the existing ones, the Special Infrastructure Program, also an existing one, and then the Grow Volusia Business Program, which is the new program. The first two, obviously by their titles, are infrastructure-based. The last one is an employee-based program. It's very similar to the state's former Qualified Target Industry Program, but it's kind of like a mini version of that because the state isn't involved. It's the county and the cities that are involved. So the challenge when looking at these programs, and this is a challenge that I've actually held all of my programs in the past to, but it's also one that this council has expressed very clearly that these are the criteria that we really do need to make sure any program we do complies with. And one is it can't just support new businesses coming into the community. We have to make sure that we take care of our existing businesses. We put the tools in place to help them grow and not segregate the two. The second one is it has to promote quality job growth and job retention. We want to create that upward spiral within our community. It has to increase Volusia County's competitiveness. And again, this is where you're going to see the smart growth. You're going to kind of feel a theme as we go through this. Big proponent of smart growth. We want to make sure that we set that right environment so that we remain competitive going forward. And finally, the last criteria, that the programs be 100% performance-based. These programs are designed to assist the businesses, not to provide for a form of enforcement that can later be problematic with clawback provisions and things like that. So the programs that I'm presenting to you, I'm going to just make it easy in the beginning and say each one of these programs meets those 4 criteria, okay? So let's start with the Water Quality Infrastructure Grant. This program was put together a few years back by my predecessor. It's a great program, and what it does is it provides funding for entities that are looking to come to the area or expand within the area who don't have the infrastructure in place to allow to do so, water, wastewater infrastructure. So this is a reimbursement for putting package plants on the property of the business so that they would manage their wastewater treatment until such time as utilities could be run where it was financially feasible for the county or the city to run utilities to those businesses, but it doesn't hold back the development of that area. And the program has a dollar value for reimbursement. Again, after the business hits milestones, they are reimbursed based on receipts that are shown. And you can see in the chart the different capacities, 10,000, 20,000, 40,000, would hit different levels of reimbursement for expenditures. What we're looking to do to modify this program, there's 4 things that were put in place that I'd like to change. The first one is originally it was only for defense space flight contractors. I'd like to revise that so that it's open to target industries within the county, so that it's not selecting one specific area. The second one is it didn't have a minimum wage requirement. And again, as discussed in the criteria, we want to make sure that we are working on an upward spiral. So we want to have average wage 15% above what the county average wage is. The third thing they had was that it had to be within an environmentally sensitive area. We'd like to eliminate this requirement completely, as it promotes sprawl in my view. And if we can do it in a different area, as long as there aren't existing utilities available to the business, then they would qualify from that front. And it was only available in unincorporated Volusia County. We'd like to open it up to county-wide so that we can work jointly with the cities. However, require that the cities have a match to what the county puts in. This provides for 2 things. One, it has the city being vested in the program and the company itself. But 2, it ensures that we have communication with the cities, that we're not working with a company that perhaps the city doesn't want. So it has to have city approval and buy-in before this council even sees it to consider the program. Perfect example of this is the Spartan Corporation expansion that was in Deleon Springs. That was actually the company that this program was designed for originally. They had about 300 or so employees originally. Since they've put the new treatment system in, the package plant, they were over 600. Now they're actually over 700, and we're in the process of employees, sorry, and we're in the process of helping them expand yet again. So they have two phases of expansion coming up at that site. So this is a perfect example. Originally, they were considering consolidating their operations in Chicago. By doing this program, the operations were actually consolidated here. Company has since been bought out by Elbit Systems, and they only have more room to grow as a result. And these are jobs that are manufacturing, tradespeople, as well as research and development. So it's a real success story. Okay, so unless there's questions, I'll move on to the next one.
Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Under the modifications that you're referring to, you talked about Volusia County targeted industries as opposed to the defense and space contractors. Who identifies that?
So the county had previously identified
Okay,
its
so we
targeted
did, all right.
industries. They line up with the Team Volusia targeted industries.
Team Volusia, that's
and
what I was,
the
okay,
state.
Team Volusia. All right, thank you. I was curious, so I just had to ask that question. And by the way, I love the 20% match by the city.
I think it's a nice way to ensure we
That's
work
awesome.
together.
Good deal. Thank you.
Okay, move on. Okay, so the special infrastructure grant modification, this is also infrastructure related, water, sewer, roads, sidewalks, etc. But this one is for transformative projects, and there's a definition associated with transformative that we will get to on the next slide. But the original program was based on a minimum capital investment of $50 million. If a project was $50 million to $99 million, it had a multiplier of 2%, and that would be the amount that they would be able to be reimbursed for those utility expenses. They actually have to provide proof of the expenditures after, at certain milestones. And then the dollar amount staggers up as you go on. So a $50 million project would basically be entitled to $1 million reimbursement from the county originally. The changes I'd like to see from the original program to today's program, the first one, again, it was only available to new businesses. The goal is to change that again so that it's new and expanding businesses, and the Brown & Brown project is a perfect example of an expanding business within the community. That also had a criteria that no other applicable programs exist. We're just looking to remove that to clean up language. The third one was interesting. It was job creation had to exceed 400 full-time equivalent jobs, but only 25% of them had to be at the county's average wage. So the 300 jobs could be below average wage or minimum wage or what have you. It didn't really have criteria associated with that. So in order to make it truly a transformative project, we're looking to change it to 200 full-time equivalent where they are either at or above the county's average wage. If they create 400 and 200 of them are at a lower wage, that's fine, but we need the 200 full-time equivalents at or above county average wage. The original one had the CapEx exceeding $50 million. We're looking to lower that amount to $25 million. And part of the reason for that is manufacturing processes have changed, research and development, processes have changed. So the amount of capital to be spent at the forefront could actually be reduced, and you still have fantastic transformative jobs. So we feel $25 million is more reflective of what can actually be transformative. And then the last criteria they had was it needed to be a 50-acre minimum parcel size. I don't know that there are many 50-acre parcel sizes within the county anymore that would qualify, but even if there were, it promotes sprawl again, where if we can do the same project on 10 acres and put it within a denser area that's closer and smarter from a access standpoint, I think we should promote that. So I'm looking to remove the minimum acreage. Of course, they'd still have to comply with zoning and planning criteria of whichever community. And the example of this one is the Brown and Brown expansion. You've all seen the changes on what that's been able to do for downtown Daytona. They're up over 900 employees now. Just last week in the newspaper, I'm sure you all saw that they've decided to bring another one of their sub-companies into their old facility, so bringing more jobs to the area, which is just nothing but a win-win. The money that was put aside was matched, in this case, with the city, and we would be looking for a similar program where the county and the city are both working collaboratively and matching the dollar amounts. Brown and Brown, for an example, the new building is a $49 million taxable value within the county. So it's going to be creating not just the job, but the taxes that are associated with that. So that was it for that program. Any questions? No? Okay, I can go on. The final program is the employee-based program. It's the Grow Volusia Business Program, or, you know, some of us call it QTI Light, because it's a knockoff similar to that. The criteria with that is any business within the county or coming to the county that will be creating 10 or more jobs the first year at or above the county's average wage would qualify for an employee bonus, so to speak. And the bonus would be paid out over a period of 4 years. And what that does is it helps to promote retention of the position and the employee, and gives the company an opportunity to become interwoven to the fabric of the community, so that we ensure they stay. This chart provides a summary of what those incentive amounts would be. So if you look, it can be confusing. So the base, 10 jobs within the first year, that would be $1,000 per job employee bonus. Again, broken out over 4 years would be $250 per year. But then if the company has salaries at 200% versus 100% the average wage, there would be a bump up of an additional $2,000. If it's located within a brownfield area, let's say an area that we would like to promote further development, there's a bonus of $500. Opportunity zone would be another $500, and so on. The maximum amount any one business would be able to receive would be $5,000 per job created. And I have a table here that gives an example. Mom's Apple Pie, a manufacturer, manufacturing expansion. It is fictitious, so please don't ask me where they're located. Let's assume the company is a manufacturer. It has 30 current employees. It wants to hire 20 more, 10 the first year, 10 the second year. It's located in an opportunity zone, and it meets the average wage criteria. That company, if you do the math with the chart, would be $2,000 per hire. But if we look at this chart, it shows the breakdown, assuming that they do what they say they're going to do, because again, these are all performance-based. If they don't create the jobs, there's no expenditures whatsoever. But if the first year they create 5,000 jobs, 10 jobs, they would be entitled to $5,000, or 1/4 of the 20, that would be 2,000 times 10 jobs would be $20,000. But over a period of 4 years, those 10 jobs would have received $20,000. Since they're doing a second set of 10, starting the second year, staggered, that would be another $20,000. So within a period of 6 or 5 years, the county would have expended $40,000 for the company. The city, which would have to match 20%, would have expended $8,000. But the annual wages that the county would see, money on the street during that same period of time, assuming no raises, assuming no promotions, assuming no cost of living increases, assuming, you know, not taking into consideration the taxes, the houses that are bought, or the property taxes that are paid, would be $4.23 million. I've tried to keep the math as straightforward and simple as possible, but you understand the 4.23 is actually a much lower number than we would actually see from a return standpoint. So at the end of the day, we're talking about $4.23 million new monies into the community. And that doesn't include the 30 jobs that you've retained either, or the money on the street from that, for a $48,000 expenditure between the county and the city over a period of 5 years. So this does two things, or three things, I should say. One, it keeps us connected with the cities, so that we talk to the cities each year about these programs and about the business. Two, it shows the business that we're interested, invested in what they see as being important, and we're there with them. So it's not just, come and we'll do everything and then we leave you alone. But then the third and the most important is it gives us an opportunity every year at minimum to connect with these businesses, talk to them about where they are today, what they see as their struggles for tomorrow, what can we do to assist, are our programs working, aren't they? And it lets us just keep our finger on the pulse and get in front of any programs that should be designed afterwards, so that we ensure their long-term success. That's that program. So, any questions?
Yes, you do. Start with Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Helga, great presentation. Thank you very much. And I'm always excited to hear stuff about economic growth, especially in our area. I know with this going on in the past, I'm going to kind of put you on the spot. How receptive have cities been with regards to this?
So I started these programs by working with the city economic development practitioners from the get-go, just to understand what their views were. The practitioners, some of which who are here, have been actually very helpful in shaping the programs and supporting them. And then for the past 2 weeks, if any of you have tried to call me, I've been on a road tour, going from city to city, talking to each of the city managers, and the response that we've received to the programs has been phenomenal.
That's good
Yeah,
news.
the only thing that we've been asked for is to develop more.
Because that kind of piggybacked that when I said something about the buy-in from the cities, that's going to come with their support, obviously. So, okay.
And again, no program moves forward without the city first supporting it, and then it can't move forward without first coming before this council for the council to support it.
Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Cyrus, Helga, I enjoyed our day together, and what a gem for Cyrus to have you under the economic development portion of that economic engine here in Volusia County. I just want to say publicly, when I met with your team, Cyrus, one of the things that I brought up, and you quickly were able to address it, was the importance that there is a plan in place to keep the businesses that are here. Everybody wants to go out and poach and get other businesses, and that's great, but it is not as impactful as keeping what you have currently. And I love how this addresses that issue with future growth with those businesses. And every question I had, you had an answer for, and you didn't have to look it up. I mean, you and your team have thought about this stuff in depth, and I'm super excited to vote approval on this item today.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I have got an amazing group of people I get to work with.
Second. David Santiago.
I move to accept and approve the programs that have been presented.
I have a motion to accept and approve these programs.
I'll second.
David Santiago, seconded by Troy Kent. And for discussion, Don Dempsey.
Yes, Helga, I talked to you previously, and I think you know where I stand on this. I appreciate your hard work and everything that you put in. But guys, I got to tell you, I'm a laissez-faire economics person. I don't know if you guys are old enough to remember back in the late 70s, but our country was double-digit inflation, double-digit interest rate. I mean, high interest rates. I think close to like 24%, 20% at one point, something. I mean, we were in a hole, and then President Reagan got elected, and that was his model for building an economy, was laissez-faire. He was quoted as saying, it's the free market and capitalism that saves the nation. And as much as I like the effort and the incentives and stuff here, I just don't agree with government involvement in any business. I mean, we've just got to let capitalism take its course. We got to let laissez-faire economy do its thing. And for government to get even bigger, because now we're even expanding what we can offer to these businesses and stuff like that. Now you're just taking money from taxpayers in existing businesses and businessmen and giving it to, we're kind of pick and choosing winners and losers here, and I think that's a slippery slope. Reagan was quoted as saying, our founding fathers knew a government can't control the economy without controlling people. And they knew when a government sets out to do that, it must force and coerce people to achieve its purpose. And what I don't like about any of this is the fact that we're, like Keith Chester said earlier today, you're taking money from taxpayers and diverting it to certain businesses. Not all businesses get the same treatment. So you have 5 competing businesses, and this either new one coming into town is now competing with the existing 5 that we have. That's not fair. That's not letting capitalism and the free market do its thing. And if you recall, I mean, within a few years of that policy being initiated by President Reagan, our country rebounded 100%. I mean, we did a complete, I don't know if you remember the gas lines. I mean, it was terrible back then. And it was through laissez-faire economics and a free market and no government intervention that brought us back. I mean, I think we're all kind of like-minded, and I think we got to remember that big government, a government that's big enough to give you everything is big enough to take it all away. We just got to let the free market do its thing. And, you know, I get that we're trying to get more people here. We already got a problem with overdevelopment, too many people moving into our county, and now we're taking tax money from citizens and trying to lure more people here when we got water issues and overdevelopment issues and all. That's just a side note. But I just, in principle, I'm against government involvement in trying to get involved in the private sector. I just don't like it. So that's all. Thank you.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Don, generally speaking, I agree with you 100% philosophically, right? This particular instance is where I'll take it, I guess, on the chin, the criticism, you know, from the perspective of we're doing this possibly. And the main reason is because we live in a global competitive world, right? And if other cities and other counties were playing by that same philosophy, it would be great. And so to not participate in a program that I might remind everyone that it pays out after the performance. We're not giving anything ahead of time. So after they've performed, and you've modified all of the programs to allow for existing Volusia County businesses to participate in it. So given the fact that we can't just put our heads in the sand and not compete. And then, so the economics of it, you know, which I have no reason to believe that the impact numbers are wrong. The economics of it say that it's a good potential investment, but philosophically, I get it, and I struggle with it, but I'll take it on the chin because I have to participate in the process for the better good. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to echo that, Don, what we were talking about. I guess I'm looking at it like a reinvestment into those existing businesses as well that are already here. I had a business just recently we discussed, wanted to move. I mean, she's just kind of outgrowing her area and she doesn't want to leave because of these incentives. She wants her business to grow. That's just one. And imagine what it would do elsewise, you know, with others. You talked about that type of economy that we kind of went into when Reagan came into office. We're not there now. We don't have that right now. We don't have that kind of support that we got, at least my opinion. That's my opinion, that we don't have that what we did back then. So I think us helping them expand, us helping them grow, I think that's important. So, I mean, I have to kind of take it on the chin as well. You know, I like that figure of speech, but it pays after, you know, and I wrote down the notes, it pays out after the incentive. Yeah, I take it on the head.
We took it on the head. Yeah.
I did take it on the head. So I've already taken it. So, I'm a believer in this. So.
Thank you. You're exactly right. And I've struggled with this. I don't know what everybody else's conversations have been with Helga. When I first met her, we sat down 2 years ago and had that conversation. And I did not like the program at the time. I felt like was absolutely picking winners and losers. We were sending most of the money out to attract new businesses here that we took from our existing businesses and existing residents. And I don't think that's good, makes good economic sense. And we had that discussion. And since that time, I have seen Helga and her department change that and come my way. And you and I sat down and talked about this, and I told you I would support you on this. And I'm not reneging on that. I'm not, as you probably know, I'm not 100% happy with it, but we're moving in that direction. I don't feel like this program is picking winners and losers. It's open to everybody who's hiring, and anybody can qualify, and it's really focused on our local businesses. A new business can come in too, and I still want to get away from that, of giving money to a new business when we have our own businesses here. I think if we invest in our own community, that we can be the desirable place to come. And I know that that's your goal, and that's what you're heading for, is you want to be the one-stop business help center where businesses come and can get some help, and whether it be marketing or whatever. The incubator, absolutely fabulous program, helping young entrepreneurs, well, entrepreneurs of any age. So I struggle with it, Don. And for the same reasons that David said, that if, and this is what I hear all the time, it's what you hear. Well, that would be perfect in a perfect world, when every other community is handing out cash to draw businesses there. I asked Helga to get out of that and move to a different way. And so now she's moved to a qualified, if you're hiring people and they stay hired, we will help you. Is that, it's not what you described, and it's not what Reagan did, and it worked. It lit our country on fire when he got, and other presidents got government out of private business. I think that's where we need to go. I think that's where you're heading. I'm asking you to continue to do that, to come along our businesses and help them grow and expand. I'm still going to support you. I still have a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach where we're paying customers or companies to hire other people. I think if we invest in our infrastructure and the beauty of our community, actually have clean water, it's safe to live here, that helps to draw businesses here. I think that's where our money should go. Don Dempsey.
Thing that I would add to that, though, Jeff, is you're saying we have to do this because other counties are doing it. So I guess the common denominator that I'm kind of sensing is that we both agree that this is wrong. The government should not be involved in private enterprises. We need to keep our hands out of it. That's Reagan's famous quote: the government is the problem. Government involvement is the problem. So if we're saying that we're going to engage this because other counties are doing it, then in essence, we're saying two wrongs make a right. And that's not right. And we should be leading by example and not just saying, well, everybody else is doing it, so I guess we should be doing it as well. He talked about the government's view of the economy. If it moves, tax it. If it keeps moving, regulate it. If it stops moving, subsidize it. I mean, we need to be out of this. We need to just let the private sector do its thing. Let capitalism do its thing. We are a capitalist society, I guess. I mean, I still see the flag over there. Mm-hmm. But, I mean, why government should be involved in any part of this? We should be the least involved as possible in private sectors. And that's what kind of bothers me. I heard it said earlier, we should get the money from the state because it's free money, or get it from the feds because it's free money. What's funny is, this pocket here pays my state taxes, this pocket here pays my local taxes, this pocket here pays my federal tax. Actually, both those pockets pay federal taxes.
Yeah.
But it's still coming out of the same person, okay? So to sit here and just say, well, let's just do this because the state's paying it, or the feds are paying it, or this, we need to get out of that mindset and just understand that it's the taxpayers' money regardless of which pocket it's coming out of. We need to stay out of the private sector totally. There's no need to be doing this, so we shouldn't be doing it.
Danny Robbins.
This is all healthy. And my suggestion, looking at all this with respect to everybody, I really think we're all on the same page at the end of the day, but we have a council workshop coming up to see what direction this council wants to go. For instance, one of my main topics was deregulating our local economy for this exact reason. And, whether it's our building regulations, chapter 72 or 50, or we can go through the whole thing, but can we work this in during our workshop and talk about, give us an opportunity, let this marinate a little bit? Is that something, does this have to be done right now? I don't want to make a wrong decision here or cut something, but I think we first need to sit down and drill down the next few weeks on the workshop, be prepared to the workshop so we're ready to take action if needed, and figure out our direction collectively as a team here, because I think we can make this work. Just my 2 cents.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the proposal, Danny, it's a good one to try to find movement, but I think we'll be in the same shoes that we are today in 2 weeks or in 3 weeks. It's really a philosophical decision, right? And how do we weigh that on the decision that is before us today? So I don't know. I'm prepared to act on it because I don't think my position is going to change in 2 or 3 or 4 weeks, and staff can. You change it to 900 versus 1,000. I don't really think that that's where the issue is. So there is a struggle, and I recognize that, Don. I want you to know that. But I think that because of these folks that we put out there as our economic development teams, and they're represented also here from the city perspective. By the way, I noticed there's a haircut requirement for that job.
Not for me.
Just
Not
they're
for
all lined
me.
up over there. They're lined, the city ones. But these folks are out there. We put them out there to find out how do we attract jobs. That's their task, right? And improve the economic development of our county. And this is what's happening. Not defending it, but this is the world that they're living in. And they're coming to us and saying, okay, guys, world guys, you're telling us to do this job, and we're seeing how competitive the workforce is and the competition to draw jobs out there. They're saying these are the tools that we have. And so what they've done is they've kind of morphed it to modify some of our philosophical positions, like you said, Mr. Chairman, right? And how do we not penalize existing businesses? And they've done it. In a perfect world, the legislature, I would say, there's a great preemption, right? We complain about home rule, but a great preemption from the legislature would to outlaw all of these economic incentives in the state of Florida. Then guess what? Seminoles on the same boat as us, Brevard, Flagler, right? But because this environment is allowed to exist, we have to compete, in my opinion. And I have to take that one, as I said, in the chin. We have to compete, because otherwise, why are we sending our soldiers out there to go and fight for these jobs with no weapons? That's really what it is. And I struggle with it. Trust me, I know I'm going to get hit later on, but I still got to look at the big picture, and the big picture says I have to compete in this process until it's eliminated. So that's why I think we should do it. And Danny, I think it's a good proposal, but we're going to be in the same boat 2 weeks. I say let's take the vote, send them out there to march on, and hopefully we get an update again next year to saying that we've seen some successes with this.
Matt Reinhardt.
I'd like to make the motion to approve the program as presented. Was it already? I'm sorry. Yep. I'd like to call a question for the vote.
Okay, you're moving the previous question. We had one more person that wanted to speak, so nobody has an issue? Troy Camp.
Thank you, council. I appreciate it. It's going to be under 30 seconds. But David Santiago, wise counsel, the word compete. And if we don't compete, then we know how that's going to end up for us. So I'm with you on that. But listen, if we want to get, I'm not saying that's radical, but if we want to get radical, I'm ready to get radical. I mean, if we want to, listen, I heard it today about, someone paying property taxes of $3,000 a year, someone paying $600 a year, and part of our population that's lived here a super long time with Save Our Homes and pay $600 a year, they tend to use way more services than a brand new up and coming family. They're on the same roads and all of that. So if we want to get radical and talk about getting rid of ad valorem property taxes and go to a consumption based tax, you've got my ears, and I'd be happy to talk about it. I told you already that I was all for the Neil Borch, John Linder fair tax, and you have somebody that lives on A1A and they're paying $30,000 a year in taxes. And someone across the street on one of the side streets is paying $2,500. There's a disparity there, and it's not directly related to this, but I'm just saying, if we wanted to get radical, I can get there with y'all. Thanks.
Don Dempsey.
We don't have a harbor to dump pee in, but maybe we could throw some sodas in the fountains out front later on. I agree with Danny. I think one of the biggest complaints I hear, and it's no disrespect to staff or anything, but is just the red tape and the bureaucracy. And I agree with Danny about we need to deregulate this government. I don't know if this is the answer or just less taxes, deregulation, and use that as our incentive to compete with these other counties that may have more red tape than us, maybe harder. They might get a little bit of extra money at the end of the day, but that might not even be their incentive to come there. They may much rather prefer coming to a county where they don't have all the bureaucracy, all the red tape, all the frustrations. I know I've tried to do developments before, and the bureaucracy and the red tape drove me to give up after, I believe it was nearly 2 years. I got so fed up with it, I just sold the whole parcel. I said, I'm done. I'm just telling you from experience, I've dealt with the red tape. And what Danny's saying is spot on. We got to get rid of this regulation and make it more user-friendly. I support the idea of doing a workshop. Maybe I sound radical, but I'll take that if I would sound like Ronald Reagan. But I would like to do the, but I thank you for your, but I would definitely support a workshop so we could talk openly and have a more thorough discussion of what we think might really help our economy than just throwing money at businesses. There might be other ways that are less expensive to the taxpayers and still be a attraction for new business.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm open to the deregulation and eliminating red tape. I love that idea. I think it's going to be one that's going to be a process that's ongoing, right? It's not going to be a quick turnkey thing because of all of the moving parts with it. So I'm on board that train. But I think separate to that, we should approve the program as it continues. And then if we create some processes, then we have that discussion. We're going to unred tape Volusia County, right? And at that same note, we're getting rid of some of these programs that we think are costing the taxpayers. So I think that we owe it to the team, I think personally, that have been out there for us, and let's let them continue to charge until we come up with those ideas. So, Mr. Chair, I call the question.
Okay, we still have one more person that wants to speak. It's me. You have stumbled into, actually you didn't stumble into it, you jumped headfirst into one of the most important questions that faces business in our county, I think. I don't want to do anything just because every other county does that. That's how I've always felt, that we're not really competing, we're just kind of trying to one-up them. We're going to give you more money than this county would. So I am going to ask you, after we vote on this, to make a motion that we have that workshop and that we bring some radical ideas to. I think I just heard that we may have a council that will actually do something radically different that's extremely helpful for our county, because everything you said is proven truth. I can't argue with it, with any of it. And I'm going to feel a little bit hypocritical because I'm still going to keep my word to her. I don't see it that what this program is doing is tit for tat with what any other county is doing. I think we're finally focusing it more on our own citizens, our own businesses. So it's a step. And in our workshop, that woman right there needs to be part of it because she is extremely bright and she loves our community as much as we do. And you need to be at the table with us and guiding us along the way. And then you got to contend with Mr. Dempsey. So thank you, Don. So let's call this vote. It's been called twice. Let me call the vote, and then you don't have to, but I'm asking you to make that motion for a workshop, and I bet you'll get a second, and we'll see. So with no other discussion, the motion is on the table to approve and accept the programs that you have just laid out for us. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
And the motion carries 5-1. Are there any other motions floating about?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to have a workshop to see if we could create new incentive plans or to either deregulate or tax incentives or something like that to attract new business as well as rewarding our existing businesses.
Okay. Okay, we have the motion for the business, how to build Volusia businesses workshop, and with a second from Mr. Santiago and Mr. County Manager. Will you please come back with some dates and we'll see what works for everybody? We might have to have it at night in order to get two of us here.
That's fine. Yeah.
So, any other, Danny Robbins?
Yeah, just from a couple meetings ago, I think we set a workshop
for goals.
For the goals. I think they were working on it already.
That's on May 10th.
Yeah.
And that's a goal-setting workshop.
So we
can be different. You could touch some of this, but I think you're talking about a very specific area that you may require different expertise.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say,
Mr.
yeah,
Dempsey.
because I thought that was just, we each get to pick two goals that, I've already, could we do this on a different day?
I think this is going to be more in the trenches, yeah.
Mr. Chair, let me add, I wouldn't necessarily set a, like a quick date on that, because I would appreciate the fact that staff can do some research, across the nation to see, what similar things may have been done. So I'd rather come prepared from a staff perspective than rush it for us to just throw ideas out there.
And you're also partners with another organization that you put money into that does your recruiting, and you might want to hear from their side as well. Team Volusia.
Right.
Yeah, unfortunately, Keith is the head of Team Volusia, and he wasn't able to be here today to support. He had another agenda item.
Tell him he better go back and listen to seriously, he needs to be prepared because this could be radically different in very good ways. Thank you, Don. So we need to vote on that as a separate workshop for Volusia businesses. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? 6-0. It's approved. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
We warmed them up for you, Cyrus.
Item 14, request for funding for the support and co-promotion of new air service at Daytona Beach International Airport. I thought this would be easy. It might not be.
Well, I'll do my best, gentlemen. It was mentioned before by Mr. Kent about the value of relationships And nothing can be furthermore of an example than starting a relationship with an air carrier to come into your market. And it takes a lot of work. We have not had a new air service or a new airline in our community since 2019. And so I want to recognize staff here. I have Karen Feaster, she's the director of the airport division, and Joanne Magley, she leads our customer service marketing, but more importantly, our air service development, where these relationships are forged. And so this particular ultra low cost carrier, we've been engaged with conversations for the past 2 years since they've been in inception. So I'm going to have Karen come up and give an overview of what it is that is included in the proposal, and then come back up for any questions that you all may have. Karen Feaster.
Thank you, Cyrus. Karen Feaster, Airport Director. Okay, I'll jump right in. Okay, we're just going to start with just a quick refresher of our existing service. So we have 2 of the legacy carriers. We have Delta Airlines with direct service to Atlanta, and then American to Charlotte, and that's regular service year-round. And then American has also added seasonal service to Washington, D.C. and Dallas-Fort Worth, and starting tomorrow will be Philadelphia again. And the Philadelphia service will be daily except on Tuesdays through August 14th. Okay, so we have received a proposal from they call it ULCC, as Cyrus mentioned, and they asked to be the ones that announce the service, but we can share that this airline is led by world-class airline executives, a very experienced team, and they have over 40 destinations already across the country, from California all the way across to the East Coast. The proposal for Daytona is 2 of our top markets. Our market destinations, our top markets were determined by the council-approved air service support program. The first destination would be starting in June, and the second one sometime after they have aircraft delivery, so it could be several months out. Okay, now we'll get into the economics of it, which is really what stands out. So this is a chart that was done by our air service development consultants, Valair Aviation, and this is just taking a very conservative approach of 85% load factor, which means 85% of the aircraft would be full. That is under what our normal load factor is. It's usually in the high 80s, low 90s. So this conservatively with the 2 flights or 2 destinations would be 60,000 passengers annually. So using that figure, go into this chart, and just as an overview, and this is again very conservative, taking into account that they're using the thought process that half of the visitors would be residents of the county and half would be actual visitors. So just using that alone, and again, super conservative number, using a lot of the information and data from the Daytona Convention and Visitors Bureau, that brings a return on investment of $11,500,000 annually, and that's spent on lodging, food and beverage, and whatnot. And that's just the visitor portion. So that is a huge return on investment for these 2 flights. And that's obviously not including the jobs that would create and all the other benefits from it. Okay, so now the ask. So the ask is for approval for staff to negotiate the co-promotional agreement to mitigate the financial risk of the carrier and to allocate $1 million from the general fund. So again, these agreements are standard in the industry, and I know after the conversation you just had, although they are standard in the industry, it allows smaller airports like us to prove that our community can afford and sustain these flights, and the need is here. Now, both the co-promotional agreement and an airline use agreement would be brought back before council for your consideration. And before you open it up for questions, I just want to quickly thank Valair Aviation, especially Will Bercherman and Chris Nectar for their assistance on our air service development team, along with Cyrus, like he just mentioned, and of course Joanne Magley, who leads our process. And then we'll open it up for questions.
Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Feaster, it was a very positive meeting with you that day as well. How long have you been with the county?
30 years.
30 years, right?
Yeah.
Long time. How long you been at the airport?
30 years.
30 years as well, yeah. So just help me with a couple of things. The first one is similar agreements that we've had with other airlines that didn't pan out well for us. Can you help me with who those were again?
Actually, this is the first agreement to this effect that we would have, the co-promotional agreement. The previous one we did, it was called the Travel Bank, where companies agreed to purchase flights through that airline, but it wasn't set up as the way that this one would be.
What about JetBlue?
That was a Travel Bank.
That was the Travel Bank.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for, the names of these
Oh,
airlines.
I'm sorry, JetBlue. Yes, JetBlue Airlines.
Any others?
Silver, correct? Trying to remember. Silver Airlines as well had a similar agreement.
And did they leave pretty quickly after the incentive money was exhausted?
JetBlue was here for about 3 years.
Starting in 2016, is that right?
Yes, I want to say they left in 2019. And their decision, I mean, they told us flat out that they were making money in Daytona. It was a very successful flight, but they made a decision corporate-wide to take stop service in several cities. Even the same day they pulled out of Dulles in Washington, D.C., and it was they could make more money on aircraft in different cities. So they just did a restructure. So we hope actually someday that they'll come back to as well.
Right. And one of my questions was going to be, on something like this, for me, it's always an ROI. What's a return on investment? And you said here, with $1 million from our general fund, it's a standard in the industry. We're looking at $11.5 million in return. And that's with 2 flights a week, right? So, Council, I'm just going to tell you, I'm concerned about this for a couple of reasons. The $1 million ask, the 2 flights a week. I don't like the 2 flights a week. Like, I look at Delta, 3 to 5 daily nonstop. You know what I love about that? They are consistent. It's consistently good flying on Delta. Consistently. American, 3 times daily nonstops. American is consistently good flying out of Daytona. And maybe I'll hear something that'll change my mind, but and Cyrus, this is nothing against you or your team. This is feedback I have received from my constituents and me really thinking about this. And it comes down to, is the juice worth the squeeze on this?
Understandable.
And before you go, it makes me really question it. Now, if this was United we were talking with, not a low cost, ultra low cost carrier, and they were going to be, doing a daily, 1 time a day service out to Texas to get people out west and bring people from the west over here, I would maybe have a different outlook on this. But no one in the community knows the name of this airline. It's an ultra low cost carrier 2 times a week. How can you have consistency with that? And my big concern is repeating something this county has already done, which is giving away a wheelbarrow or dump truck full of money. And when the money dries up, the company packs up and says, oh, by the way, we were making money in your area. It wasn't that, or was it that? We were just making more money elsewhere. So we're going to leave, and our taxpayers are left with this question of, was that juice worth the squeeze? And for me, when things like that happen, it leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I don't believe any of us, I know none of us were on here made that decision back then. I'm not saying I wouldn't have made the decision back then. I very well may have, but I'm more apt to push away from this one because of the past practice of what has happened. I'm very skittish of this. I don't have a great level of comfort. So All right, Cyrus,
Well,
now's your,
Mr.
now's
Ken,
your
if
turn.
I may, let me provide you some clarity here. So is actually going to be, remember, we're talking about 2 destinations. And so the 2 destinations are twice weekly. So we're looking at 4 days a week potentially. And with those 4 days a week, we're talking about visitors on an average of 5.6 stays. So these are people that are going to be in our hotels. They're going to be going to our parks, hopefully in West Volusia. They're going to be on our beaches. I mean, these are people that are coming to our region. We're talking about an annual number of inbound visitors, a net of that of 18,000 people that otherwise would not have come to our community. And so this is an opportunity as well for us. Don't get me wrong. I love our current stakeholders, our partners, American and Delta. They are phenomenal. They provide a phenomenal service. However, the main reason people drive to Orlando right now is because of fares. And having an ultra low cost carrier in your market does something to the fares. It opens up the opportunity, spreads some more diversity in terms of costs that the travelers pay to come into your market. And so with that catchment, we're able to take on people that would have flown into Orlando and then driven over to our beach, or maybe they got sidetracked and decided to stay in Orlando. Now we know we have a plane full of people at the max of these 737s that they plan on bringing in, 189 seats that are just coming to Daytona Beach to spend their time, their revenues, their money in our hotels and spending time at our beaches.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we track the data on the seats, people flying in the occupancy? I guess I'll use that term for all of our flights.
Yes, we do.
And going back to the the JetBlue days, I know you weren't here, but did they have similar in the upper 80s numbers? Do we have that historical data?
Yeah, JetBlue, they had 80% load factors. So the JetBlue situation, the airline was operated by a different thought leader. And, you know, if JetBlue were to come back into the market today, we would be talking about different realities. They were operating an Airbus A320 at the time, and fuel efficiency goes into a lot of the decisions that are made too. So when fuel prices go up, especially if the airlines haven't hedged those fuel prices, then they have to start making difficult decisions about markets. In the case of this particular carrier, I think because it's going to be a point-to-point, especially with the first market that they're going to announce, there's already huge demand on that end to come down to our area.
So this program, as you're proposing it, is very different than the JetBlue program, is that correct?
Exactly. It's very different. And so the way that this co-promotional program is set up, the $1 million is just a pot of money that helps stabilize the airline as they have their startup costs. I look at it as putting training wheels on a bicycle. And so as they get stable, you take those training wheels off. That air service is sustained because we've engaged the community. We've introduced the air carrier to the community. They use it, they take advantage of it, and so that gives added incentive for them to stay. Now, what makes airlines stay is people actually using the service. So our team, along with this air carrier, we're going to go out and promote this market heavily. We're going to work very closely with the chamber. We're going to work very closely with the CVB to make sure that we achieve those 85% and above load factors, because that's what's going to make this be successful.
If JetBlue sounds like it was successful in the past, even though it was a different program, right? But I'm talking about strictly capacity.
Right.
If JetBlue were to participate under that historical data in this program, as we have it spelled out today, which only pays in the event they only meet certain financial triggers, correct?
That is correct.
Would it be safe to say that JetBlue, or whatever company, with the same capacity numbers that they had was successful would have to tap into this money? The probability of it. I know nothing's a guarantee.
I can't speak on that because I'm not aware of what was agreed upon because we have to have a co-promotional agreement and then you have certain reconciliation periods and there's a certain dollar amount that we would negotiate on. For this carrier, the dollar amount per segment is about $17,000 for the longest route. And so we would know right away if they're not hitting that $17,000 in terms of seat sales and then also the ancillary costs. We would be collecting for how much people pay to pick their seat, how much people pay to carry on baggage, how much people pay to check baggage. All of that money is in consideration. It's in play that goes toward this co-promotional agreement. So if you have an 85% load factor and you have the seats, let's say, for instance, going to the main location that's going to start up if we get past here at $106, that's the break even. But that $106 doesn't take into account the bag fees, carry-on fees, and remember, low-cost carriers, this is how they drive their revenue. So the Frontiers, the Spirits, that's what they do. And this is a very competitive airline of that same mind. Right.
When, in your proposal, when is the tally up period? When do we tally up?
I am negotiating that, and we're doing it quarterly. The market, normally they like to do it monthly. I wanted to be a lot more aggressive and do it every 6 months. But I think given the deal that we've been able to negotiate, and mind you, the original proposal was $3 million, and we were able to negotiate that down to $1 million because this was in the best interest and what I feel would be best for the county, breaking it up 2 markets at 500,000. And I guarantee you, we talked about competition in the previous agenda item. There are neighboring airports that are putting up a lot more than what we are asking today.
Just a few more questions, Mr. Chairman. I'm just trying to lay a foundation. I've flown out of Daytona International Airport several times.
Thank you.
My recollection and my assumptions, and I have to say that because I don't have the cold data, so I'm going to ask you this question, is that it was predominantly driven by a lot of business travel. Is that accurate to
That is
describe?
correct.
So those folks that come in maybe for a day or two, sometimes maybe a little longer, and then they go back to with their corporate office.
Right.
Maybe not a lot of spend outside of the hotel and maybe a conference mini or something like that, right?
That's correct.
So by this, you're targeting an ultra low cost carrier. It's going to bring in a different clientele?
That is what we're hoping for, is diversify the market. And then also, when you talk about the legacy carriers, so Delta and American are legacy carriers, the yield that they bring in because they're business travelers, they get to charge that higher fare because some companies writing that off. When you have a leisure traveler coming to the market, that's their hard-earned money. And so we want them to actually pay a decent fare to come into our market, but then we want them to spread the rest of that hard-earned money in our hotels, at the beach, in our parks, taking in different venues that are throughout Volusia County. We want them spending that money here.
So it's fair to say that this probably will not, and not in every case, but in the majority, will not be a threat or competition to our existing carriers.
No, the way that the routes that we are negotiating right now, it's not going to be a threat to our existing carriers. As a matter of fact, Karen had mentioned one of our locations that's going to start actually tomorrow, ends at a particular time in August. We don't anticipate that the second flight with this carrier would be up and running until after that point in time. So we won't have any head-to-head competition with our existing air service right now.
And my final question, Mr. Chair. You mentioned the competitiveness about this. And,
Yes, sir.
I knew we'd be going into this second one, Don, right?
I love to compete.
And the arguments are somewhat similar, even though this one I think is a lot more calculated and probably has a lot more historical data that we can lean on positive and the negative, right? if we don't do this, more than likely it's going to go to one of our neighboring counties. Is that probably a fair statement?
If we don't do this, there are 2 other markets that are around us that are ready to go.
And it sounds like you said that they're proposing a better financial rewards for them. Is that correct?
I think our draw, Volusia County,
Daytona.
what we're about,
Yeah.
I think is one thing that was fortunate for me that I was able to negotiate down that dollar amount.
Oh, and I know I said the last question. And your data does not include or does it include the financial impact that it has in the airport? Does it?
No,
Revenue?
actually, we don't have it on the slide, but let's just say, in going back and looking at the JetBlue experience, even with JetBlue in the market, and even with the incentives that were provided, the airport actually, if we're counting in-plane passengers, so in-plane passengers are those passengers that are buying a ticket and departing the airport. And the reason why we use that metric is because in-plane passengers are more likely to spend money in your concessions. So they're going to go to your restaurants, they're going to go to your bars, they're going to go in your gift shops and buy things. And so at $22 per in-plane passenger, if we calculate 30,000 employments is what we would get out of these 2 destinations, the airport would stand to receive $660,000 in revenue annually.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Danny Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. I'm kind of in the same boat as a few others with some heartburn from what happened in the past, and I think that's all understandable.
Understandable, yes.
But I was in a meeting yesterday, and Georgia Turner got on there, and she said we're up like 26% in our tourism. And if anybody knows, she does. And where I'm getting at is part of that should speak for itself. We are doing a lot right, but it comes down to why should the taxpayers take all the risk? You know, I didn't have this offered to me when I started my business. We're all pretty much business owners up here. There's no bailouts for us or guarantees for us. There's no guarantees in anything. But, you know, I have a little bit of problem with that. You know, it would be different if they were willing to say, okay, or we said, hey, here's $1 million, but and like Troy was hitting on, you have to stay for 3 to 5 years, just like an employment application with us, where we fork out money to hire you and train you and send you through all these you're going to be here. If not, you're going to pay us back, or we're going to put liens on your stuff. I kind of play hardball in this area because I don't know if I would do this with my money. And that's just what it comes down to with me in some of these instances. I hate to be the bad guy saying it, but that's just kind of what, you know, do we do this with the taxi drivers sitting outside or the Ubers in case they don't meet their limits? Are we doing this with any other local businesses in case they flop? We have a lot of people struggling right now, and I don't know if this is right.
Well, I would say this. Unfortunately, because we are what we call in the National Plan of Integrated Airport System a non-hub airport, this is how airlines negotiate. And even if we were to go with a United, they're going to ask for a co-promotional program because the airlines are putting assets and resources into a market that they have to ensure is going to be profitable for them in order to continue to function. And, you know, we talk about capitalism, and that's a capitalistic model on their end. With us being a small airport, you know, we don't have the resources that Orlando has. You know, they have a $2+ million population, notwithstanding the attractions and everything else. Now, I think our attraction is better with the beach and a lot of the recreational activities that we have here, but we have to be able to prove ourselves as a small airport. And I think, you know, we are doing that with American, we're doing that with Delta, but when you bring in an ultra low cost carrier and you make fares more competitive for more people to access the national airspace system, it's so much better for the community as a whole. And remember, this is just a pool of money. If this thing takes off and it's successful, they never touch it. They never touch the money. This is just a pool of money that is there for insurance purposes. And there's an operational period that goes with that money too. They only get access to it for 2 years. And then we're going to check the finances every 3 months. After that 2 years is up, they're done. The training wheels are pulled off the bicycle and they're riding.
Do we have any models that reflect not 2 years? How do we tighten this up a little bit more? Because my thought process right now is when I hear George Turner say we're up 26% or plus, you know, that should be a driving factor. That is their peace of mind. You know, if we were pick a deadbeat location somewhere, Wichita, Kansas, you know, where there's nothing going on.
Got a beautiful airport, though.
You're going to have to, or Tulsa, you know, you're going to have to pay me to take this risk because there's maybe nothing going on. We have it going on here. I'm not a big fan of just working that stuff out.
I'll tell you this, a lot of that increase is from us being a drive market. So just imagine how much of an increase it would be with us having additional options aeronautically. You know, maybe Georgia will be talking about the increases 30%, 40%, 50%. You know, this gives us an opportunity to be competitive and to be in the game as it pertains to airports. So you're welcome.
Don Dempsey.
Hey, Cyrus, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Don, good to see you.
You too, bud. You can't tell us who the carrier is that right?
They are, if everything goes well, then they would announce it tomorrow. However, if it doesn't, then I put the brakes on the program.
Okay. Can you tell us the destinations they're talking about from Daytona?
I will tell you the general vicinity, okay? It will be in the tri-state area. So those of you that are familiar with, Mr. Santiago's familiar with the tri-state area. And then another one is in the mid-Atlantic, just north of the mid-Atlantic area.
Are these, okay. JetBlue had a nonstop to New York.
Correct.
And I know you said JetBlue pulled out, even though they had, were they showing a profit?
So I don't know if they were showing a profit or not, because I don't have that information. However, there were a variety of issues with the JetBlue situation. So typically, if you want to talk about New York and what's better for our market here, probably would be LaGuardia is more of the request that we get. And then also the timing of the flights. For business travelers that go up, my understanding is that the timing of the flights weren't optimal. With this particular proposal, I have negotiated with the team, we have negotiated peak days when they would travel or when they would be in operation. That's going to
Could you tell us that? Could you tell us
Yeah.
how many times a week and what times these
Right,
flights would
right.
be?
So what we're negotiating right now is either a Thursday, Sunday, or a Friday, Monday to take advantage of those people that would come down from the upper Northeast and spend time at our beaches. They can spend a weekend and take advantage of all the amenities that we provide. And then with the market that's going to come on later, I would try to mirror those days. So, or do something similar. If it's not one that's being Friday, Monday, I would have the other one being Thursday, Sunday.
So that would be it. So we have two destinations.
Two destinations,
Would you compare
anywhere up to
those?
4 days. Yep.
Okay, 4 days outbound, 4
Right.
days inbound?
Right.
Okay. Okay, I see that. The airports, I know you can't tell us, where is the tri-state? He knows everything about triangles. There's a triangle in DeLand that I never knew about.
So I would say
Okay.
New York, New Jersey, Connecticut's the tri-state area.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I ask you, I know you said earlier people were driven by fares, and I get that, but I think a lot of people are equally driven by nonstops. I know that's one thing I look for is,
Sure.
does this have a nonstop flight to where I want to go? I know it's asking a lot to do nonstops to a lot of airports out of Daytona
Right.
because the market's not there. I feel
Trying to
fortunate
get
that
it
we
there.
have Delta and
Yeah.
American, I think, who both offer flights to Atlanta that we ship out from there. Do
Right.
these airports have that same ability? I don't know
So
if you
they're
could tell
going to
us.
be origin and destination airports. They're not going to be transfer airports for these destinations. So typically what happens is the flight begins in Daytona Beach, ends in wherever the final destination is, and then that's going to be nonstop all the way through to the tri-state area, to Connecticut, New York, to New Jersey. We'll keep it all in that target range, and then remember these are set up for leisure travelers. So the need to connect is not a necessity for leisure travelers. The biggest complaint that I hear about us is those leisure travelers that have to connect to go to these markets. And so a lot of pushback that I get in terms of the service that we provide is, well, I want to take a vacation, but I don't want to spend time going through Atlanta. I don't want to spend time going through Charlotte, making a connection, and then ending up at the desired location. So this opportunity gives these passengers the opportunity to just go straight through without having to connect at any other airport.
Okay, so I'll just use Allegiant as a comparison because they're just right down the road from us.
Right,
and
right.
they
And they're
appear
in
to be
that same
successful.
market. Yeah, they're in that same market.
Is Allegiant a successful airline?
Very.
Okay, so I can catch Allegiant to Clarksburg, West Virginia, nonstop. Now, I can't connect from Clarksburg to Chicago or Detroit or New York.
Right.
I have to want to go to Clarksburg, West Virginia, and their terminal is probably the size of the old
True.
health department. I mean, a very small building. So my question is, are we hedging our bet, our $1 million bet, to get enough 85% occupancy load from people to go from Daytona to Clarksburg, West Virginia type of airport? I know you can't tell us.
Well, we're not going to West Virginia,
Well, I
but
understand.
no, I get it. I get what you're saying. The market that we're going to is a desirable market, and I would say more so on the reverse. Those people want to come here.
Can you tell me what the population base is maybe within a 30-mile radius of that airport? Are we pulling
So,
from
I'll tell
20
you.
million like JFK was? Like
For
JetBlue was with JFK?
for it to be one of our premium markets, it's a major metropolitan area.
How many people are in that area, would you say?
I don't know. I could do the millions. Yeah, it's a major market. It's
Both destinations?
both destinations, a major market.
You can't tell us.
I can't tell you. I tell you, but I'd have to,
It's not Wichita. My wife's from Kansas.
It's definitely not Wichita. Definitely not Wichita.
What's that thing? Don't Wichita my Daytona. Is that the line, David? Is that
But mind you, I had the opportunity to go through Wichita's airport on another business recruitment. We were trying to get a maintenance, repair, and operation facility on Daytona Beach Airport, and Wichita has a beautiful airport. But I know the airport director and the deputy airport director very well. The airport industry is very small, so we all know each other, and they've had to use incentives, and it helped grow their market base. Now, fortunately, because Cessna's located there, there's a lot of MRO facilities that are in that area. They're able to build upon that business cap, but it wasn't always the case. And so this is where we are. We're at that beginning part where we can build off the strength of what Embry-Riddle's doing in terms of supporting the pilot shortage and in terms of supporting other ancillary aviation industry trades, the maintenance components, the engineering components. And by having air service here to help support, that, I think it's going to be, we'll be talking about in 10 years, remember when, and we're a busy airport, and now we got long security lines, and we're trying to solve that problem, right?
Yes.
So
Let me-
that's what I'm looking forward to.
Do we happen to know what Sanford used to incentivize Allegiant to come there?
That I don't know, but that's a question I can get back to you about, because I'm good buddies with the Sanford folks, the COO there and the CFO, and I'm sure they won't be willingly wanting to give up that information, because we are very competitive. We're very competitive, but I'll twist some arms.
All right, thanks, Cyrus.
But yeah, you're welcome. But yeah, the majority of what we call non-hub airports, there's going to be a co-promotional agreement or a travel bank like we use with JetBlue, or there's other asks, ground handling. And once you start talking about the airport performing ground handling, then that's going out and actually, you got to go out and get those employees, and then you got to worry about workforce, and you got to make sure that you're paying them competitive wages, because, we would do that, and then we would compete with the Amazon that's getting built across the street. So, sometimes, these co-promotional agreements, the way that they're set up, you just have it there as an insurance policy. Listen, if it doesn't work, they'll pull out of the market long before it gets to that $1 million mark, because they don't want to waste that resource either. And it'd be a situation that we tried and it didn't work. And then we would stick to our bread and butter, which is American and Delta. But I know that we have the capacity, and we have the demand, and we have the need, that if we bring in a low-cost carrier, the community will benefit from it both ways.
Director Wall. Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to add, you mentioned Allegiant. We do know they're up somewhere in the neighborhood of 2 million passengers. What are we at, about 500,000?
We're about 500,000 range.
And almost all of their passengers are Allegiant. It dominates that airport. It is really, I think we can get more information, as Cyrus said, but I know they put large capital investments into that airport, and they are now an Allegiant hub. So as we look back, there was a day, probably this conversation was going on with Allegiant, and Stanford took the risk, and now they're where they're at today. So just, I think, again, some food for thought on that. I think they have over 92 routes just for Allegiant alone. I see that they do have money set aside. I know their American Recovery Act monies for incentives. So they're still out there trying to get routes. So that's the game that really, again, to be in this airport business. And this is a good conversation, because I hope it leads to a little bit of, well, where do you want us to go if it's not going after other airlines? Because no matter who we go after, we're going to have to do something for it, and this seems to be one of the standard things they're going to ask for, whether it be JetBlue, United, Southwest, any of those other airlines. And in fact, we've been doing that. They've been out there. I think they just got back from Chicago. They've been met with, more than a dozen airlines?
We have 14 airlines that we spoke with.
Right. So if we're going to be in attracting of new airlines, eventually we're going to be back here talking about this. But if there's something, a different parameter you want to look at, different destinations that they can narrow in, I mean, we'd be willing to do that, or different airlines if you want to throw the thrust at that. But I just caution a little bit, because, we're not always in the best bargaining position, and I think Cyrus and his team are doing a great job. And this is really the first time we've had interest, like you say, in a couple of years. And with that pilot shortage and with the way, I think the finances of a lot of airlines, we need to remain competitive. We just put $13 million into the airport terminal to upgrade and make it more competitive. A lot of that money went to making sure it was what they call a common use airport. So these type of airlines could come in, kind of plug in, sell tickets and go. So I think that might be one of the reasons we're getting that kind of, we're getting good looks because of that. And we're getting ready to put $17 million in security upgrades into the airport. And previous to that, we put $100 million into runway improvements, lights, asphalt, and everything. So substantial amount of money it goes into this to keep it an airport. So at the end of the day, if we're going to be in the business of recruiting and tracking down other airlines, or do we just stay with what we have and hope that relationship continues to be a great relationship? And I have a lot of confidence that it will, because we are working hard with them as well. We certainly treat them in a great manner. So just, again, want to make sure that got into the conversation.
And thank you, sir. And one more, if I may. Remember, I mentioned, we were approached originally with a $3 million ask, and other airports are paying that. And I said no. I said, we're going to pay this amount. And I felt that that would be in the best interest of us in order to get off the ground and be competitive. And with that, I'm establishing a precedent. Now, moving forward, Karen and Joanne and I are working with the CVBs and the chamber. They met a really engaged airport director up in Binghamton, New York, who has a airport service support program that we want to look at and take some of those ideas that they had to get the business community to chip in to this pot of revenue, so the county doesn't have to the next time an airline comes and wants to start service. Unfortunately, because of the timeline that's required for this service announcement, we're here before you today to try to get off the ground, no pun intended, with regard to this airline. But I appreciate all of your comments and your concerns, and I get it 100%. But my role is to come out and make this airport be all that it can be. Karen and her team has done a phenomenal job making it the #1 customer service airport in all of Florida. They won the award 2 years back. And so I want to show that off to people in the country that otherwise may have driven to our area. We want to show that to people that can fly into our airport.
Cyrus, you've heard the conversation today, and you see what's kind of where we're all going. We're trying to get government out of private business, and now we're trying to do that in one of maybe the most regulated industries in America.
Sure.
I don't know one that's any more regulated than airlines. So I feel for you, and I thank you for answering hard questions. We could do what George said and send it back to you and say, find us different routes. But that's what we hired you for. And I think that's what you're doing. I think you've already done that. And the reason we hired you, Daytona Beach Airport is one of the busiest airports in America. It's not because of the commercial flights. It's because of Embry-Riddle and private airplanes. We need that other part of it.
Yes.
We need commercial flights. So we hired you to do it. I think we made the right choice. I think you have a great team. And I think at some point we have to trust you that I don't think, what's on the line.
Yeah.
You hear what we're saying. I can't imagine you brought this to us thinking, it might work, but it might not. I think you think it's a reasonable calculation. You negotiated a hard deal for them and brought it back to us. I heard you say, not under your breath, but you kind of fit it into something Mr. Kent asked you. He was talking about improving the market. You said, we're trying to get there. This is it. This is you trying to get there. And I'm wondering if we say, no, we don't want to let you try that, why would anybody else try us? Why would they come here? I'm concerned that that would really hurt our chances in the future. So at some point, at some level, I've got to trust you to have brought us a good deal that stands a reasonable chance of being successful. It puts us at some risk, but not a lot of risk. And you think that it'll work. That makes me think that it will work. I just have a question for you. I need you to teach me, and maybe us, maybe I'm the only one that doesn't know something about the airline industry. George just talked about all the money we invested in. It's a beautiful airport. I love it. It's easy to get in and out because we don't have that many people flying on commercial airlines. So we hired you and said, bring us commercial airlines. I think we do need a low-fare airline. But with all of the beautiful airline, the fact that this is a good time for somebody to come in because we're not super busy and it's a desirable place to fly out if you can afford it. That is the biggest problem there. It costs more to fly out. So you're bringing us a lower fare airline. Why aren't airlines beating the door to our path to fly out of Daytona?
It's a wait and see game. They're waiting for that first domino to fall, and this is that first domino. Karen and Joanne will tell you there's another airline that has a proposal in waiting, but I believe they're waiting for this. We're up against an opportunity to where, yes, you can walk through the security checkpoint in 5 minutes flat and be waiting for your aircraft to board. Selfishly, I want to see a day where maybe you have to wait 15 minutes to get through because we have so much demand. That demand is going to spur other development with the airport. The more passengers that you bring on, the more need that we're going to need to support parking infrastructure. So we may have to develop a parking garage. We hear from NASCAR all the time about their parking challenges. There could be a public-private partnership arrangement that would come out of that, but that would be driven from the air service traffic that we brought in, those employments, those benchmarks that we had spoken about with our airport master plan when I brought that to a previous council, that would trigger that need for development. Also, the more passengers that come through, the more need that we would need to expand the concourse in order to create other opportunities that could be international traffic as well. We have a federal inspection service where Customs and Border Protection is currently located and it's dated. The more traffic we put through, the more need we will need to expand, and then we can look at providing what we call a more centralized Customs and Border Protection facility that uses swing gates similar to what they have in Orlando. But in order to get there, we have to start somewhere.
Yeah. You all, last question for me. You said that you and your staff, again, this for me, this is an education on how the airline industry works, that your staff was going to market like crazy for this. Is it part of that the airline's responsibility, and are they marketing too?
Yeah, we're co-jointly marketing together. Of course, the airline doesn't want to come in and fail. You know, they want to generate a profit. They want to stay. We need people, when the airline announces, to go out and buy tickets and use the service. And once you generate enough use of that service, it'll be like American and Delta. Once upon a time, American and Delta they were in these seats. And so this new low-cost carrier, this is that opportunity that they're looking for. I'm happy that we've been able to build a relationship to get this far. And there'll be others, but, this is the start.
Good. What the one thing I keep thinking that we didn't have with JetBlue was Cyrus Kalem and the team that you have with you now, and the way that You're invested, you're investing your entire reputation and doing the job that George hired you to do to bring more airlines here. This is the start. This is the first one you brought to us. You think that it's reasonable. There is some risk for us. There's always risk when you're getting started. And
If it were $3 million, it wouldn't have made it to you. I guarantee you that.
all right, thank you. Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Cyrus, there's no doubt you know the level I hold you at. I think not only personally are you a great guy, I think you're the right guy for this job.
Thank you.
And Chairman, I'll just tell you, I'm not saying you've changed me from a no to a yes, but you've got me pretty close.
On the edge?
You're getting me close.
Push him over.
And I'm going to tell you, you know, why. First of all, I've played that game where Daytona's a little more expensive. Let's save money by going to Orlando. You're not saving any money.
No.
The drive, alone, your time, it's just not worth it. I then tried to play that game with my family of we're going to save money by going on one of these ultra-low carriers. Listen, nothing against ultra-low carriers, but you know, you get nickel and dime to death. It's part of their business plan. You know, if you wear 2 shoes compared to 1, you know, you're going to get charged more, it feels like. And at the end of the day, you know, I don't feel like I'm saving any money there. And I committed, I told my wife, don't ever let me leave out of Orlando on one of these ultra-low carriers ever again, unless I'm being held down, you know, against my will and I had to buy the tickets. Don't let me do it. Daytona only. We have a gem of an airport. There's no doubt in my mind why we received, you know, that top honor out of all of the entire state of Florida with airports. We are a boutique airport. It's personalized. It's my favorite airport, okay? But I heard 2 million flights with Allegiant, and here's the difference. Allegiant's flying out of there 7 days out of the week, and I don't know how many nonstops every single day. You know, they've got it going on over there at Sanford with Allegiant, where, you know, my wife's from Tennessee, so she's from the Knoxville area. That Knoxville flight every single day is very attractive. So, you know, she will, don't get mad at her, but she will use that airport because of that nonstop. And it's there, and it's 7 days a week. Mr. Santiago brought up about business travelers, and I'm glad that he did because I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that's the bread and butter of airlines, is to have business travelers who they know X number of days out of the week, they're going to be flying to get to work and then flying to go home. And you said they charge a little more on those flights because I guess you talked about possibly writing it off and things like that. So we're talking about having travelers come here for leisure, vacation, you know, enjoy the area. So, you know, longer hotel stays, that's attractive. Spending more money while they're here, that also, you know, is attractive to me. But it also makes me think about those business travelers, that bread and butter for the other carriers. One of the things that bugs me, and maybe you all can help me with this, is it's this secretive part of this. You know, everything is a secret. And I can't stand it. And I'm going to tell you why, because the people I represent ask me really good questions, and I don't have any good answers. And this whole secretive thing, give us a bag with $1 million in it, essentially, and just watch what we do. Well, I tell people I quit gambling. Yeah. You want to bet? Thank you. But you know, it's the secretive piece I'm not crazy about. You know, I sort of feel like the market will dictate what comes here. And the other piece I don't like about this is the 2 days a week. Now, can you tell us, do you get to decide with them? Are there 2 days going to be 2 days to this destination and 2 days, so it really is 4 days? Or could it be the 2 days are the same 2 days and it's really 2 days?
No, I'm working on the 2 days. So one is Thursday, Sunday. Another is Friday, Monday. So we have the whole weekend covered. The only day that we wouldn't travel is on Saturday, and this is the plan. This is what this is what the team is negotiating. Would be Saturday and Tuesday, Wednesday would be the only 3 days that they would not be traveling. So, yes, Sanford and Allegiant, they're operating every day. They have daily nonstop.
To a bunch of places,
To a
right?
bunch of places, but that wasn't always the case because Sanford was Allegiant was one of the original ultra low cost carriers, and they started out with the only operating on Tuesday and Thursday. And once they were able to generate ridership, then they were able to add more capacity. Then they were able to schedule more flights, schedule more trips. This airline already has 40 destinations, and they started 2 years ago. And they have a tract of destinations on the West Coast and a tract of destinations on the East Coast. What they're actually trying is actually pretty it's pretty interesting because they are capturing a north-south network on both coasts. And airlines haven't tried that. And this airline's been so successful that they've been able to grow in 2 years to 40 destinations.
Is that a lot?
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. So who's to say, with the pilot shortage,
I would just think if David and I were opening up an airline together, we'd minimum have to have 40 destinations day one.
We could call it the Loop. Loop Airline.
Well, and
it loops around?
So I've said this to council before. One way to be a millionaire in the airline business is to start out as a billionaire.
Right.
All right. So they lose money, which is why these programs are important for them, especially when they come into a new market. They have to have the training wheels on so they can get based and established. Once that period is done, those training wheels come off.
And I'll just leave it with being totally transparent.
Sure.
My two biggest concerns is the secretive blind ask, $1 million, and then the 2 days a week.
Right.
I hear what you're saying. I don't like that. I wish it was 7 days a week.
Yeah, me too. It's the way that this air carrier operates, and it's consistent. If there were another low-cost carrier that came into the market as well, this would be what we call a less than daily service. Unfortunately, that's just the business model of that type of system. But remember, American is starting Philly tomorrow, and they're going to operate except for Tuesdays. So, airlines have these quirks in terms of how they're able to operate. For this particular airline, they are still receiving aircraft deliveries. And so once they get up to a certain number of aircraft, who knows? We could be daily.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And if this airline with their ask said, we're going to give you daily nonstop to this one destination, and this other destination, we're going to do it every day but Tuesday, that would be much more palatable to me.
Right.
I'm just trying to compare American with what you just said.
Right, I got you.
American is a staple house here
You're
at Daytona.
100% right.
They're hub to Charlotte, and then boom, wherever you want to go.
Right.
Delta, that hub to Atlanta, boom, wherever you want to go. Of course, I prefer a nonstop, but I'm okay at either of those hub airports to then go to my final destination.
Gotcha.
Yep.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, I agreed with all your comments, by the way, earlier. I'm glad my friend Troy's on the edge. I'm going to help try to push him. I hope I could.
We got to start.
Yeah, this is the airport business. We're in the airport business. And some of us may think it's an unfortunate part of the airport business, but we're in the airport business. And we got to operate like we're in the airport business. Sometimes you take the good and the bad. And this is probably bad for most of us up here, but it's the airport business that we're in. And your secret part of it, Troy, I agreed with you. It bothered me, but it is also part of the airport business. But what I have a lot of faith in is that man right there. I'll say that in my previous roles, I had the opportunity to meet many airport directors, right? Your team, I get it, you're an extension of your team, but I've got to work a lot of people in your role as a legislator. I did legislation in your world, and completely impressed compared to your peers. And I'm not just blowing smoke.
Thank you.
So for me, to understand that the secret piece, I'm entrusting into someone who I have a lot of confidence in, and that we've put him in that role, saying this is what you and your team have to do, and it's part of the airport business. So I think the risks are calculated. The program is extremely different, that we had a lot of bad taste from the past, because this is a calculated, and I think you used the words that the studies were done, that there's capacity, there's demand for the markets that you're looking to target. That gives me a lot more comfort that we're looking to go to the right areas. And, you know, it was already been mentioned that we put a lot of money in this airport. What saddens me the most about how much I love our airport when I fly, I'm flying there next month, by the way, I'll be flying out of Daytona, is that when I go in there, I see all these other empty terminals. And I'm usually the only, that flight sitting there, not all the time, but oftentimes it's the only flight taking off. So we have this capacity that's going unused. And the investment is beautiful. And because we're in the airport business, we have to attract other airlines for those other terminals. I think the risk is low. The philosophical strings are pulling at us all. Danny, I asked you to join us, you know, strength in numbers, as they say, right? Because I think we should all take this leap together because we're in the airport business. And if anybody asks me, why did you vote for that? To do that, it's because we're in the airport business. And this is how airports unfortunately operate. Otherwise, we're going to shut down the operations, just say, I hope American and Delta stay there forever. And, you know, let's close the other terminals. I'm being facetious, I get it. But I think the risk is low, it's calculated. We have the right team at the right time. And the time is now to strike. So I urge you to join me, join the chairman. Matt, I don't think I've heard you talk, get Matt's in. Danny, come on in, the water's warm, right? Don, I know where you feel on it, but you know, I asked you two to join us. So strength in numbers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So Danny and Don are up. Do you want to just dispense with them and go? Danny Robbins.
Believe me, I'm trying to get there. I believe we do have to start somewhere, but regardless of the business model, we got to remember it's a business. Yeah. That's what I told my constituents and what a lot of us set up here. Obviously, lower the risk. I want the best bang for our buck. You know that. The best deal possible with the less risk possible. So I hear what my colleagues are saying. If you want me to stick my neck out here, here's my deal. Instead of the 500,000 each route, okay, equals $1 million, right? Year one, cut it in half, 250,000. There's a lot going on in our economy, a lot going on in this world. And if they want it, they have to work with us as well. I get anybody can ask in business, $3 million for anything. Is it worth it? Is it beneficial? Who knows? You got them down to $1 million. I still want to do better. I think they can do better. If they couldn't, or if it wasn't going to be profitable, they wouldn't even be looking here. If we didn't have some of the numbers that we already have. So year one, 250,000 each route. If they prove themselves after that year, then we can up the ante. But if I have to stick my toe in the pool, that's how I would feel comfortable doing it at first. And we can give them that 500,000 on year two, but they have to also prove to us that they're worthy of that taxpayer money.
Mr. Robbins, you got to remember the likelihood if they're doing well, they're not going to touch that $250,000. And so the plan is for us to go out and market. So there's no need to touch the $1 million.
That's in a perfect scenario, though.
Right. So typically for startup, the first 3 months, you know, why we're marketing, why they're getting their ground handlers set up, but there's a cost to that because they got to go out and, you know, add employees and in program, you know, those costs for those activities up. So typically when it starts, first 3 months, it's down. Then it comes back up because they're profitable and people will know who the carrier is. We'll have commercials, we'll have billboards, we'll have social media, you know, and actually there'll be press announcements everywhere. one reason I'm bringing this carrier to you all as well, one of my trusted mentors who used to be the chair of the American Association of Airport Executives and actually appointed me chair of the board of examiners with that same organization, he started that carrier at his airport. And I know if he can do it, we can do it.
And I get it, and I want to do it. I'm going to support you some way, somehow. But I also, I don't know, I'm just not comfortable with sticking our neck out. That's a lot of money, and I keep putting it back on me. If it goes south, then there's a possibility that it can. I mean, that's real. But if the model is true where it dips at the start, like every other business, and then goes back up, then we shouldn't have any problem. They shouldn't have any problem then buying in. We give them a $500,000 combined kind of, comfort and some padding there. And if it does good with over the year, I'm just trying to lower the risk for our people because between inflation, the stuff going on with the banks, and I know I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but the worldly events, these wars that are going on, I mean, there is so much right now. I still think we need to be tight in this. That's just me. And I'd like to hear, I've been waiting on Don Braveheart.
He's putting on his swimsuit.
Oh my God. All right.
So I know whether you peed in the pool first.
Don Dempsey.
Yeah. Well, okay, Cyrus, I understand this is different than our last topic about government intervention. I understand that there's some degree of it. I don't know the business. I do trust you. You are everything everybody said about you. I agree with.
Thank you.
I know you're a hardworking airport manager, and I have no reason to doubt your judgment. But I would like to know if you remember back in 2008 when the price of a barrel of
yes,
the barrel, that's what killed the industry. It went from $40 a barrel to $147 a barrel.
That's
and
true.
Just in one 3 or 4 month window of time, wiped out the entire airline industry.
and I understand OPEC is raising the price of oil as it stands right now. A lot of the airlines have learned from that experience. A lot of them go out and they hedged their fuel at certain prices.
That's right.
So-
And so the ones that survived COVID or survived that era actually were like Southwest, I believe they hedged their fuel at like $40 a
Yes, they
barrel
did.
well in advance.
Right.
So that when they got hit with $147 a barrel, they weren't paying $147 a barrel, and
That's
they could
correct.
stay in operation while everybody else was failing.
That's correct.
So, I guess, and I know you mentioned hedging before, and so how do we know that in the next 2-year window, with $1 million sitting out there just dangling, how do we know they're not going to go out and maybe hedge $20 million, $30 million of fuel and show a loss? Because as we know, or may not know, you can manipulate the books however you want. They could go out and buy 2 new jets, put orders in for 2 new jets and show a loss for the year. So my question is, who's keeping the books? Who is going to tell us whether it's running at a profit or a loss? Because I would imagine those books, people always complain, GE never paid any taxes for, well, they're manipulating their book, they're capitalizing instead of paying tax
Sure.
on profit. They're recapitalizing into the business, and I would think the airlines buy new jets, put orders in for jets,
Right.
raises for employees,
Now,
or hedging fuel.
the way that our agreement is being arranged is it's only for the costs of services itself. And so we're going to get those books on a monthly basis. They're going to report out on a monthly basis. Then we'll do a reconciliation every 3 months. So that would be quarterly. And they'll submit their numbers to us. The base numbers that are going to be part of this program are what we call the segment costs. And the segment costs are going to be well defined in the agreement. $17,030. If they don't hit that $17,030 for that segment, then that's when they'll dip into the pool. If they exceed that, they never touch the pool.
Is that in ticket sales only?
That's in ticket sales, that's in baggage fees, that's in checking baggage, that's in ordering your seat, because you can go into the application or go into their program and pick where you want to sit. And so if you want to sit in an extra row seat, then it's going to cost you an additional amount to sit in that extra row seat. Now, Allegiant does that same thing too. That's just how the ultra low cost carriers play. But in our agreement, we are going after ancillary revenues too. Remember, the idea for us is to never have to pay that $1 million. The idea for them is to remain profitable, because really they don't want to dip into that $1 million either. They stand to benefit more if they're getting 25,000 per segment and they get to profit all that money. For us with the airport, and this kind of goes into play with just in dealing with the airlines in general. And the airlines, they're in the business to make a profit. Airports, we're in the business for cost recovery because we're mandated by the FAA to be so.
Are we charging them a gate fee or a landing fee? for
After
both?
2 years, we will. After 2 years.
Right now, they're getting to land for free,
Right.
use our gates for free, and we're guaranteeing $1 million.
Right, for 2 years. But then what happens is, during that period, from day one, June, whenever they start, then we start to make, based on those in-plane passengers, those people that are buying the tickets. So they're buying the tickets and we get the $4.50 passenger facility charge. And because of the increase in employments, we get more revenue opportunities per the FAA's Airport Improvement Program for grant opportunities for development. So we get bumped up in a different category, so we receive more grant money. The total cost of that operation, the concessions that they're paying, whether it be that they're showing up to the airport using Uber or Lyft, whether it be that they're using rent-a-cars and we get the fees collected from the rent-a-cars, we will have $660,000 for that whole year in terms of revenues, because we're counting on $22 per passenger that use the airport. So we're going to get that money. We don't have $660,000 today. And we know that if the service is sustained and they're generating a profit, then once we do start charging the fees, and those fees, just for information, for the 2 twice-weekly flights, so a total of 4 flights, that amounts to $1,053,000 that we would get once they start operating.
Ask you a couple more quick questions, and thank you for answering that.
Yes, sir.
The Delta and American routes, do they have the same destinations that this mystery airline is going to land at?
They don't go to those locations.
So we're not competing, this airline is not.
We're not competing with them.
Okay.
We're not competing with them. One of the markets, so if we conclude the metropolitan area, is with, there could be a competitive aspect, but when the American service ceases, then this second market would come online. So,
Wait a minute, hold on. You said, well, there's 2 routes now that we don't know.
so there's 2 routes, right? There's one to the mid-Atlantic and there's one to the Northeast. And you're going to ask, I could tell you're an attorney. My dad's an attorney. So you're going to ask the right question that's going to get me to blurt it out.
Where'd you hide the weapon? No, I'm just, I don't want to do that, but I just don't want to do anything that's going to compete with American and Delta.
It's not. It's not.
You just said that when American pulls out, is there?
No, they're not going to pull out. The American has seasonal service to one location, and that one location.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't want to put you in a spot.
I promise I'll tell you who it is when we're done.
Thank you. Yes.
All right.
Well, you said earlier that we have a backup contract waiting in the wings.
We don't know, because just like how airport directors talk, airline network planners talk too. So, we haven't received a proposal. We just, people say, yep, we're going to come to your market, and their proposal imminent. And, I've heard that from this particular carrier for a number of months leading up. So there's no guarantee, but we live on the land of hope when it comes to air service development, and we lean on those relationships that we've been able to build with these network planners.
And so we're projecting what kind of percentage occupancy on these flights? You said 85%?
85%.
Are these A320s or are these 170s, 190s?
These are 737-700s and 737-800s. So the 737-700s are seating anywhere between 147 and 149. And then the 737-800s are 189 passengers.
So these are the bigger.
Big planes.
So we got to fill 85% of those bigger planes.
I'm confident.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Troy Kent.
And Mr. Dempsey touched on what my question was, and that was this going to compete with American or Delta? And then you said no, that it's not. Have American or Delta reached out to you or your team with any concerns about this negatively impacting them?
I'll have to, according to staff, no. And so we've tried to get out ahead of the announcement and try to alert our stakeholders that there is a new potential player in the market. We have not heard anything negative.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, I asked that just because of that conversation we had about keeping what you have is even more important than going and getting the new shiny toy.
Now, my last conversation I had with Delta is we were talking about the Delta Museum in Atlanta, and the Delta station manager had mentioned, well, if you like that, you should see the Ford Museum in Detroit. And I said, you get me nonstop service to Detroit, and I'll go see it.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Danny Robbins.
And this is my last bite here at the apple, and then I'll be ready to vote. So as I understand it, they're going to land for free for 2 years, pay no gate fee for 2 years, and have the ability to pretty much fold up shop when free is no longer free. And this is how I'm processing it in the most basic way possible, so people can also try to digest this. And just in case free isn't good enough, now we got to pony up $1 million insurance policy. That's kind of not how I do business. I think we can do better. I think we can do better at the table. They can do better, and I don't always take the first deal that's thrown out at us. I just, they can do better.
Yeah, I understand, Danny.
So until I can get some comfort here, I don't know.
So
Too much free.
The free landing fees, the free gates, the free facilities, that's already a part of our air service support program that was actually approved by council in September. This has been an ongoing program that we've had for a while, and just like what I said, this is standard best practices for the industry. All of the small airports have to have a air service support program where, and this is allowable by the FAA. This is actually best practices by the Federal Aviation Administration, which is why it's only capped at 2 years, because we have to be fair and equitable. If American and Delta started up another flight to one of our premium markets that they don't already serve, then we would afford them that same startup opportunity, even though they already got boots on the ground. They're already here. We already have that partnership. This is how the FAA makes sure that we are fair and equitable. So with that program, I can't really make any changes with that. That's just the nature of the beast that we deal with. And, I go into gunfights all the time with a pencil. But,
and I get it. And this is not you.
Understand.
But it just goes to show you, and going back on what you had said earlier, if you want to be a millionaire, start off as a billionaire. If this is a dog and it's a losing business, we know that going into it. Like I said, I've harped on it personally, how I feel, and that's just my mindset. I don't agree with the whole package or some of it, but I would like less risk. If that makes sense.
Okay. Danny, Troy, gentlemen, everybody, this is. I feel like I'm sitting on the set of Shark Tank, and that's actually a compliment, because those guys ask really hard questions before they invest their own money. we should be taking this seriously because we're talking about investing taxpayer money. So I am so glad to hear the tough questions that you're all asking. The only thing I know to do is to decide if I have enough trust in you, in your decision and your team's decision, that you think you've negotiated a good deal with Mystery Airline. I think what you have brought us is one of the hardest things in business. It's called proof of concept. It's you put everything on the line because you feel like you're sure that you can prove the concept. This airline will work. We need other airlines there, and then you'll be able to go out and bring in 2 more airlines.
That's the plan.
And then we're all going to be crying, stop, because it's too busy. So I'm going to trust you on this, that you negotiated a good deal. I actually have a level of confidence, a high level of confidence. So I'm going to support it. But I understand the agony here. This is difficult. Proof of concept always is. It is a risk. David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think if this is Shark Tank, Matt could be Mr. Wonderful. Because he's going to speak next, so you can help close this out. I just wanted to echo a little bit, Mr. Chairman, what you said, because I don't know if you can do better. I'm going to try. I get where you're going, Danny, and I like your deal. Let's make a deal type of process. I love it. But I think he opened up his presentation saying that he's made the good deal because they started at $3 million, if I recall. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
That is correct.
And the speculation or the thought process out there that there are others out there putting up more than this $500,000 per line, whatever, destination.
Right.
So I think he's done that. And we have to, at the end of the day, like the chairman said and some others have said, we have to entrust the person we put there to do this role for us, And it's a leap. I get it. Some businessmen, but we're in the airport business, and it's part of the airport business. And
I'll tell you, to back that up, this air carrier started in a few other markets, well, more than a few, and I have a relationship with all those airport directors, and, we've talked, and using that information was how I was able to come down to that $1 million number, based on some of the experiences that the other airport directors have had with this air carrier. There's not a low-cost carrier out there that isn't going into markets without this strategy. And so in using that information and understanding what type of market we have, I felt that, this is the best deal that we can negotiate.
well, thank you. I'll just leave it with it. If we got to play in the sandbox, and if we're playing in the sandbox, you're the guy I want in there representing us. So.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. And Matt Reinhardt, I was going to ask you to bring it home, but we're Mr. Wonderful.
Yeah, I guess.
And we do have one member of the public too.
If
John Nicholson, if you want to come up in the front row and get ready. Matt Reinhardt.
This won't take long. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm the kind of guy, some would say that it's been said, out of my element. However, I'm not. I listen. And I listen to everybody's argument. I listen to everybody dissect things. And if there's something I need to say, I'm going to say it. So I respect where you were going with that. You really tore it apart. And you actually had me thinking a little bit. But then I started looking at dollars. It was $3 million. You talked them down to $1 million. $3 million is a lot of money. $1 million is a lot of money. The difference between the $2 million is a lot of money. How much more do we try and talk them down before they say Sanford, Orlando, wherever? You know what? We're just going to go to them. They're just too hard. I'm not a gambling person, but either way is a gamble. You can gamble on accepting this process that we have here in front of us, or you can gamble with waiting and trying to negotiate more. I'm leaning more towards the first. Not leaning, I'm there. So I trust you. I trust your group. So we're in the airport business? We're in the airport. That's what I keep hearing. So we're in it. We are in it. And I hear it all the time. My district is in Daytona. They want to see more airlines. You're doing it. We've asked you to do it, and you're doing it.
Thank you.
So this dumb old CO has to go with it, you know, I have to agree with you. So Mr. Wonderful just brought it home.
You guys got to stop being so good, because every time you talk, you pull in 2 other council members. Don Dempsey.
Yeah, here, I'll be the bad guy then. Cyrus, so is their ability to get out, is it for any reason whatsoever they can pull out?
Oh yeah. If we are unable to get it passed today, then
If we sign this, if we do the deal, we bless it.
well,
Could they just say in 6 months, we're out of here?
let's say for instance, if they're not hitting those numbers and they dig in deep into that MRG and they realize that it's just not going to be a profitable venture for them and we are expending too many of our resources, yeah, sure, any airline can pull out.
Okay. I equate your job as to what I do for a living. If I vote against this, please don't ever take it personal. Your
I
job
understand.
is to your team's job is to negotiate the best deal possible.
100%.
Just like my job as a criminal defense attorney is to negotiate the best deal possible with the prosecutor.
For your client, yes.
My client's decision if he wants to roll the dice and go to trial or take the deal. And that's what I equate your presentation today. Do we want to take this deal and roll the dice? Or do we just want to say, let's stay out of this dance for now? My concern, and the reason I'm going to vote against this, is because I've seen firsthand what happened in 2008. My son was interviewing for a job with Mesa Airlines as a pilot. He flies for JetBlue now. He's a captain. And I've seen how volatile the airline industry is. He went from, as an 18-year-old, interviewing for a job with the airlines to, within 2 weeks, the price of oil went to $147 a barrel. And within a month, the whole aviation industry went right through the toilet. And so that's my concern.
That's the reason why I'm not a
Here we are.
pilot. That's
We're at
exactly it. That's why I'm not a pilot. Because when I came out of school, ready to interview for the airlines, and this was in the late 90s, there weren't any flight slots available.
Well, now, here we are at war, we're at war. Fuel is going through the roof, record inflation. Real estate now is starting to tank. There's a lot of indicators that the economy is not nearly as good as it was maybe when you started negotiating this or a couple years ago. Okay, now I think we're kind of at a fiscal cliff where the economy may very well crash. And if it crashes, fuel's projected now, I just read today, it's going to go to $100 a barrel. And I think we were down, in the 50s not too long ago? It bumps up to 147, and this company hasn't hedged a bunch of fuel. When it gets to 147, they may just say, hey, we got to cancel a lot of these routes just because fuel is so expensive. And that's my fear. It's not that you didn't do your job and you didn't get the best deal possible. I'm just looking at our environment. And if our environment is that fuel is going to continue to rise, we went from paying $1 something a gallon for diesel, now we're up to $4 something a gallon for diesel. Interest rates have gone from 2 to 3% to 6.5%, 7%. The housing market is on the cliff. I just don't know if this is a good time to be betting $1 million of taxpayer money on a startup business where we've had other airlines. JetBlue left, Vintage Air left years ago. I remember People's Air, where you paid as you got on the plane to ride the plane.
Well, they all went out of business due to just deregulation as a whole.
Yes, sir.
In capitalistic society, so the strongest survive.
Correct. And this is a weak animal that we're betting on in an economy that may very well tank, that I don't suspect they've hedged a lot of fuel to survive a fiscal crash. So I think there's a lot of risk here, and that's my only concern. I think you've done a great job. I don't doubt your abilities, and maybe after the market, corrects itself and we start sinking again, which is cyclical, bound to happen, then we negotiate with these airlines. Then they might be willing to come in without a guarantee, or, I'm sure there's others. You said you have a backup one right now. So
Well, I don't know. They're probably watching. So they might be looking for a guarantee too. So you never know with the carriers. Low-cost carriers, they are going to be looking for ways to mitigate their risk, just like we're trying to mitigate our risk. And so it's a bit of a stand down, so to speak. But at the end of the day, the airline needs us. We need them. Well, we have a lot of other activity that's supporting our operation as well. But in order to bring new options to our community, diversify airfares, I think if we were to move forward with this and you get an ultra low cost carrier into the market, then you'll start to see Delta and American adjust their fares as well. The airlines follow each other. It's kind of like in the NFL, there's like a coaching philosophy, and then you see it and it's successful, and then everybody starts to emulate that until somebody figures it out, right? And then they go back to the drawing board. The airlines do the same thing. You have the ultra low cost carriers that are doing the same thing. All of them are doing this. They're approaching secondary airports and they are saying, we need a minimum revenue guarantee, or we need a co-promotional agreement, or we need a travel bank, or we'll come in and we'll negotiate this deal, but we need something that is in place that helps kind of mitigate our risk. And then it's successful, and then the other low cost carrier notices that they did that in that market, so they're going to try the same thing. So this is the nature of the beast. And so with that, I mean, even United, if they were to come in here tomorrow and say, hey, we want to open up service in Daytona Beach, they're going to probably ask for a minimum revenue guarantee, even as a legacy carrier. So this is something that we're going to face. And as the team and I continue to negotiate with the airlines and go to these conferences and get them out here, we'll come back and say, well, this carrier wanted $500,000. Thank God we have the Small Community Air Service Development Grant that we are awarded by the U.S. Department of Transportation to shop to Chicago. And that's money in hand. But the airlines are still waiting to see because, you know.
But it's probably not a fair, if you're talking apples to oranges, because you're saying it could happen to United and those guys. But when they tanked back in 2008 and even COVID, they got bailout money. The feds bailed them out. Whereas I don't think these new startup airlines are getting the federal bailout money.
Well, one thing about United had to merge with Continental, you know. So that was
in 2008 or 06.
that was a result of a failing economy, and United and Continental couldn't stay afloat unless they merged. Right. And then the same thing with American and U.S. Airways, and that's how you got the industry consolidation. Now, because they're larger, they have more assets and resources that they can survive as a conjoined company. But those companies aren't the same companies that they were in the 80s and the 90s because of that. Yep. You know, the airline business is tough, but, you know, at the end of the day, you know, it still affords economic opportunity, especially for a community like ours, which benefits from travelers coming in and enjoying our beaches and other resources that we provide.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. So I am, I'd love to say I definitely had a decision. I did, with my questions coming in, I was a no, and quite honestly, Chairman, because of you and Mr. Santiago, you're right, we are in the airport business. We are, like it or not, we are in it. And I was hoping this, you know, would be an easy decision, but that's why we're in these seats. These aren't always easy decisions, and we have to make those decisions. And so my friend David here, you know, he brings up a good point about us being in the airport business. And yet my friend Don here brings up really good points about the economy, our current state, fuel banks, $1 million at stake right here. My last question to you is, this mystery airline, do they fly out of, where's Allegiant, Sanford or Orlando? Are they out of there? And if so, are they going to the same markets that these mystery markets that we're hearing about?
They do fly out of Orlando. They do not fly out of Sanford.
Okay.
And of the first market that is to be announced, they do fly out of Orlando to the first market and the second market.
Okay, so is that problematic? Because, you know, I don't know. I mean,
So my argument is this for this purpose. The airlines know when you book a ticket, all they care about is collecting that fare. And so there are airplane loads of passengers that fly into Orlando and then drive over to Daytona Beach. So now we are prepared to give them the opportunity to just fly direct into Daytona Beach. And we have statistics that show that had we had the service in Daytona Beach, then that airline wouldn't have served up the capacity for that particular route to go into Orlando. But because of that, you know, the airline doesn't care as long as you're paying the fare. If they know that you're going to drive to Orlando anyway, why put service in Daytona Beach? Because you're going to make that connection for them.
gotcha. Thank you.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've tasked these people to do this. They brought it before us. We got a good team. We got to support them, in my opinion, members. And Mr. Chair, I move that we approve item 14, the support and co-promotion of the new air service at Daytona International Airport.
Okay. Mr. Santiago has moved the question to support this. We have, before I call for the vote, we have one member of the public who's been anxiously sitting. I thought I heard one.
I'd second.
Yeah.
Second.
And I didn't say it, so. Mr. Nicholson, you have 2.5 minutes.
I'll save it for another day.
Thank you.
I was surprised that you had this much debate. You did it sometime before. I understand you're conservatives. However, I don't want you to be penny wise, pound foolish. This is a good deal. Okay, I work in the airline industry, the lower level. However, when I was in Miami, we had 36 airlines, and then Reagan deregulated. When I first came to Daytona Beach, we had 12, 15 airlines flying out of Daytona Beach in a little dinky airport. We expanded the airport, and then Reagan said, oh, sorry, we're to deregulate. And we went down to 2? We almost lost that. We asked Cyrus to come on board to get us an airline. He brought us an airline. Why are you guys saying no? All right? 2, you're like saying, oh, we will absolutely lose $1 million. And he's saying no. It's there just in case. All right? We want to do everything we can to make them successful. What was not brought up, which is of importance to me, is I live in Daytona Beach. Some of you forget that we have tourists in Daytona Beach, and they bring us a heck of a lot of money. We just went through Bike Week. We talked about the Loop. Our bikers go the Loop. It's one of the big things that they do. We have business people, not a lot, that come to our airport. We have locals that we keep pushing to use our airport. We have 10 million tourists that come to Volusia County. That's more than all of the residents of Daytona Beach who would ever use the airport. We want the tourists to come to Daytona Beach. Ormond Beach, DeLand. We need the tourists. They bring money. There's an old phrase about the difference between one kind of a Yankee and another kind of Yankee. One Yankee comes down and stays. The other Yankee comes down, drops their money, and goes home. All right? We want the Yankee that comes down, drops their money, and goes home. So I'm asking you to support this, not only for this airline, but I absolutely believe, from what I heard, that there's a possibility of a second. And when there's a possibility of a second, there might be a third. There were secret negotiations for a place called Amazon. There was a guy on our commission that wanted to vote down because he didn't want the secret group. Amazon is a big deal for us. Margaritaville was a secret. There are always going to be secrets out there, but secrets are not necessarily bad. I think this is a good deal. I wish you all 6-0 would vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Carissa Green, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Dempsey,
No.
Mr. Johansson? Mr. Kent?
Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Robbins? Mr. Robbins?
No.
No.
Mr. Santiago?
Yes.
Mr. Brower?
Yes, and the motion passes 4 yeses to 2 noes. Thank you all again for your robust debate. Thank you.
Can you
Go
tell us
ahead.
your name now?
If I may.
Change our vote.
No, I understand. I 100% understand. I understand the concern. You all will have the opportunity to learn of this carrier. We will have a press announcement scheduled at the airport 11 a.m. tomorrow if you all are able to attend. I will tell you all after, when I may. But for the public, there is a press announcement at the airport. For those of you that are unable to attend, we will be streaming it on all of our social media networks. And just really appreciate you all at least stepping out there with me. And like I said, the team and I will make sure that we do everything we can possible to make sure that this venture is successful and to make sure that we are keeping our options open for new opportunities, new airlines that give us more nonstop destinations so we can definitely fulfill our potential at DAB.
Thank you.
Say road trip with Danny and Don. We're going on a road trip. We're flying somewhere to Tri-City.
Just not to the train station, okay? But I will recommend we send all of us down to Sunrail meeting in Orlando, all of us. They'll be changing their tune, I assure you.
Okay, that brings us to item 15, Ocean Center parking rates. Tim, are you sure you still want to do this?
I am more than sure.
Just wait till the next one.
Ocean Center Director, here to get you out of the sky and get your feet firmly back on the asphalt as we talk a little bit about parking. You all were sent some information. I will orient everyone very quickly, hopefully. This is just an overhead map, Ocean Center at the center. You can see the round black circle. It's kind of our main entrance, right across from the Peabody Auditorium. And you can see there the areas highlighted or shaded in yellow are current Ocean Center, Volusia County parking resources that we do manage and control. The A and B lots together total almost 700 spaces outdoors to the west and south of our building. The garage is labeled as D. That is about 1,300 spaces in that area as well. And then you see the very small lot C, which is on Main Street at 0. That is, we do keep that lot open under the public use permit with the city of Daytona Beach as part of the requirement. Ocean Center can use it whenever we want to. We can charge for it for an Ocean Center event. However, it is only about 40 spaces. It's at the kind of the periphery, and it's hard to find staff, especially when you're staffing one small lot. I can tell you we use it often in ancillary services. It's being used this week. I'll do a shameless plug for the National Cheer Association. They were here Saturday. They're moving in their big competition even as we speak for competitions Thursday through Sunday. And we use that Lot C this week for bus parking, a lot of bus activity for the cheer groups that come in, over 350 teams, 10,000 people, so quite a showing. But this map kind of orients you to the lots around Ocean Center. This discussion generated from, I think, a discussion we had about that Lot E, which is almost across from our front door, usually does command kind of a premium rate. That lot now belongs to the city of Daytona Beach. It's behind the Corbin building, and they have plans for the Corbin building. And we weren't sure if they were going to continue to open it up for the public and what rates they were going to charge. However, I can tell you Saturday, that lot was open at $20. Again, it's a relatively small lot, but 33 spaces, so I wouldn't necessarily call it the market leader or barometer because of its small size. But that kind of orients you to overall situation with regard to parking. And we'll talk some numbers in the next couple of slides when you look at the proposed rates that we put forward. To give you an idea in terms of scale, the garage last year generated about $2.8 million in revenue. I'm sorry, garage and surface lots generated about $2.8 million in revenues for us. And with operating expenses and debt service, they total about $2.1 million. So keep those two numbers in mind as we go through these proposed rate increases. This slide is the first part of our proposed rate increases, and you can see there what you see at the top is the current tier rate that we use in the parking garage. That is the rate on non-event days. It is currently capped at 5 hours, $10 maximum rate for 12 hours. We are proposing we raise that cap another couple of hours. It's $1 every half hour, so we'll go to 7 hours is what we propose, going to 7 hours at $14 cap per 12 hours use of the garage. The exhibitor rates right below are really not a big deal. They just were not adjusted in 2019, the last time this came before council. So we think it's appropriate that we bump all of those exhibitor rates up $5 each as well at the present time. Then we get to the rest of the rates we're proposing increases to. You can see there at the top, monthly parking, that also was unchanged in 2019. So we're proposing a 33% increase from $45 to $60 per month. That would generate approximately $38,000 a year in additional revenues if the volume remains where it is right now. Then you get to the validation parking categories. We are not proposing a change to the Ocean Walk shops and Daytona Lagoon employee type parkings. We generally validate 2,000 to 2,400 parking accounts each month for employees, frontline employees at the restaurants and shops in close proximity to Ocean Center. Last year, we took in a total of about $82,000 at that $3 rate. We're proposing no change. The next validation rate is for Daytona Lagoon guest, and that is a little unusual in the sense that the county does have a contractual relationship with the Daytona Lagoon. The Daytona Lagoon is under a long-term land lease. The county owns the land at the water park. It is a 10-year lease through 2025 with 4 9-year and 8-month renewals at their option, not ours. So it really is like a 48-year lease that you're looking at there. The rate of $4 per validation was negotiated as part of the long-term lease. We have talked with Daytona Lagoon ownership. They are amenable and would not resist a 25% increase to go to a nice round $5 validation rate for their guests. And again, this is a rate that has to be requested at the Daytona Lagoon. You don't get it just because you go to the water park. You have to go to their desk and request that your ticket be validated. There wasn't necessarily a lot of that last year, so we're not really flaunting that too heavily. Most people who come to the water park are paying the normal rate. Event parking next, and should have its own little discussion. That's where most of the money is, event parking. Last year, of that $2.8 million in revenue, almost $2 million of it, 2.8, was event-related parking for people attending Ocean Center events at the $10 rate. We're proposing that rate go from $10 to $15 on both surface lots and the garage. And we also are proposing raising the current non-event rate, which is at $5 for just our surface lots. The garage, because when we don't have events, the garage just reverts to the tiered rate that you saw on the first slide. But we are proposing to raise the surface lots on non-event days from $5 to $10 prepay rate as well. So all those changes you see before you, if we implemented them and maintained pretty much the same volume of vehicle activity that we did last year, we hope for a little more because the garage continues to undergo refurbishment. Last year, we had deck 6 out of commission for most of the year. Currently, all decks are operating. Although we will pull other decks out of service over the next 3 years, we do have continuing upgrades planned for the garage. But we estimate that these changes will generate approximately $1.1 million in additional revenue, so raising that 2.8 to just shy of $4 million. Debt service on the garage is currently $893,000 a year. We've got one payment in this fiscal year, one payment next fiscal year, and then the debt service goes away as well. So that's kind of the garage current status and what we propose going forward. Are there any questions from council?
Yes. Danny Robbins.
I'll make a motion to approve just so we can go to discussion.
Second.
Motion to approve the rate increases as shown by Robbins for discussion, and second by David Santiago. You want to be first?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I just have a couple questions, and it's going to be a good discussion. I'm interested in the feasibility. I see that we charge $3 a day for our work, for our employees there. Ultimately, that's our workforce. And what I'm getting at is because of that, and because everyone's struggling, cost of food, insurance, fuel, daycare, everything across the board, I'd like to keep that, as much of that money in their pocket as possible. We're raising all these other rates, but to see what my colleagues think about offering some amnesty to these folks that probably need it the most. And I'm saying this on the front end. If you do the math, $3 a day times 5 days, $15 a week, times 52, you're looking at $780 a year. That's on a 5-day work week. So we can either keep that money in their pockets, council, or affordable housing, as you know, is on our doorstep. So do we help out a little bit now, is what I'm getting at, or do we subsidize this at a different time? What does the council feel about offering that to these folks for a little bit? I'd like to see it. I'll wait.
David Santiago.
I think Mike wanted to say something. I don't know if that would help me.
If that is something council wanted to pursue, the only thing I would suggest, let us take a look and make sure that doesn't violate any of the obligations we have for the bonds on the rates that we must charge the public for use of that garage. Because we do have tax exempt bonds for that facility. So we're subject to some requirements, which we can vet if that's something council wants to pursue.
Danny, I wanted to make sure I was following you correctly, so I got distracted for a second. Personally, you're saying to utilize a portion or these additional revenues to offset something else?
No, that pretty much offering our workforce there, the employees that work in that area, whatever they park is $3 a day. If you equate that at the end of the year, it's probably around $700-800. If they work a 5-day work week, what I was saying is, can we offer an amnesty period, almost like they did with the tolls at the state level for our workforce? If we're raising the costs of everything else, can we give them a little bit of money in their pocket with things that aren't their fault, economy-wise? Give it a shot, even if we got to come down to $1. It's something. $400, that's a lot of money for the family.
Yeah, if you were looking for feedback on that, I'd support that concept. I have no issues with that. And I guess I'll elaborate just on the questions. The additional revenues, we'd have to project what that could potentially be, right? But the additional revenues, do they have to be allocated to, is this like an enterprise fund, or can it go to general, does it go to general revenue, any additional other funds?
The garage is operated as an independent enterprise type fund. It would have to go, I believe, back to it, and as Mike said, part of it's tied to some bonds. Now those bonds will be paid off soon, but if it's the desire of council to get free parking to the employees, that's something we could look at just paying for out of the Ocean Center Fund to the garage fund. And of course, we work those two together as a campus all the time, so that's very doable.
My last comment, Mr. Chair, at least for now, right? If I would support, not having it as a kind of enterprise type of fund, if we can do it now, because like was mentioned earlier today, we're going to be hitting some pretty fiscal tough decisions soon. So any additional revenues we can bring into the general fund, unless we're prohibited by statute of not taking these funds, I'd rather put anything extra into the general fund to help us offset some of our budget challenges.
Okay, I just had a question about that. Just to be clear, you're not talking about giving people money. You're talking about keeping it in their pocket, not taking it from them to begin with. Just $3 a day, $15 a week, probably in jobs that don't pay that much.
Correct.
And I can support that. But Ryan, I have a question for you. Is that sounds easy for us. Is it complicated?
When it comes to our tax exempt bonds that are outstanding on the garage, there is 2 tests for private activity, which you don't want your bonds to be declared a private activity bond. If they're declared a private activity bond, then they become taxable. The people that purchase those bonds for you have to pay taxes, and they're going to want you to make up that difference. So you want to keep them in their valid tax exempt status. You want to avoid them being declared a private activity bond. There are 2 tests that both have to be met in order for a bond to be a private activity bond. There's a private activity test, which is what percentage of the garage is used by private activity, and then there's private activity revenue test. Ironically, the less revenue you collect from private activity, the less likely it is to be declared a private activity bond, because the private activity is not paying anything towards those bonds to pay them off. So the IRS doesn't view that as a private activity. So, long story short, if you were to not charge for a certain group, that does not hinder your private activity test. That answer the question?
I don't want to butt in.
Yeah, I think so. Does it satisfy legal?
Yeah, I would defer to Ryan. I just wanted to make sure he had time to look at it. If he's
Okay.
comfortable with it, I think he answered the question. Thank you.
Okay, that's good. Troy Kent.
Tim, in a minute, I'm going to have you go back to the those screens one by one with the prices, just so I can take a look at those and I can weigh in on that. But I got to tell you, council, I'm sitting here totally perplexed. 2 weeks ago, I come to you, gentlemen, with $6.5 million new dollars paid for by out-of-towners to try to get our residents, who 14.5% are living at the poverty level, on the beach at a cheaper price, and I get a hard no. And I keep hearing the sky is falling. We've got Sunrail coming. We've got this coming. We've got that coming. We better make sure that we're fiscally responsible and tight here. And now I'm hearing, hey, this certain group of people that work at this certain location, let's give them free parking, which, by the way, Tim said brings in $82,000 a year. The right hand's not talking to the left on this one. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. Are we serious about saving money and making sure people are paying that usage fee or whatever it is? Or are we now going to pick the winners and losers because they work in a specific area? I couldn't even get anybody to bite on not just disabled veterans, but widows, children of veterans, and just regular veterans that weren't disabled to get on the beach for free. But we're okay today with $82,000 gone. Just like that. Gone. I don't get it. I just don't get it. So I had to get that out there. I'm a no for that same reason. Because I was told the sky's falling, man. Sunrail, we got $9 million coming. Where are we going to find this? Well, Troy Kent came to you all with $6.5 million just from off-beach parking. And if you follow the rest of my plan, it was $9.9 million. And let me just remind everybody, yeah, I'm a little sour on it. I needed to find $1.4 million. And I found 10 million reasons to say yes. And now today, we'll just waive that for them. No, I'm not okay with that. I think we keep it at the $3. And also, I think these adjustments need to be changed. So this, I agree with the first 10 minutes grace period. Absolutely. After the first half hour, I'm at a $5. I'm sorry. Yeah, after the first half hour. After the second hour, I'm at $10. After the third hour, I'm at $15. And I could go to 20 on this, just so you all know. But I think that we need to make a more of an impactful change there, because don't forget, we have coming back. I said we follow the very wise counsel of New Smyrna Beach, which there's $20 a day. That's what New Smyrna's charging on their 4 lots 427 parking spaces, filled 39% of the time. They come in with $1.4 million last year. Our math, us doing that with our off-beach parking, was $6.5 million. So I'm for changing that. And now, Tim, are you the one moving that or someone else moving it? Can you move it to the next one? So I'm at, after the first hour, I said half hour, and I am good with the half hour, $5. After the second hour, $10. After the third hour, $15. And I'm okay with you leaving it at 15. And that's for the garage and the ancillary parking for all of it. And in fact, the ancillary parking, I don't know that we've got people there with a timestamp. So maybe that's just 15 right out of the gate. But the monthly parking, I'm okay with the 60. I think that's still an incredible deal. This deal for Daytona Lagoon, I think that's extremely giving at $5. I think that could be higher. For the event parking for the garage, it's going from 10 to 15. I would be okay with 20 on that for the reasons that we have another item coming back to us at $20. Also the west and south with, I'm okay with that going up from 10. Can we go to the next slide?
That is.
Was that it?
Yeah,
is that the final one?
Mhm.
Okay. So basically what I'm saying is I'm actually better with these prices being raised even more than what they are. And I'm for keeping the $82,000 that we had with $3 a day for the parking. And, you know, I might have been more amendable to that, but all I've heard is, you know, we've got this coming down the pike. So now we're going to pick these winners over the 14% of people that live in Volusia County that are at the poverty level, who I wanted to get on the beach, not for free because they're already paying for it in their taxes at no extra charge. So that's where I am.
Danny Robbins?
Thank you, Chair. And I think we need to be careful about criticizing and lecturing council on previous votes, and it's kind of stuff like that. But we do have to understand is the facts of everything. The difference is, and if someone wants to call a point of order, they can, but the beach budget is upside down. That is the difference. And when that gets thrown in our face, we still have to pay down that debt. That is the difference. That's the elephant in the room, okay? And we did vote to take on that parking initiative for visitors to knock that debt down and that subsidy gap down for the beach in a positive manner, in my opinion. But at the end of the day, this bond is almost paid off. We do have to be fiscally responsible. We're raising the fees. You know, the beach access is free, whether we want to acknowledge that or not, by foot. To drive your vehicle, and we've gone over this since the beginning of time, to drive your vehicle, there's a user fee. That is it. All this opinionated, opinion-based, I think it's in my taxes, tomato. At the end of the day, the facts don't lie, people do. This is what we've gone over. It's a dead horse. We've moved on. This is to follow successful models. We're looking at $82,000 to keep that in our workforce and middle-class Volusians' pockets as they struggle, not offering a free service and stacking debt or a imaginary utopia scenario to deal with the beach. Totally different. Totally different. This is to help out the working family temporarily as they go through some of these struggles, not give them another freebie, which has to be paid down by ad valorem taxes and by our taxpayers. That's already being paid down 75% to begin with. Big difference.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sticking to the parking garage, and I ask my colleagues all as we chime in, let's bring it to the parking garage. And I'm split on both of these. I'm okay with the offering some type of thing for the employees, as I stated. I'm also okay with what you said. because I think it's too low. I think I'm starting to use some of your your hand gestures, by the way. I got to move my seat. But I just wanted to recap. Half hour, $5, 1 hour, $10. What was the $15?
Was it 3 hours?
3 hours? Anything more than 3 hours?
Anything more than 3 hours, $15.
Members, I think that the rate is really cheap. So I'd support the raising of those rates because it is a diversified payment by many, tourists and locals still pay it. But I think it's very, way too low, I think. And going to the argument that, we have an opportunity to possibly make up some shortfalls here and make it a little bit market rate or at the top of the market, I'm okay with that too. It's a benefit that I think people are I'm willing to pay these rates, and I think most will. There's certainly folks that won't like it, but they're reasonable rates. And I would support your idea of raising the rates, and I'd support your idea of doing the employee things, because I think the two do added good. And ultimately, it helps the bottom line. Now, I don't think I got an answer to my question, Mr. Chair. Maybe staff can answer it. I think they had a sidebar, that's why. I know we have the bond situation, but additional revenues that we do collect here, given this proposal, can we divert that to the general fund?
The microphone just shocked me. That's what that static was. What I would recommend if you were looking to do something like that would be that the revenues still go into the parking fund, but there would be some sort of transfer out of the parking fund to subsidize the general fund, like a profit transfer, if you will. That way, all the accounting for the parking garage is still in the parking garage fund. So we could look at doing that as long as we have enough money to pay off the bonds. And then we also have to repay, or we've currently got it set up to repay tourist development tax proceeds that were loaned from the Ocean Center to the parking garage for some of the maintenance that's going on right now. So in addition to the 1 year of bonds that are left, there's about $1.7 somewhere around there, $1 million worth of loans from the Ocean Center that also need to be repaid.
Is that on a schedule?
The terms of the loan were approved by previous council, and it was basically when budgetarily feasible. So when the 5-year forecast allows for us to make those repayments, we would make those repayments. It probably would be best to, I don't know if there's a legal prohibition to it, but it'd probably be best to pay back that before we start transferring money to the general fund.
But we could pay it off, and if this proposal goes through, and if we increase it, we could pay it off the first year.
We could pay it off faster, and then actually that was an idea that I had for the future, was once that garage gets debt-free and the repayments have been made, that it could be potentially used to the general fund.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Don Dempsey.
Yeah, I agree with Danny. I think this is apples and oranges. Again, this is a parking garage, and it's clearly user fees. I mean, I think whoever uses it should pay for it. The beach thing is different because I think I pointed out it's probably 60-70% of the county doesn't even use the beach. And whenever possible, if it's a debate between raising the fees for those who are using county property and lowering the taxes of everybody else who doesn't use whatever it is, parking garage or the beach, I'm always going to be in favor of lowering the taxes and making those who are using it pay their fair share. Now, if it's going to be $50 or $100 to park and it's going to be $100 to drive on the beach one day, yeah, then I think it's okay to supplement it through tax dollars. But if we can get to the point where these things are self-funding and we don't have to tax people who don't even use these products, then that's what I'm in favor of. I don't want to raise taxes. My goal is to keep taxes as low as possible than it is to allow maybe 20% of the population to drive on the beach for free, especially when it's something that's only $20 or 7 cents a day, I think was the math for an annual fee. So, no, I think it was right. Yeah, 25 divided by 360. 25 divided by 365. Who knows? 4 quarts in a gallon, 3 feet a yard, less than 7 cents. Okay. So basically, that's my point. It's just yeah, if we could do your plan and somehow just lower the tax base. That's all I want to do is lower taxes. That to me is item one for my 4-year stint here, is just keep the taxes down. We're at over $1 billion taxing. I think we need to focus on keeping that down. And if that means raising these fees like Troy's proposing to lower the tax subsidy, so be it. I agree with you. Maybe for different reasons, but I agree with you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chairman. So we just heard from our finance guru that any extra money from here will just be a transfer to the general fund. It'll go to the general fund, and the general fund is what pays the beach subsidy. And before my plan, there was $14.5 million that the county was paying for a beach subsidy. After my plan, it was about $4.5 million. So it's not even. I heard that last time. Yes, and this isn't even. There's still a subsidy. Well, yeah, but not near as much as there was. So if we break this apart, because I can't support what Mr. Robbins says. $82,000. I've listened too much about Sunrail is coming, and we got to be careful with our finances. And this is $82,000. And we're deciding that this group, we give you a pass, but we're not going to give anybody else a pass. So if we break this up, Chairman, and that's something I know that we could do here, we don't need the help of Mr. Dyer. We could come up with it on our own, but I'm sure Mike could lead us there, because I'm a no on that, but I'm a yes on the other items that I talked about as far as increasing the parking garage and satellite off parking rates. I'm for those, but if they're all lumped together, I'm going to be a no.
Okay. I was going to ask that we try and pull this together and decide on what we want to do. If we're going to increase all the rates, accept this. Right now, the motion is to accept it as it is. If you want to send it back for increased rates, but I'm sorry, I can't resist just saying a couple things in light of everything that's been said. Don, I couldn't agree with you more that we have to lower taxes. But Mr. Kent's plan for the beach lowered taxes. It is double taxation. We are taxing people, and you can say if they're in a car, it's not a tax. It is a tax, and so maybe it's not a big one, but it's one that's important to our residents. If we're going to go strictly, and maybe we should, we're going to have a workshop about this, of having business pay for itself, then instead of giving $3 free parking, why don't the people that they work for pay that $3 of parking? They might get better employees and not lose them so quick. They're not paying them that much anyway, I don't think. So that's really their responsibility. They should pay the $3 parking fee every day. But I'm just asking that we make a decision here of what we're asking staff to do, how much we want them to raise rates. We have two more people that want to speak to that, Danny Robbins and then David Santiago.
I just have one quick point, Mr. Chair. Thank you. And to stay on track, the whole strategy was is because, number one, the bond's almost paid off, but we see a lot of human services that go out. We're talking about affordable housing. Can we offer some relief now, or is it going to cost us double and triple when we have to go through the affordable housing, food, any other human services we offer, the Medicaid we pump out, whatever we cover? Can we offer that so we don't have to pick up it on the back end, and then we have staff time, we have all this other stuff? That was the whole point of this, was address this on the front end versus the back end. Period, and we'll be saving money. Trust me.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could we pull up the slide again with the fee? I'm going to try to bring this in for a landing.
Have the presentation up. Oh,
Want to make sure I reference the correct one.
there you go.
Which is the one that Councilmember Robbins referenced? How's it titled?
It's validation parking, Ocean Walk shops, and Main Street local employees, $3 per 12 hours.
Okay. And if I recall, Mr. Chairman, Councilmember Robbins proposed to eliminate that fee. Is that correct? Is that what? Which? Okay, so, Mr. Chairman, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a motion first to address the validation parking issue, and then a motion to address the, after that one, make the motion for the overall fee assessment for parking.
Okay. What's your motion for validation
I move
parking?
that we eliminate the $3 validation parking fee for the Ocean Walk shops, Main Street employees parking per 12 hours.
Second.
Mr. Santiago makes a motion to eliminate the $3 validation parking fee, and that is seconded by Danny Robbins. Any discussion just on that? Troy Kent.
Tim, what was that total that that brought in alone?
$82,000.
That's what I thought you said. That's why I'm a no on this.
Any other discussion on that?
One more, sorry, let me ask, yes. Tim, is our debt paid off on that yet? On the garage?
No, you've got 2 more payments.
2 more payments? Or?
More, one each year for $893,000.
So we have 2 more years.
Why do I even try?
There are 2 more payments. One is interest only and one is interest in principal, the final payment being April 1st next year.
April Fool's Day, huh? Yeah, make sure they get that at least on the 31st, would you? So they know it's real. So here's another reason why I'm a no on this. This isn't even paid off yet. You know, what type of fiscal conservative would I be to do that at this point? It's not even paid off yet. Just like that beach is still sucking money from the general fund. So I'm a no on it for those reasons.
Danny Robbins.
How much will the adopted pay increases chip down that overall number that we have?
Well, and if you'll bear with me, I want to make sure which rates. I know Mr. Kent proposed a 5, 10, 15 on the tiered rate, basically a 3-hour get to the cap quicker. And if that's what we're talking about, that's great. I just want to make sure that's what we're talking about. That will still be about the same. Well, no, that would that I do not have an estimate for the increase, because we'd have to go back and see how many people park in the garage right now for 1 to 3 hours. And obviously, right now they pay for 3 hours, they pay $6. That will go to 15 if we adopt that rate, tiered rate structure. But I can say of the 2.8 million, approximately 700,000 came in under that rate. So you could probably at least double that to 1.4 million, is my guess.
Makes sense. Thanks.
You're still up for the item that we're on. I'll just finish it with this. Troy, I understand your problem with the hypocrisy of the argument, but I'm going to vote in favor of it to bring relief to some of the people in Volusia County, which was your intention to begin with the whole parking and beach driving thing. So if there's no other, is there no other comments?
I'll just say this, Chairman. If this debt was already paid off, I think I'd be there, but it's not. When that happens, I would have changed my vote.
I got you. I think we're fixing to raise all the other fees. It'll help us get there. Carissa, you want to call the roll on this one? The motion that we're taking a vote on is eliminating the $3 a day Ocean Walk shops and Main Street local employees validation parking.
Mr. Dempsey.
Can I get a clarification on that? And then
Sure.
what about the remaining fees? Are we going with Roy's proposal?
We're not doing that yet. We're doing 2 separate items.
Oh, okay, so this is just to...
Just for that one fee. The $3 employee fee.
Dropping it or eliminating? Oh, I'm in favor of that.
Okay. Dempsey's a yes.
Mr. Kent,
No.
Mr. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Robbins,
Yes.
Mr. Santiago, Mr. Brower.
Yes. So that passes 5-1 to eliminate the employee $3 parking fee, and now we need to talk about raising the other fees to pay for it all. Mr. Santiago.
Can we go to the other slide? The one that has the hourly and half hour.
Sorry.
All right. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we approve the rate proposals with the changes set forward. I'm going to outline the half-hour rate to be raised to $5, the 1 hour rate $10, and the 3+ hour rate to $15. That is my
Well, really, that
motion.
would be 2 hours plus, once you got past 1.5 hours, I believe.
Is that how it's
You
outlined?
do first half hour at 5, first hour you hit 10, then anything past the first hour would be at 15.
I'm okay
Up to a
with that.
maximum 12. Is that where we're at?
Maximum of what?
Maximum 12 hours.
Oh, okay, I thought you said $12.
This gets us to the cap much quicker.
So basically at 2 hours, you're saying it'll be 15, that's what you're proposing?
Correct. If you want to go in $5 increments for the half hour.
So, thank you, Chairman. So, just while we're talking about this, council, if our mind is we're going to follow the New Smyrna lead and go to $20 on the off-beach parking for out-of-town guests, and this isn't just for out-of-town, this is for our people too that are using this facility, do we want to go 15 and then that next hour to 20? Or do we want to cap it at 15?
I'd prefer to cap it at the 15. The reason why, because I know you referenced
I'm fine with
the
that.
New Smyrna model, because Volusia County residents can register for free in the New Smyrna model.
I'm fine with that, yeah.
So I think this is a significant bump, and it helps raise revenue, covers, I think, most of the gaps. So let's just stick with the, after 2 hours, $15. That is my motion.
But you also raised half hour to $5, correct?
That's correct.
1 hour to
1
$10.
hour to $10.
And then after
2 hours,
everything's
$15.
Under the matrix of the garage, really, once you go past 1 hour and 15 minutes, you will be at $15 under there. You know, if you go half hour, 5, 1 hour, 10, once you go past 115 on their pay meters, it's going to hit the 15.
So, well, I'm glad you brought that up because Chairman, by the way, are you okay with this? Me talking now? So, is that what, are you okay with that? After 1 hour, 15 minutes, we're automatically at $15? So we were thinking it was more like 2 hours. After 2 hours, it was going to be.
Well, originally it's 3 hours, because I wrote that down, but I think he proposed,
2
because
hours,
of the
he did.
system, 2 hours.
It can be programmed for $5 for the half hour, $10 for the first hour, and then the 10 stays till you hit hour 3, at which time it goes to 15, or
Yeah.
hour 2, at which time it goes to 15.
That's what I had proposed, and it got tweaked here a little bit, and I think that's
We should need to
cleaner.
be clear, at what point do we hit the 15, at the 2 hour mark or 3 hour?
Okay, I thought there was a system challenge, that's why I made that modification, but I had that written down.
I see it,
All
yeah,
right,
3
so
hour.
can I modify my motion, Mr. Chair? Ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Just to bring clarity. The move to approve the rate proposals with the changes to, after first a half hour, $5, after 1 hour, $10, after 3 hours, $15. Caps out.
And then it stays that way to the.
Or 12.
For that whole.
That's correct.
Okay. Are we doing exhibitor parking as well?
No, I think that's what was proposed. I think we're good. Right?
I can tell
Well-
you that that is not a significant amount of revenue, so we just proposed bumping them all $5.
The exhibitor, I'm actually okay looking at the increase for the exhibitor parking. I'm okay with that.
Yeah. So that we leave it the same as proposed.
Okay, so the rest of it, the exhibitor parking, the monthly parking, the validation, well, we took care of that, and the event parking, we're accepting as is.
Correct.
You only change those
three.
top three. Okay, I want everybody to make sure what we're voting on. That is David Santiago's motion. Is there a second? Santiago makes a motion. Danny Robbins makes the second, I'm sorry. And for discussion, Don Dempsey.
Can I ask you, we're talking about non-event days with all these increases. How much off-street free parking is there for shopping in that area?
Well, there's not a lot on the north side of Ocean Center because you have Earl Street and then the water park and the garage. The south side towards Main Street, we do have the Main Street lot, 40 spaces open every day for free in support of Main Street merchants under the City of Daytona Beach public use permit. So you have 40 spaces there for free that aren't on the street, but they are there. And then you also have street parking, you know, in that area as well. So there's some free street parking that is available.
Not much.
Are they timed, or
Yeah.
is it employees can park there all day
3 hours, isn't
and take up the prime spot?
Yeah, I don't think they're metered on Earl Street, but there's not that many. There's probably only 6 or 7 spaces. That's across from our loading docks. It's just not a lot of spaces over there. So there's not a lot of surface street parking in our area.
Okay, so my only concern, this happened in DeLand. I remember back in 1990, we had meters, and we had a lot of vacancies downtown DeLand because people wouldn't come down to shop because they had to pay the park to go do some shopping when they could go to a strip mall or somewhere else, park for free, and then do their shopping. So we had a lot of vacancies downtown DeLand. And somebody with the city had the great idea of getting rid of the meters and just going to the chalk Nazi, who would walk around and chalk your tires and then come back, and if you're still there in 2 or 3 hours, he writes you a ticket. Ever since then, that was back early 90s. Ever since then, we have had full occupancy in downtown DeLand. DeLand has thrived. It used to be called Deadland, and then we offered that. My only concern is that basically, I would imagine the majority of the people that park there are going to be the employees and customers of these small stores, right?
Correct, especially as far as the garage, because it is closer to what we call the central business district, right across from Ocean Walk Shops and the other retail and restaurants, you know, on A1A.
So now if somebody wants to go visit their favorite restaurant with friends and go have lunch or something like that, and they're going to spend an hour and a half eating lunch at one of those small restaurants, they're going to go from paying $3 to $15? Is that what we're? $10. $10. I mean, I'm wondering if that's enough to scare a lot of people off of those restaurants. I would propose something in the neighborhood of leaving it the way it was until 2 hours and then hit them. But we don't want to scare off these small business customers to go to another place because they're going to have to shell out an extra $10 to go to lunch. So that's my concern. That's why I don't really think I'm in favor of raising it to that extreme. I mean, anything after 2 or 3 hours, you're probably not there to patronize local businesses. You're probably there parking because you work at one of those businesses or something like that. And
They're getting that for free now.
Yeah,
well, but I'm just saying, I just don't know if we should scare off these customers. So I would, as much as I'm for, you know, user fees, I still kind of like the proposed rate changes. If we feel like this is going to be enough to get us up to where we need to be, and we're going to be paid off soon anyway, I'd just as soon leave it like that, so we're not going to give their customers sticker shock next time they come to get lunch.
Chairman, can I ask Don a question? Sure. Councilman Dempsey. So I'm just looking at this, you know, we got $1, we got $2, we got $3. I was just thinking about this, you know, if I'm going there and I'm thinking about me, you know, I try to never go to Orlando ever, but sometimes I do. Sometimes I have to. And I don't know when the last time I've ever parked in Orlando for free, ever. What about, are you okay, and maybe you're not, so I'm asking, I have a question for you. Like the minimum, you know, after the first half hour to the hour, $5.
Well, I can afford $5, but I don't know if everybody who's going to go get lunch really wants to pay $5 to park when they could go down the road to Applebee's and park for free and get the same lunch that they could have got at the shop areas. I'm just worried we're going to scare some people off. You know, this is different than the beach. I know you got this underlying thought about the beach, but to me, the beach and this is completely different. know if we should be in the business of, I mean, the restaurant business is all based on nickels and dimes. I mean, they have such a thin margin that they work on, and to add another 10 or $15 to a customer's experience, being if they want to go get lunch, and they want to go shopping after they get lunch. Now you're talking about a 2.5 hour deal. What are we raising that under this proposal?
$10. So $5 would be the minimum, basically. If you come in and you're like, you know what, I don't want to. Your first 10 minutes are free, and then it's $5. And then after you're there 2 hours, it's $10. And after you're there 3 hours, it's $15.
All I can tell you is I've witnessed it right down here. Now DeLand is the most, what do we got? Grand McNally, best small town in America. Steele, best small town in America. Didn't always used to be that way. And it was only from taking, I think they were a quarter every hour. I don't know, George, you may remember or not, but basically that's what it was. It was a quarter an hour.
Gotcha.
And that little change, getting rid of that meter, you've made a complete 180 for the downtown economy. Now it's thriving because we got rid of that. And that's all I'm saying.
Okay, you've made a good appeal. The motion on the table is for half hour, 5, 1 hour, 10, 3 hour, 15, but you can offer an amendment, which we would have to vote on if you want to change half hour and an hour. Your concern is up to 2 hours.
I'd say make the first 2 hours free. That's what helped DeLand. I mean, let me ask you, is the parking garage full every weekday? Every weekday?
The garage is generally fairly full Thursday through Sundays, especially in the summer.
Right. So Monday through Wednesday, it'd be nice to get more of a shopping crowd. And
then its
restaurant
activity is directly related to Ocean Center, pretty much. I mean, you know, Monday and Tuesdays are slow days. It's probably the garage slow days.
Okay. So you're saying that we don't get many shoppers?
Oh, no, you do. I'm just saying it's not going to fill unless Ocean Center. On a Monday and Tuesday, the garage will not fill unless Ocean Center has a lot of activity to bring people in to fill it. Because it won't fill from ordinary activity, just on an average Monday, Tuesday. Again, summertime is a little bit different than the rest with vacationers. But
So do you think if we let people park there for free for a couple hours on those 3 days a week even, that might help bring more people in to patronize those local businesses?
I don't know if I'm an expert on a crowd.
I know it helped DeLand. That's all I can say. I'm not an expert either.
Right. You've got several people that want to discuss it. Depending on what if you're going to make an amendment or not. Do you?
I move to amend it to make the first 2 hours Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday for free.
Mr. Brower?
We could make it more complicated. Yes, who's calling me?
Was there a second to Mr. Santiago's motion?
Yes, there was. Danny Robbins seconded it. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. First 2 hours free.
Non-event.
Non-event days, free parking.
And that is an important clarification. On event days, all bets, this all goes away,
Yes.
and it's all $15 all the time.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the motion on the floor. Does anybody want to discuss, or the amendment on the floor, does anybody want to discuss that amendment?
There's no
David?
second yet, Mr. Chairman. I think
Oh,
it
that's
died
true.
for lack of a second. I don't know.
Well,
If there's no second, then there's no discussion needed.
Any second on Mr. Dempsey's amendment for free parking for 2 hours? Okay, no second. The chair can't second. I could give the gavel to the vice chair, but it's not going to win, it sounds like. Okay, so we're back to the main motion, which David Santiago wants to speak to.
No, Mr. Chairman, now that amendment's dead, I withdraw.
Okay, Matt Reinhardt.
Just a quick question, Tim. You had
Yes,
the
sir.
question was asked that how much that garage is occupied, and you said pretty much all the time. I know that there are some repairs that are needed for that garage as well that are coming up, and that requires shutting down an entire floor at one time, correct?
We will, we finished decks 2 and 6. Decks 3, 4, and 5 are in the lineup over the next 3 years to be refurbished, along with a mechanical, electrical, plumbing upgrade for the entire garage, replacing the utility grid and some plumbing. So there will be sections over the next 3 years that will be phased off, cordoned off with no traffic
Which
at
will
different
keep that
times,
full as well.
which will impact our revenue.
And keep the garage full because it'll appear full.
Yes.
Because we have to shut those down. So typically, do you do just one floor at a time, or?
Yes.
Okay. And
Try
that,
to.
That may take
Maintain
several
traffic.
months.
Or maybe one side of a floor to maintain traffic.
Depending on the
flow on one
damage
side.
or the repairs needed. I know there's a lot
Correct.
of rust issues. We're kind of real close to the ocean. So those are, okay. I just had those questions. Thank you.
For staff, I just have one last question for you. I don't know if you know, is the very limited number of parking spaces in that area on the street level, do they have, what did you call them, chalk Nazis? Are they 2-hour parking, 3-hour parking before you get
on
a
the
ticket?
street over there?
Yes.
I don't think it's marked like that.
Okay.
I think it's,
Okay.
but there's just very few of them, so.
Very few.
Chairman,
Okay.
the signs, if my memory's correct, the signs like in front of, what's the water park?
Lagoon.
Daytona Lagoon or whatever. There's signs there that say 2-hour parking, like on the road. There's very limited ones, but if my memory's right.
Okay. All right, motion on the floor is for 1/2 hour, $5, 1 hour, $10, 3 hours and beyond, $15, non-event days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Oh, no, that was yours. That was yours, all the time,
And accepting the rest of the parade
and
proposals.
accepting everything else as shown. Okay. Carissa, would you please call the roll again?
Mr. Dempsey,
This is for the 5, 10, and 15 thing?
Yes.
Half hours? No.
Mr. Kent,
They're using it. Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Robbins,
Yes.
Mr. Santiago, Mr. Brower.
Yes. So this passes 5-1. Okay. Thank you.
Did you, yeah, I think we skipped others as proposed.
No.
Did you add?
Everything else as proposed.
All right, thank you.
Did you get that? K Green?
You want to? We had one request from the city on the event parking for next to the Peabody. Those events are for the city and they're usually local residents. They had requested that we keep the parking for the Peabody events at the current $10, Tim?
That is correct. Yes, $10 event rate.
Regardless of time.
Regardless, I mean, there are some mixed-use days. I would say the majority of Peabody events occur between 7 and 9 in the evening. So there's not a lot of conflicts with Ocean Center convention and type trade show business, most of which ceases around 5 to 6 p.m. There is some overlap, and we have night events too, but if there was overlap, we would keep the lot immediately adjacent to the Peabody at 10 under this scenario, and all the rest of our parking would still remain at 15.
Okay. We didn't alter that, did we?
No, we did not.
That's
That
a
was
surface lot.
think of recent, yes, that is a surface lot, which we designate as the south lot,
Yeah.
immediately adjacent to Peabody.
Okay.
So we're good?
I don't know. Was that
Did you?
was that lot what we voted on?
That was not part of the vote you just took. That was a request, I think, that came through City of Daytona Beach when
Right.
they got wind.
Is that on the agenda?
It is not.
But I don't know if it's necessary. You need to clarify.
So we need to
Jim,
clarify.
did we?
Don't know
No,
if what's
the south and west lots were on the increased $15 for event days at Ocean Center. I think we received a request from the Peabody to allow Peabody events to have the $10 event rate for the south lot, which is the lot that Peabody uses. for their events.
So it was a request from the city of Daytona Beach for Peabody events, and it was not on the agenda or in this package.
It came in well after this material was put together, so.
So the question before us, do we want to modify it to the city's request, correct?
That would be correct.
Or it's really leaving it the same, isn't it?
At 15?
Leaving it at the current rate, or leave it at 15. It's right now, the current rate is 10, you just moved it to 15.
Yeah.
But do
Okay.
you wish to modify it to allow the city of Daytona Beach Peabody events to have access to the $10
Okay.
event rate?
So you need us to take action
Yes.
in order for that to happen?
If
Yes.
you would, yes.
If we want to do that.
Does anybody want to make that motion to allow the city of Daytona Beach to?
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay, motion by Matt Reinhardt. Is there a second on this, city of Daytona Beach? Keeping the parking for, the Peabody. Danny, did I hear a second? Okay, Robin, second. And, sorry, I want to get this down. The rate is currently 10. And they just
It would
don't
just
want us,
remain at- it would
they just
remain
don't
at
want
10.
us to raise it.
That is correct.
Okay. Deputy County Manager, Suzanne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for clarity, the request came from the city manager's office, not the council, so they didn't take a vote on it. And the theory was primarily locals attend Peabody events. Would you consider keeping the $10 rate stable if you're going to raise the event fee to 15, which we alerted them to? And if the council's interested in that, we do know the next agenda item pertains to trying to bring some concerts for the local community. And I just put that in there. If we do it for the Peabody, I would ask the question whether the council would like to also do that if we're able to secure the live music event. So, thank you.
Yeah.
May I, Mr. Chair?
You may.
And as we vote on this motion, I think think of this motion also doing the same for concerts if we so approve it. I think the two are in the same boat. So I want to just throw that out there, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Let's try it without a roll call. Just working with the city of Daytona Beach to keep the parking the way they want it, $10 for whatever length of time.
Chairman?
Yes, sir.
May I?
You may.
I'm just in my head trying to, I hadn't thought about this. I like to think about this stuff a little bit, and now this is upon us. I'm okay making a decision. We have a motion, we have a second, so it sounds like two people are for it, could be for it. And now I'm thinking about our concerts, and I'm trying to think about what I pay whenever I go to the AMP up in St. Augustine. Ms. Conchin, do you remember what it is to pay up there to park?
Yes, sir.
I usually park at Surf Station, by the way.
Well, I can't speak to the surf station. I can tell you that the amphitheater itself has a relatively small parking lot, but a parking lot right in front. They charge $20 for parking, but they offer 2 satellite parking spaces that they run for free with multiple shuttles. So
Yes.
it gives the concert goer an opportunity to either be right at the front door or for free have a shuttle.
I pay $20 at the Surf Station, and then for like blue rickshaw to bring my wife and me on a bicycle down to the event, it's like another $20. So
So I do want to tell you where one satellite is for your next show, because it's
gotcha. I'll
right
get
near
with you.
there.
I'll get with you later about that. Whatever we do, I think we do for the concerts as well. I'm okay with the 15 all around. I could live with the 10 all around. Hearing what they pay down there, would you say 25, 20? Yeah, 20. So I'm okay with if we went to 15.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I made that last comment just to kind of spark that thought process, right? For the concerts, because I too kind of sort of feel like you do. I go to an Amway basketball game and I'm paying $25, $30 for parking. and I still got to walk like 5 blocks to get there.
We're giving it away too cheap.
We're giving it away too cheap. It goes back to some of the comments some of my colleagues said earlier that, we may or may not have some tough times before us. Don't want to re-spark that debate, but it's something for us to consider. I don't think $15 is a lot to ask for a kind of concert goer or event goer. I think it's a reasonable fee, and I still think it's cheap. So I could live with either or, but I think we could leave it the same.
Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I totally get what you're saying. $5 doesn't seem to be a lot. One person's, Mr. Kent, you talked about going to St. Augustine. I know I've been up that way. I've taken advantage of the free parking, by the way, to do those concerts. That was me going to St. Augustine. Talked about the Amway in Orlando. Somebody else said a little while ago, you can't go anywhere in Orlando without paying for parking regardless that you're going to Orlando. What you just said about the Peabody, the majority of the guests are local. I'm looking at helping out the local. So that being said, the $10 was okay with me, and so I respect that, but I'm going to stick with the 10.
Okay, I can go either way with this. I brought this up in the agenda meeting. Since we were going to talk about concerts, did we want to consider? I asked, actually, could we consider having free parking during the concerts? And the reason was, I've never gone to St. Augustine Amphitheater and paid for parking. They do have paid parking. It's very small. But they have all this satellite parking that's free with a bus shuttle that takes you back and forth. And I thought, we really want concerts here. And does it give us a marketing advantage to say, Daytona Beach is starting concerts, free parking? Would it help? I don't know how significant it is, but it's something to consider. But it's really not part of this. So this is $10. What we're fixing to vote on is $10 for Peabody events at the request of the city of Daytona Beach. No other discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay. I just heard a division of the House request. So would you call the roll?
Mr. Dempsey.
Aye.
Pardon?
He said yes?
Yes? Okay. I thought you'd voted no before. Okay. Dempsey.
Mr. Kent?
No.
Mr. Reinhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Robbins?
Yes.
Mr. Santiago? Mr. Brower?
Yes. And I lost track of the trying to write it down. What
4
was the
to
vote?
2.
4 to 2?
4, keeping it at $10.
Okay. Motion passes. I think we're done with parking.
All right.
Discussion of Ocean Center live entertainment booking model.
Good afternoon once again. And this is a pretty straightforward information that we provided. I will like to run through just each of the scenarios, lay them out for you and talk a little bit about each one of the scenarios and tell you what we are asking for council approval to do. With regard to booking, and we don't call it just concert, we call it the live entertainment model, for lack of a better term. We do other live entertainment events besides concert, whether it be basketball, WWE, some of those events. This is the current model we use for live entertainment and concerts, and as you all know, it's not necessarily bringing a lot of business to us in terms of the current model. It does have virtually zero risk to Ocean Center, not no risk, but virtually zero, wherein we sell tickets for a promoter. They bring the act, we sell tickets for them. Once the ticket sales or the event has concluded, Ocean Center pays itself first for our arena rental staffing costs. Then we give the net proceeds from the concert or the ticket sales to the promoter. He then pays his expenses, sound, lights, artist. We don't really know what those are, don't care what those are because that's in his bailiwick. He pays that, and if he makes money, great. If he doesn't make money, so be it. but Ocean Center's not involved in any of those splits. And this model, again, is not getting a lot of traction out there in the live entertainment world. That's why we're before you today to talk about other flexible options, if you will, or options that will give us more tools in our tool belt as we seek to broaden our horizons and bring more concerts back into the venue. Option B, very similar to option A. We like this option because it involves just a promoter rebate on a per head per ticket type pricing. Very easy. Nobody really has to open books. They don't know what our revenues are. We don't know what all his expenses are. We just agree that in addition to the standard model, we'll offer you so much per ticket sold to that event. If he sells 3,000 tickets, then we agree to a $4 per ticket rebate. We throw $12,000 from ticket sales or other Ocean Center fees into the revenue sharing pot for the promoter to take advantage of. So he pays his expenses. Ocean Center's paid. We give him the net ticket proceeds, but there's just a little extra layer on top based on this per head negotiated rebate to the promoter. But again, all risk beyond involved with paying production costs and artist costs are still borne by the promoter. At the end of the day, if the ticket rebate we kick in addition to ticket proceeds takes care of his expenses, great. If not, that's not our business. We don't share in anything whatsoever. I do like this. As I said, it's clean. It's easy to figure based on paid attendance. There's not a lot of auditing that has to occur. We all know how many tickets were sold, how many tickets were in the drop box. It's very easy to calculate, very easy to settle with the promoter with this model. The next step further, a little bit along the, you heard about co-promotion today with the airport. This is called co-promotion to zero, what we call our option C. And this is where things do get significantly different. Basically, all revenues will go into a pot. We have the ticket sales and proceeds, which are going to the pot. Right now, Ocean Center retains $2 for every ticket sold for Ocean Center. It's a ticket fee that goes directly to Ocean Center. That would go into the pot. We have merchandise splits, which right now, if we sell for the promoter, we keep 30%, 70% goes to the promoter. If they sell, it's 80-20, and we verify, but we only keep 20%. But that percentage will go back into the revenue pot. But the big share of what makes that pot is going to be Ocean Center food and beverage sales. We generally, on most events of this nature, will do a per cap of $10 to $15, depending on the night, depending on a Monday night, you're not going to sell lots of adult beverages, probably. Saturday night, we will. So our per caps are going to be higher. So we know going into this, we're going to have those revenues, and we'll average probably about 35 to 40% net on concessions. So we know we can put that in the pot. We can put our ticket fee in the pot. We can put our split of merchandise sales into the pot. So basically, it's a combining of revenues with the promoter. You take ticket sales and Ocean Center revenues, combine them all into a single pot, which all expenses are paid out of, including Ocean Center, rental, hard costs, which are usually staffing for us. That's paying all the temporary workers that help do the event. Then sound, lights, production, artist fees are paid. And then once all that is settled, if there's revenue remaining in that pot, it is split equally between us and the promoter. If there is no revenue left in that pot and the pot is exhausted under co-promotion to zero, that's where Ocean Center steps away from the table. And if there's still a loss or a deficit situation, the promoter bears that loss under this co-promote. That's why it's called co-promotion to zero. We stop at zero. We're willing to put our revenues in, but we don't write any checks. And that's where that ends. The next option on the scale would be exactly co-promotion to zero, but you take off the to zero at the end. And we just share in the pot at the end. And if there are expenses to be borne by the event after all revenues are exhausted, we can share in those, and there's a little flexibility here. We can either share in those equally with the promoter. If there's a $20,000 loss, we each take a $10,000 hit. Or we could negotiate a cap for Ocean Center to say we're willing to co-promote beyond zero, but we're going to cap our losses at $20,000. Whatever expenses there may remain. If it's $50,000, we're capping our loss at 20. So that's a quick run through of what the available options that are being used in the industry are. And really what we're asking for is just flexibility to slide back and forth on that risk-reward scale, if you will. And it will be different. I will tell you, it will be different for every single event that we do because every event is completely different. Example I like to use is If someone came to us right now and wanted to book a concert on July 22nd, I say that because it's the only Saturday we have available really between now and the end of July, except for Easter, Saturday before Easter. But if somebody wanted to book a concert on July 22nd, that's a one-day hold we have between 2 week-long conventions. So it would be incredibly hard for Ocean Center to really turn the building and get it ready. Not saying it's impossible. Nothing is impossible, but it would be difficult. In a case like that, we would probably look at said promoter and say, you know, that's not a great date for us. We understand it may be the only time you can have this particular touring group, but that's where we would look and say the best we'll do is a $3 rebate. That's as far down the scale as we're going to go because it's not a need period for Ocean Center. However, somebody came to us maybe on a Bike-toberfest, Bike Week weekend, Christmas weekend, or Thanksgiving weekend when we're dark 4 or 5 days, and they have an opportunity to bring an act to us that we both agree, you know, has potential, then maybe we go further down that risk scale and agree to co-promote in addition to just a rebate because it fits, it clicks more boxes for us. You know, it fits a need period. And with regard to, I think the way from general discussions we've had, we all want to make money. I mean, we don't book anything at Ocean Center without an eye towards trying to make money. But at the same time, especially for concert or entertainment events, if we don't necessarily make a lot of money, but we cover our costs and provide a good event for the community to have, you know, in their community, you know, we can live with that kind of thinking too. And that's a little bit different model than the past. Before it was always, you know, if you book it, you have to make money. I think we're looking at now, if we book it and it's a quality event and we can cover our cost or have very little risk in sharing risk with the promoter, you know, that may be acceptable if we can provide a cultural amenity and a nice cultural event for our local citizens to enjoy. So that's kind of the 4 options that we put before you, and a staff recommendation is to just give us flexibility to move back and forth on that scale, if you will, is where we're at.
Mr.
Thank
Chair,
you. Yes.
before you get started, I'd like to note that Mr. Johansson arrived at 5:56 p.m. to the council meeting.
Oh, welcome. Glad you're back safe. Okay, open it up for questions for Troy Camp.
Thank you, Chairman. We had a healthy conversation about this, and I appreciated it. I'm really excited about us offering something more at the Ocean Center than what currently is there, especially for our residents and then the visitors alike. So when we spoke, I thought option A is the current option, which you said no promoter would want to deal with, for the most part, right? Is that
Not
what I
getting
heard?
a lot of traction there.
Not a lot of traction. So, you know, it seemed like you really liked B and C. So is that what I'm hearing? Because I didn't read that recommendation to say that, but you're saying staff would like to have the flexibility to be able to make that decision dependent upon the promoter and the act that you're going to have?
Yes, I mean, in terms of being able to every deal will need to be tweaked as to what works for Ocean Center, what works for the promoter, and
Sure.
what's acceptable in terms of bearing cost and whatnot.
Sure. And any concert we have is a huge drastic improvement to what we currently offer as far as concerts go. So I'm super excited about that. And at some point, Mr. Rechtenwald, you may be able to shed some light on maybe the goal of how many we're looking at maybe when we implement this process first year, and then going on from that year, you know, maybe some more. I don't know if you have a number in your mind or not. Thank you.
I will speak to that just a little bit in terms of trying to frame, you know, what's not only achievable but desirable in terms of, you know, we want to, you know, we'd love to book concerts. We have certain need periods. You know, the fall and winter kind of works naturally for us. It's a little bit slower time on the Ocean Center calendar. And I mentioned all the festival weekends as well. So we kind of have a date strategy. There are also, I would be remiss if I didn't mention the fact that we've been looking at other resources that may be available to us. We think we start with this. There are agencies out there and consultants out there in the concert booking world as well. We've made contact with 2 different organizations, one of which is a group, they're called Venue Coalitions. 106 arenas across our nation belong to that group. We currently do not. There are 3 in Florida that do. Amway Center belongs. O'Connell Center on the University of Florida campus belongs. Hertz Center right outside of Fort Myers belongs. And it's a 7,000 seat. We're at 9, Amway's at 20, O'Connell's at 10. So we kind of fit in that range, and that's a resource at varying levels, which again, I think we make this known if it's approved, see what traction we get, but there are other ways to keep trying to get deeper in that, with those snow tires, if you will. So.
Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That organization you just referred to that we're not a member of, that is something we could be.
Certainly.
Correct. And I know that I would assume that we would be in conversation with some of the other promoters in the area when other events are going on. Right now, say Bike Week, that's usually black for us because of the traffic and whatnot that's occurring in. But is it doable to think that maybe there's a concert that we could put on during Bike Week that would attract that crowd as well?
I think it's very possible that you have a captive audience and an audience in town. And just because there's lots of traffic, we're a block from Main Street.
Exactly.
And so we would be an attractive venue if we have the right deal that we can put in front of somebody.
So
we think that's a very viable date for us.
I get scared because I looked down and I saw Mr. Rectenwald pop his name up when I brought that up. So,
well, to answer the question, it is those soft dates that we're talking about where we know. I think that's a great place to start. Something like Bike Week and Biketoberfest, because there are no real opportunities for convention business during that time. There are no hotels during that time, and it would be something to give the visitors and the community. So those are dates there that we would look at. There's other venues have more of a season approach, and of course we are all weather all the time, so I could also see maybe as some of the others go out of season, we go into season, definitely in the October-November time frame, which is usually a slower period for us. August is another period, so I could see, depending on the market, now that if we have these tools, looking at a half a dozen to 10 concerts, something along those lines, to try to plug those dates that we have.
and I like the idea. The mindset before was to be always to make money. I get that. I'm with that. I appreciate that, but also to accommodate the citizens of this county, offering something that we haven't offered in quite some time, if at all. So I like that where you're thinking with that. Thank you.
David Santiago.
Question for you. Of the options that you presented to us today, what is the norm out there right now in comparable type of venues?
I can show you 4 settlements we've gotten from different venues that run the gamut. I mean, it really is, it depends on, every market's different. We do have some, our destination is a desirable destination. There's a reason lodging taxes almost set records for the last year. So I think we've got that going for us in many respects. We're not a first-tier city. We're not a Tampa. We're not a Miami. But in the conversations we've had with some promoters, and the reason, I like the rebate because it's clean. That's the old CPA in me. But some of the promoters we've talked to have mentioned, they like that too because it is clean from their side as well. So, that's where you start. There's 4 options, each with a little bit more potential for risk and reward, but you start with the least amount that gets us a little bit further down the road from where we are now. That's where we start and make that available and see what kind of traction we get. And we think we'll get some with that model alone. We just need access to the other models for certain need periods. There may be need periods that we have that aren't very exciting with the groups that are touring. And a lot of that, you have to kind of more than just dip our toe back in that world. We have been told consistently as well, it's not a one-off kind of game. If we're going to do this, we've got to be willing to do it several times to let the world know that Ocean Center is back in the concert or the live entertainment business. You can't just do it one time and say, that didn't go so well, let's back off. You've got to be willing to commit to a series.
I agree with that. Are you looking for us to approve all 4 options?
Yes, sir.
And I don't have a problem with all 4 options. except with one caveat, the D option, right? Where it fears me that I could potentially give you, or not you personally, but the process, a blank check for risk. So I would rather put some type of parameters around that, right? Because, again, I like you, trust you, but who's going to be whatever it is? I don't want to unknowingly put the county on the hook for some potentially unlimited.
My wife won't give me a check either, so that's it.
Tim? In option A, merchandise sales with a 70-30 split, what's the merchandise?
T-shirts, caps, the
That a
things you
band-
see. Yeah, the things you
that
see.
the
bands.
entertainer brings?
Yes, yes.
So if Red Hot Chili Peppers comes and they're selling T-shirts and bongs, who gets 70%?
They do.
And we take 30.
We get 30 if we sell. We get 20 if they sell.
Have we had that?
Yes,
occur
and,
before?
and we actually have a contract party that we ordinarily will contract that out to. It's a company that we've used before. Again, not often, but it's a company that we use who does all the inventory, sells the merchandise, and really we each get a check from that company. But that's the kind of merchandise. That's the kind of revenue which, under option C, we would be willing to share back in the pot to help everybody pay expenses.
Here's my concern. I really want this to happen. I want us to bring concerts in for our locals, but also I think this goes to the main purpose of the Ocean Center, to put what we've always said. We want to bring people to Daytona, put heads in beds. And I want them to come enjoy the concert. They're going to pay a parking fee, but I want them to go across the street, down the street to the restaurants. I want them to stay overnight. But I guess I'm going back to Mr. Dempsey's words of wisdom on capitalism. I'm not comfortable with putting taxpayer money at risk for something as risky as concerts. I'd like to see a little bit more information on each one. For me, I would be willing to waive Ocean Center fees for a good act that would pack it out before I go into co-promotion. Do we have promotional experience? I've talked to various promoters, and they do the promotion. They bring in sponsors that have nothing to do with entertainment. They want to make money, so they'll sponsor it. And I asked one promoter, he mentioned a very large car dealership in Orlando. I said, he sponsors concerts and makes money on it? He said, yeah, he only has to get a couple clients out of it. And he does, because there's people that like the fact that he promotes the act that they like. I'm a little leery about having, I don't know your staff, about wading into the promotion business.
Well, under the scenario, we would not be promoting the event or securing the acts. We'd be working with the promoters. That's different than us going out and buying acts directly and taking that kind of risk. Somebody asked me one time, could we have, throw a name out there, Adele. I said, yeah, if we want to write the check for her, we can. But that's she's probably not going to come here with a promoter. We take, with the promoter world, they have acts already lined up that they want to bring us, and then we sit down and we talk about them. We look at the history, what tickets have they sold at the other places they've been, and you have to get comfortable before you get into that arrangement with them. But this would not be Ocean Center buying acts directly or writing checks directly for entertainment or artists. This would be working with a promoter, just like was discussed earlier today. We're just trying to mitigate some of their risks. So if they take the chance on bringing an act to Daytona Beach, where they ordinarily have not been coming lately, they know that there's going to be some mitigation of their risk, either with a rebate or some type of co-promotion. And again, that is pretty much done industry-wide. We can also put a cap on D if you're comfortable with the county manager having a, stamp of it stops at 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. We can certainly do that. We don't want to go there, really. We want to stick with option B and option C. So we're not risking any. The most we risk is revenues that we make from people attending the event that goes into the pot. We never really write a check. That's where we hope to be, that or less. So-
Understand. I guess I'm having a hard time separating, mitigating the risk to not being a co-promoter. To me, it's one and the same, but Danny Robbins.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And just a quick point, I want to give this a shot and give him, for instance, I mean, I didn't support the initiative with Cyrus where we gave ultimately access to $1 million. I think we do have to be careful there and to agree with you, Jeff, that to limit that risk, but I'm looking for a direction. I don't know what we're doing.
Thank you. Troy Kent.
Yeah, let me go ahead and give that direction. I'll make a motion at this time to approve staff's recommendation to give Tim and Mr. Rechtenwald the ability to choose between options A and D with a cap on option D. What did you like for the cap on option D?
Whatever is the cap right now for the county manager spending limit. I'm sure there's one, right? Oh, that's too high.
That's too high. That's what I was like.
I'd say with a cap of 25,000.
Great. And I'm fine with that as well, with a cap of 25,000 with option D.
So approving all A, B, C, and D with a cap of 25,000 just on D. Okay. The motion on the table is to approve the models as given with a $25,000 cap on D. Motion by Kent, second by Santiago. Any other discussion? I'm surprised. Everybody's getting tired. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
We'll get to work.
And the motion carries. Did
7, 6 to 1.
one no vote? Okay. Motion carries 6-1. Okay. Item 17, Volusia Forever Acquisition Priority Recommendations.
Yes, sir. Brad Burball, Resource Stewardship Director. So what I have before you are recommendations from the Volusia Forever review and evaluation cycle. So as you can see here, this is the council adopted process for selecting properties for Volusia Forever program. Twice a year, we'll open the call for nominations because it is a willing seller program. You can see at the top there, we solicit those willing sellers. Then the Volusia Forever Advisory Committee gets 2 bites at the apple. First one is they use your council adopted criteria to determine with your staff if a property is eligible or ineligible for consideration for acquisition under Volusia Forever. If a property is eligible, then it moves to the next stage in the process where the staff writes a longer, more in-depth report on the property, evaluating its conservation value. And then the committee sorts those properties into A and B list. What we have before you today is the recommended A list that came out of our October through November cycle. And just to walk you through, since it's a new council, the rest of the process, today, if you approve the recommendations to put on the A list then becomes the active acquisition list that the staff then begins to pursue in negotiations with the landowners. We'll bring, if we come to an agreement with a landowner on a purchase price, we will bring that purchase agreement back to council, so you will have the opportunity to weigh in on whether to approve or deny the opportunity. If it's approved, we will acquire the property or the conservation easement. If it's a conservation easement, of course, the private landowner is going to continue to manage it. If we buy it, then our land management staff manages it in perpetuity. So A group and B group. The A group is ones that the committee felt are the highest priority for acquisition. They significantly further the program goals. Typically, most of them will be eligible for matching funds through many of the state or federal land acquisition programs and are in Florida Forever project boundaries. Those Group B properties are those that are important but may not be the highest priority for acquisition. The council may move from B to A. So if there's one on B and you feel that it needs to be on A, you can certainly do that. So what we have before you today, one of the things, let me go right back real quick. So sometimes there's questions from new council members, well, why don't we rank them? Why do we sort? Why do you call it sorting and grouping? We sort and group because if we rank them, it would give the landowners a leg up in the negotiations if they knew their project was number one on our list. So that's why we kind of sort them and have a high priority list rather than ranking what is our top priority. So what's coming before you today is a recommendation to add 3 properties to the A list that came out of that cycle, which currently you have 14 properties on your A list and 3 on your B list. So with the addition of these, it would be 17. And recommendation for removal, 6 properties, 4 because they're being acquired, 2 have been acquired for conservation, 2 purchase agreements have been approved by this council, so we're in the process of closing those. And then 2, the property owners asked to come off the list. They didn't tell us why, but sometimes we'll have those property owners ask to come off our active acquisition list. These are the 3 properties that made it through the evaluation cycle and are being recommended to you from your committee. So the CE next to these names means conservation easement. So these are folks that don't want to sell the fee simple, but rather a conservation easement where we distinguish the development rights, but it still stays on the tax rolls and it's managed by that individual. So we do have an agreement. We do inspect conservation easements once a year to make sure that the folks are doing what they said they would do with our agreement. You can see the acreage is here. Previous council asked for the estimated tax on these properties or parcels so they would know if we were to buy them, that would come off the tax rolls in most cases. In this case, because they're conservation easements, they would stay on the tax rolls. So that's the last cycle that we went through. We just started a second active cycle on April 1st through May 15th. So we're actively selecting or soliciting properties for Volusia Forever at this time. And those will go to your new committee. So with that, I'll answer any questions you may have.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How long are the conservation easements in place for?
Thank you.
In perpetuity.
Perpetuity.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I move to approve item 17, Volusia Forever acquisition priority.
So we're just doing the purchases now. Are you also moving to take 6 off? The item has moving 3 properties to the A group and removing 6.
Yes, that's
Okay.
all wrapped in with item number 17,
Okay.
the recommendations, correct?
Okay, yes.
Yes, I'm approving it as displayed by staff.
Okay, we have a motion by Santiago to approve as staff has given us. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Robbins, and for discussion, Brad, what does in perpetuity mean?
Forever.
How do we know? What happens when the owner dies? He has children? Is it in the will?
It stays with the land. Even if it's sold, it runs with the land. It will always be there.
Runs with the land rather than the person.
And it's enforceable. And it's, so the ownership, what we get is the property is not developed. It stays in its current state.
Natural state.
Mostly natural state. The public doesn't use it. The owner is still using it and managing it, cattle operation or whatever it is.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure, paint a clear picture of what was happening. Okay, Don Dempsey.
Yeah, hey Brad, which were the 3 additional properties to A group?
So they were Hammer, Stokes, and
4-star.
4-star Timber. Thank you. So they were, right. right here.
So this, in my page 17.3, it says here, this was the recommendation as of February 2nd of '23. Is that what we're going with, or has there been an updated one?
Is it the list with the colors on it?
Yes, sir.
So that was it was previously adopted by council, so that's what was then, and we're asking you to update it today, so we'll update the date after today if it's approved.
Okay, so which three are you bumping up? The ones in green?
The ones in green, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Jake Johansson?
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to make it clear that the chairman said it'll always stay the same, and I want to clarify, it can change based on all the stipulations and things associated with the Florida Forever, right? So that land can change. If he's doing cattle on it now, it might not be cattle in 5 years. If he decides to let it just go, he needs to manage it, but that management can change. Just because it's something today doesn't mean it's going to be exactly that in 20 years.
So for it, yes, it depends. So
Depends,
like a
I
good
know.
academic, it depends.
I know.
So the ag easements give a little bit more flexibility, but we're still distinguishing those development rights. They will ask for some entitlements. So with conservation easements, you're not only negotiating the price, you're negotiating the conservation easement as well. And so if we feel like that we're giving too much and it's not, for example, if they want to build an 8,000 square foot house on the property, that's a non-starter for us. Now, if they want to have 1,000 square foot shed at that as an entitlement, we can certainly do that. But the development rights is what we're buying essentially.
Perfect. Yeah, yep. That's exactly what I want to hear. Thanks.
Don Dempsey.
Just one follow-up, Brad.
Yes, sir.
I hear talk about solar farms being considered agricultural in use. Is there any truth to that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Not yet.
Would the county consider solar farms to be an ag use that would be permitted on one of these conservation easements?
So I would have to, so we have council adopted criteria, and based on just my limited kind of evaluation in my head with that question, I don't know if a solar farm would meet the minimum threshold. Because we still want some habitat protection. Now, if they had a portion where they were protecting the habitat or it had rare, scarce habitat, really we evaluate them one at a time. So I don't want to make a broad brush judgment at this point.
All right, thanks.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You brought up a good point there, Tom, because there's still a lot of active acquisition attempts for more solar farms going throughout the state. So I would be of concern of somebody that we purchased this development rights from, and then they go ahead and add this solar farm there. Are we comfortable that we have some checks and balances to make sure that it doesn't happen, or do you need action from this council to prohibit that for the future?
So there's plenty of checks and balances. One of the things that we talk about is impervious surface. So in my mind, especially for the ag easements, we talk about things that make the surface impervious. And if you have those, and we give them a certain amount, like you can have 1,000 square feet of impervious surface. So we have that now in our ag easements, when we haven't done an ag easement yet. But we do have those protections. In my mind, if it was a solar farm, that's impervious surface. And so that would be something that we could enforce.
If you've seen a solar farm, the impervious surface is, I mean, that can be argued very clearly by an attorney that just where the pole is where you have to, where it's cemented to the ground is where you have to calculate. I'll just say this, as an individual member, you brought up a good point. I'd rather that the staff find a way to just exclude that as an option, period. Solar farms, not permissible.
If that's the will of council, well, we will do that.
That way nobody games the system.
Okay. I don't see any other comments or questions, so I will call for the vote to accept the 3 additional properties, to move to the A list as conservation easements, and to take 6 properties off. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries 7-0. Item 18, alcohol, drug, and mental health funding.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of council. Donna Butler, Community Services Director. Before you with item 18 is the proposed item for alcohol, drug, and mental health funding. State of Florida requires a local match for the provision of these services. Traditionally, we receive information from Lutheran Health Services, who's the managing entity for DCF, who tells us what our local match is. They provide us a form with very little information on it that details the amount of the state funding awarded toward those ADM services, and then tells us what the required local match is. This year, 7 agencies are eligible for the match. You've got them listed here before you, and they're in your agenda item. I do want to point out that there are 3 new. We've previously only funded the top 4 on this list, but there are 3 others that have joined the applications this year. We have provided for you 3 options, but of course you can do whatever you wish in terms of the funding, but they have requested more than is in our budget. So we provided several options for you, excuse me. Our budget is actually $3.6 million. So if we were to stick to just the budget, and it would be 92% of what they requested. If we were to award based on the balance of the match required, which means based on what they contributed and then what was remaining based on what the state is telling us, it'd be approximately $4 million. And then option C, this is everything that they requested, which is the $4.3 million. So with that, I'll answer any questions that you might have on this item.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could we adjust this at any time in the future, or is this one and done if we so choose? And the reason I ask the question is it helps guide my decision on the options, right? Whether or not we want to throw more money at it without knowing where our fiscal position is for this upcoming year. So that's why, could we later on adjust that?
So this is actually for the current year that we're in. This isn't looking forward. Unfortunately for us, we get this information from the state late in our fiscal year. So our budgeted amount is this $3.7 million that I've got listed here on the bottom of the screen. That's our actual budgeted amount that we have in this year's current budget. You know, we can make an adjustment to future year's budgets, but we don't ever know in advance what they're asking. We'd like to figure out a way that we could work together with the state so that we could project appropriately for the next fiscal year. We've never been able to do that.
What was the other amount?
So this is the amount that we have in our budget,
3.7.
which if we were to try and stick with our budget, it'd be 92% of their requests. This $4 million, it's a budget deficit of $327,000, and then the budget deficit of $558,000. In previous years, we have used ARPA money. We've used general fund previously, but last year we used ARPA money to fund the gap that was essentially there based on requests being greater than was in the budget. And last year, that was approximately $676,000. The previous council had set aside $2.5 million for mental health services in our community. And so the council used $676 of that last year to fund the gap between the requests from the agencies and what we had in our budget.
And we don't have that available to us as an option this year?
We do.
We do.
We
to
have
help us get
approximately
to
we have $1.8 million approximately left in that fund. So if you all chose to do any of these scenarios or another scenario, that those funds are available to you at your discretion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we're knowing that we have those funds available. This is a very serious thing in our country, and especially in our county. I would go for option C and then utilizing those additional funds. Just want to get my thoughts out there.
Okay, we have a motion on the table to approve option C, award based on agency request at $4,328,100. Is there a second?
I'll second that, and for discussion, I'll explain why.
And the motion is seconded, and Jake, I need to let Matt go first since he made the, well, you made the second.
He can,
so go ahead.
Jake.
Jake Johansson.
Thank you, sir. I have a quick question, and we talked about this during my one-on-one. I'm very interested to know what the metrics are for making sure our oh wait. So I'd like to know how we ensure that we have an ROI for this. Same thing I asked you in the meeting. What do we do to make sure that we have a good return on investment and that this money isn't just going to people to fund their nonprofit in this case?
Sure. They are required to submit quarterly reports to both us and the state of Florida telling us the numbers served and the specific services that are being provided in the community in the mental health treatment or alcohol and drug treatment.
And is alcoholism and drug addiction getting better or at least sustaining, or is it making a difference?
I don't know that I can answer that question for you, sir. I'm sorry.
And my last question is, you said there's $1.8 million left that could fund this. If it doesn't fund this, what else could that $1.8 million fund?
Well, one of the things that had been discussed previously is actually putting a NOFA out on the street, Notice of Funding Availability, for agencies in the community that provide mental health services. We recently did a gap analysis with the University of Central Florida looking at both mental health and substance abuse gaps, primarily because we had opioid funds, and then also because we did have the money set aside for mental health, and we didn't feel as staff experts to be able to say what it should be spent on. Council asked us to go and figure out what it should be spent on. So that study was done. It's being looked at now by our opioid task force. And primarily they're looking at it because mental health and substance abuse are generally co-occurring. And so when you have co-occurring situations, sometimes it's better to fund things together rather than separately. So they may be making some recommendations on the use of opioid money that's not just for opioid, but for co-occurring disorders that also deal with opioid disorders and mental health. So all that being said, we could use those funds for an RFP or a NOFA for mental health services in our community that opioid funds would not cover.
Got it. Thank you. So for council, since I have the floor here, I know these items are hard to quantify, hard to get our hands around to decide whether they're doing any good or not. And so the state looks, we look, they send in quarterly reports, and I have confidence that these people are doing good work at these agencies to help people. I just want to make sure we're getting the most bang for our buck, and I don't know if we can ever grasp that. And here we are, about ready to throw yet another $500,000 at the problem today. I know the $1.8 million is out there. It sounds like, oh, that's a no-brainer, but that's $1.8 million. It's $558,000 that might not go somewhere that later on we might go, ooh, I wish I had known that. So I'm just cautious here on how we move forward with this program, because I was telling staff the other day, I was in a program where you saw the stats of the nonprofits, you found out how much their admin fees were, and we can do that when we look at who we donate to, and you decide, they're spending a lot of money for the CEO of that nonprofit and not putting enough in the arms of the people with cancer, with the people March of Dimes or whoever. So it's very important to me that we have a good grasp of where the money's going and how it's getting used. Is our dollar, when it gets to the end user that needs it, is it at least 90 cents? Is it 95 cents? Or is it 25 cents? Because I don't want to give that much money to somebody if it's 25 cents on the dollar. Those are my concerns.
Thank you. Matt Reinhardt?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good concern. Absolutely. Don, a real quick question. Last year they were over. This year they're over. Is that traditionally the
Yes, sir.
the theme? Okay. And again, it's kind of hard when the state kind of dictates that, and then mid-year they tell you.
Correct.
Now, here I go again, making it about the jail. SMA, do they still do work out at the jail? Do we still have a agreement with them? We do. So I noticed the 3.4 million in option C, and I believe it's more in the other ones as well. Do they just offer the most care, or is that the reason?
Yeah, they do. They've so from a historical standpoint, and I have like a 10-year spreadsheet that I can provide you all if you want, but SMA used to be Stuart Marchman,
yep.
and ACT.
And ACT, yeah.
So they both were recipients of this funding previously as subsidies. Stuart Marchman doing the substance abuse and ACT doing the mental health. They are now combined into one agency. The House Next Door and Children's Home Society also have been here a long time. Halifax Hospital has only been applying for funds for 2 or 3 years, right? 3 years now?
3 years. Mm-hmm.
And so that's the other reason why you see a differing amount. So the other two have been in the game providing the largest number of services in the community. So their funding became one pot of funding or one, grant.
I got you. I'm familiar with both. I mean, because 30 years out there, we dealt with Halifax for taking our prisoners for mental health issues as well. And I can say from experience, some of the worst cases that we've seen come through the back door at the jail that have received help. And we thought to myself, there's no way, I hate to use that phrase, but this guy is out there or ladies out there, but they come back and obviously they're not cured, but they're a lot better off than what they were, which leads to my other question, and this is probably getting off topic a little bit, I apologize, but what kind of aftercare are they getting when they're released with SMA? If they start the treatment with SMA or Halifax or any of these other agencies, is that figure for long-term care as well?
I don't believe so. They're here. They can answer those questions for you if you'd like.
I was just curious. I mean, I see dollar figures like that. It might help me wrap my head around that a little bit better.
Rhonda Harvey's here from SMA. Can you speak to it?
I'll take anybody. So, and I kind of changed gears a little bit because I related it to the jail. That's my expertise. But looking at what's out there for mental health funding, there's an incarcerated individual. Obviously, he has no income or she has no income. So these funds, and they're incarcerated, we have an obligation to treat them. So they go to SMA for that treatment. Is there follow-up care that's associated with these fees, these costs?
With the match dollars
Yes,
that
ma'am.
are here,
Mhm.
these match dollars are typically the 25% that matches the crisis safety net services.
Gotcha. Okay, I understand that now. All right.
lot of all of the funding that we get is specific to populations served, and so we do have a separate contract with the County of Volusia it's called it's a drug treatment program that comes out of the misdemeanor court.
Yep.
That's separate and apart from this.
Separate, okay, so that is separate, all right.
This is
I just
separate
want to
from-
make sure that wasn't included, so.
No, it's
and there
not
was a double,
included.
okay.
And we do our best to try to keep everybody in services because it is a lifelong disease, whether
Exactly.
it's mental health.
Yeah,
or
it's not
substance
curative,
use.
no.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're
I
welcome.
appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just a couple questions at the risk of sounding harsh. I hope it doesn't sound that way because I don't mean it to be. These are all good programs. I don't know them all well. I know people, friends of mine just recently, that SMA has really helped. The house next door is an amazing program. I've toured it. I've watched them. They do a really good job. The state of Florida is providing a great deal of funding, and then they're requiring each of these programs to get matching funds. Are they coming to the county for 100% of the matching funds?
So can you rephrase that question? I'm not sure, I want to make sure I answer it correctly.
The state of Florida provides a great deal of funding, but requires them to provide matching funds to go with the state funds. Are they then coming to us to get, not the state, but the organizations
They
to get?
They require a local match of 25%.
From local government?
Correct.
How much is each organization required to match?
They're not.
They're not.
So they used to provide a local match. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. If you look at the spreadsheet, I don't know if we can turn to my agenda item. There's a spreadsheet in the back. It is page 1810. 1810. We'll get there in just
I'm
a
there.
second. But if you all have access to that in your systems,
Yep.
you will see on column labeled 1,
Yes.
local match required. And then local 2, local match contribution provided by the agency. The first 5 do not provide a match.
Got it.
And then you'll see
Okay.
outreach and the homeless coalition do provide a local match.
Okay. I see that. So if we don't fund it 100% and there's a deficit, what do?
They go out and find it.
They go out and raise their own funds?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. And, I'm appreciative that the other council members have some very similar questions to what I have, because as you know, I send my questions in to Mr. Rechtenwald, and this is one of the questions I had because I was looking at this agenda item, and my question exactly was, item 18, why is the attachment program description goals blank? So it's interesting because the pay structure, the dates of when payment's going to happen, that's in there. The amount isn't because we haven't given the amount yet. But the dates when everybody's going to get paid is in there. But when you look at the agenda, the second to last page, program description goals, there's nothing there. It's blank. It makes me just sit and scratch my head like, well, what are the goals of each program? What should be happening here? And then I was told that those will be filled out after we approve the dollar amount, and you could give me more information here on a PowerPoint. It had me scratching my head because then I followed it up with, what are these new programs? Mr. and Miss Mentoring, Inc. for $50,405, and Outreach Community Care Network for $33,386. I just wrote some background on these programs would be helpful, not just a name. So I got a little bit of information from staff on what they were. Mr. and Miss Mentoring, mental health counseling, case management therapy, enrichment, 75 Volusia Youth, Outreach Community Care Network, outpatient mental health, substance abuse, primary care, case management, prevention for the indigent and underinsured, 75 Volusia individuals. They're both at 75. So there was a lot of unknowns for me. This is my first time looking at this, seeing this list before me. I wish we had more background.
So do we.
Really?
Yes, sir. We get very basic information from the state, from DCF, through their managing entity, and they tell us what we have to fund. We don't get a lot of details about what we're funding. We are required by Florida statute to fund the local match.
Well, if I wasn't concerned 2 minutes ago, I am even more so now.
Understood.
Wow. Interesting. But I think, Mr. Santiago, you said it, you know, I mean, the state kind of pushes down on what they expect there. Interesting. Thank you.
David Santiago.
Thank you. And that's where I was going to go. Correct me if I'm wrong. These entities are vetted by the state and just come down to us
They are.
to do the local match.
They have to go through an extensive application process with the state, with LSF, which is the managing entity.
Mhm.
They go through that process, and then they send us basic documentation that says, here are the agencies that we have determined can provide services in your community for this type of services, and here's
Do we have to fund them each equally?
each equally. No.
Go back to the slide.
Which
The option C, whatever, okay.
C?
No, there was a, no. I don't.
Option
keep going.
A is
Yes.
the 92%.
Yes, that one.
Page 10, 1810.
So in other words, what I'm asking is, I know there's 3 new organizations here. I don't know any of them. But are we permitted to say to X, Y, and Z organizations, you get option A. To the other organization, you get option C and option B. Are
You
we
can-
permitted to do that?
As council, you can do whatever you wanted. We just tried to provide you 3 options. It is at your discretion how you select to move forward in funding them. So yes, you could do any of those things that you're talking about.
You know, I know the other bigger organizations, right, that are getting probably the bulk of the funding. SMA, Halifax, House Next Door, and Children's Home Society. Members, I think since we don't know these other groups, well, let me back up, if I may. Is there anything that prohibits us from asking these organizations for information on?
Absolutely not. If
success
you would
rate?
like us to ask them for additional information directly, we can do that.
Is this under a timeline?
No, I guess we're in March, April, we're in April now. So we're already 6 months into the fiscal year.
So if we heard this at the next meeting with some data from those other organizations, well,
We could
can
hear
still
it
deal
the
with it?
first meeting probably in May, by the time we get the information and get it back for an agenda item for you.
There we go. I like the idea. I'll make a motion. I move that we approve the list.
You already made a motion.
Oh, did I? Then I'll withdraw my motion if I may, Mr. Chair.
I'll withdraw
Sure.
the second.
All right. Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we approve the funding for option C for Children's Home Society, Halifax Hospital Medical Center, SMA Healthcare, and the House Next Door, and ask staff to bring back the other 3 applicants with additional information for the council for future approval.
And I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion now by David Santiago, second by Matt Reinhardt.
I need some clarification on the motion. So if we are going to do this, there's an option that we may have to utilize, well, no matter what, that's not going to equal. If we're going with option C, we're going to be needing additional funds over what's budgeted. Do you anticipate your motion to include using those ARPA funds? And if so, I would like you to please state that it would be assigned to, and that's already been discussed with them, Halifax Hospital Medical Center and SMA, because that's where we focused those funds last year, and they're used to that type of reporting.
Understood. And I have a second. So that would have to be an amendment, if I may, right to my motion.
I'm
Do we have a
sorry, I
second already?
apologize.
Drew it again and did it again.
Yeah, withdraw it again.
Okay, I'll withdraw it again, Mr. Chair. I think I got this.
I'm running out of paper.
We're going to start all over. I withdraw my motion.
Okay,
I make a motion that we approve funding requests for option C for the following 4 entities: Children's Home Society, Halifax Medical Center, SMA Healthcare, the House Next Door, and to fund the option C gap with ARPA funds for Halifax Hospital Medical Center and SMA Healthcare, and to staff to reach out to the remaining 3 entities for more information for a future approval.
Okay. And
I will
Matt,
second that.
You're still seconding that emotion for C for the top 1, 2, 3, 4 programs and using ARPA fees to make up. Can I ask you another? I don't think I asked my question clearly enough before. When I said the state provides funds, and you said they require us to provide the matching funds, but apparently not 100% of the
They
matching funds.
require local government. It does not say local county government. It says local government. Yes. So the responsibility has largely fallen on county governments.
But we're not required, obviously, to provide 100%. Is there a percent that we are required to?
It doesn't specify that a local county government is responsible. It says that there's actually an attorney general opinion that was, that we reviewed. We can get into the weeds of that if you want, but basically state funds for community alcohol and mental health services shall be funded by local matching funds as provided in paragraph 3B. The amount of the participation shall be at least that amount, which when added to other available local matching funds is necessary to match state funds. And it says it's defined as funds received from governing bodies of local government, including city commission, county commissions, district school boards, special tax districts, private hospital funds, private gifts, both individual and corporate, and bequests and funds received from community drives or any other sources. It shall require local participation on the 75 to 25 state to local ratio.
Okay. Here's my concern when I look at the top ones that we're going to fund 100% and then with ARPA funds, none of them have contributed part of their own matching funds. Maybe that's because I know like SMA, they're really busy. And maybe that's because they're so busy they don't have time to go out and fundraise. I think we have somebody here to talk to us about it. But I'd feel more secure if they were participating in their matching funds. It looks like they're coming to us, they are, for 100% of them. That said, this is a critical problem. We've heard from the county coroner since through COVID, alcoholism, drug addiction, suicide is way up. It's a critical problem, but then we're also taking money, we're being generous with the public's tax money again, and we're making decisions for them of where they would donate their money, and I'm not completely comfortable with that in this case. Jake Johansson.
Couple items, Chairman. First of all, I concur with you. If this was a staff project using county to do it, the public would be all over us for how are you spending our money? What are you doing? I need metrics, which I've already talked about. We are virtually blindly giving this money to these organizations, which, by the way, I know does good work. I just don't know if it's the right bang for the buck. Number two, Donna just brought up that it's local government. So I would like to know for the Volusia Flagler Coalition for the Homeless, how much money Flagler County is doing. I get that the county is the overarching entity here in Volusia County that can tax people without getting local municipality approval, right? No, the cities don't have to be part of that discussion. We just tax them and they pay that bill or not. But I'm a little concerned now that we are paying for things that we're just not getting our bang for our buck. As far as I'm concerned, it's a very important topic. I do not think it's something to consider lightly. But just because it's ARPA money doesn't mean it's free. That money came from our pockets, maybe a while ago, but it's no dollar is free. It's all the public's money. So we can't just spend it like it's sitting there for us to use. We have to be good stewards of the public's money regardless of what we're using it for. I think we've all started to question it as we've talked through this, and that's where I am right now. I'm questioning whether 100% is where we want to go. Thank you.
Thank you. David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I tell you, we have to do this. That's the way I feel, right? We're talking about mental health, alcohol, and drug problems. It affects us all, whether we believe it or not, whether it's a relative of yours that been affected by one of the items, personally, or we're a victim of it, with someone committing a crime that is affected by drugs or alcohol. And the entities that we named, I guess, for initial approval, I think are namesakes in our community that we've known for a long time. I think they do a fairly good job. If you really talk, I've met with them over the years, and you'd often hear that they're already strapped for what they're trying to accomplish for us in this county. So the ARPA funds are available to us. That's why I went that route. The council went that route last year, and I don't take it granted that it's free money, but it's money that's available to us to allocate for where we feel is important. And, God forbid we have some type of crisis here, which I don't want to happen, that's happened in other states or in other cities. And what's the first thing that's going to come out? We have a mental health problem, we have a drug problem, and we need to do more of it. And oftentimes you see the politicians running to the camera saying we need to do more. This is part of the problem. So I think accountability is fantastic. We should get more information. I think that's what we did here today with this motion by saying these three organizations, we don't know you. Tell us a little bit more so that we can maybe allocate the additional funds that we have available to us. But the rest of the funding, I think it's just a must. And I just urge us to let's push it forward and still continue to ask for accountability. But I would say that the entities themselves don't have enough funds to do the job that they have to do. That's my personal opinion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Certainly, and I think that's clear. We keep hearing again, County Coroner, that the problem is growing. Here's my concern. You might not see it. We keep talking about how we spend tax dollars, and I think we do have a tax problem. We've all talked about that. And the more tax money we spend, the more tax money we have to raise. Are we creating more mental health problems, more drug problems, more alcohol problems as we continue to raise taxes, and people can't pay their bills? People can't put dinner on their table. Wouldn't just be this one thing probably, but I'm putting them all together. I would have much preferred option A. But C is on the table. We'll vote on that. That's where I'm struggling. How can I be generous with the taxpayers' money who are already telling us we're struggling? You may.
And I think, we certainly have option A available to us when we hear from the other organizations that we excluded. So I understand from staff that we don't have to give them option C. And maybe we go to A until we see some more data. But the entities that I think that are under the option C, we know them well. We know the folks that do these jobs. and I think they genuinely do a good job. It's a very difficult task, so the funds are available, and I agree with the whole tax thing, Mr. Chair. It all affects.
Yeah.
But this is something we got to do.
Okay, Troy Kent.
Chairman, what I like about this is that I believe just about all of us that have weighed in on this, it's a common theme. There's not enough information. We don't really know exactly the return on investment. And it was so telling. Is it Miss Butler? Is that right? You don't have to come up. I was just making sure that was your, I'm referring to you as the right person. I'm known of calling people the wrong names up here sometimes, and then I have to apologize. But when Miss Butler said, me too, I wish we knew what these were about, you know? I mean, I like this because it tells me each of us we're doing the homework, and we're asking the good questions, and we need more. We need more information. And on this one, I don't know that staff could give us more information. Ms. Butler doesn't even have it. So, you know, if she doesn't have it, how can she get it to staff and then get it to us? So, some extremely good questions, because guess what? We're the front line. We're the ones that our residents ask questions to, and you want to have a good answer. And on some of these, we don't have a good answer yet. So, but I appreciate you trying to get this amended to where the ones that we know about that have been proven and tried in our community, that some of us have toured, like you mentioned, to help get that going, and then have staff come back and we can talk about the options for those as well. So,
Don Dempsey.
Could I have the lady from Stuart Marchman come back up? Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, I understand you said that you do not provide any type of services to inmates at the county jail?
No, he had asked if the services that we were providing to, and correct me if I'm wrong, if the services we were providing to the inmates if that was covered by this 25%. I said, no, that particular service that we are providing in the jail is a separate contract with the county.
Okay.
When I asked that, I'm sorry, Don.
Yes.
Go ahead.
No, well, okay. I guess, is that adequately funded?
Nothing is adequately funded. I can tell you that we've been doing it for several years in collaboration with the court system, and there are some good outcomes, as the warden has said. That's how I know him, as the warden. But we are not currently the entire mental health and substance use provider in the jail. There's a contracted health provider that provides the majority of the services there in the jail. This is a separate court-related program that we were referencing.
Okay. You have residential treatment, correct?
We do.
And do you have, are you at capacity, or do you have bed space available typically?
Well, we've not completely filled up since COVID hit us, but we do operate with waiting list in virtually every program that we've got, whether it's outpatient or inpatient.
How much bed space do you have total?
Oh, gosh. I would have to do a little bit of math for you, but I can provide all of that information.
Call it if you want, just approximately.
Here, okay, I can tell you our capacity. I'll have to go through them program by program. We have approximately 54 male beds in our men's residential program. We have approximately 62, 63 women's with children bed, depending on how many children we have at any given point in time. Then we have another...
That Project Warm?
That would be Project Warm,
okay.
Yes. Note that all of our services are regional. So the women's residential program is actually located in Flagler County. The men's is actually located here in Volusia County. We also have a residential program for teenagers. That is for teenagers that have a substance use disorder. That one has a capacity of up to 24. That is a very much an underutilized program, by the way.
So Matt, maybe if I could bring you into this conversation. Sure. My understanding over the years is that the jail is filled with about 30 to 40% mental health patients.
That's a good Good assessment.
Right, and so
Yep.
when law enforcement doesn't know what to do with them,
That's actually, yeah, it can go up and down, but
but
yeah,
on average, 30 to 40%.
on average. Mhm.
So, I mean, are they getting treated, or are we just warehousing them there because we have nowhere else to?
They're receiving treatment, and we utilize SMA. There are often times that some of that cost when a Baker Act occurs, if somebody is to that level, that we can send them to SMA, or back in the day, we used to send them over to Halifax as well.
That's what I was going to ask you. They don't.
And
take
that's
them at
part of that.
Halifax?
I believe that fell under the contract of the medical provider there at the jail at the time, as far as the cost.
That's
It was-
correct. All of these inmates are our clients before they go in, and going to be our
They're
clients when
usually
they
the
come
same,
out.
yeah,
So-
they are the same. Usually they know that they're already there.
Mhm.
We'll get a phone call that they're already aware of the fact that they're in jail.
So Halifax no longer provides bed space to Baker Acts? or
I don't
Freshman
know
Acts?
if we do as much, do we?
You do?
We do, okay. It's been since 2017 that I retired, so I wasn't aware of the fact if we still do or not.
If you could-
Hold on, if you could come up and speak into the mic and tell us who you are and who you're with.
Sorry.
We appreciate you being here.
I'm Jim Terry. I'm the administrator for psychiatry at Halifax. All of the funds that we request through you all are only go to our kids programs.
The kids,
We
okay.
do not ask for any adult funding whatsoever.
Mhm.
All of the adult people that we get through the jail or get transferred from SMA, we manage fiscally ourselves. That's where some of our dollars go. But our kids programs is all we ask for funds for. And the match dollars that you give us pay for a small portion of the match. We don't get I think, for example, we get $600,000 for inpatient for the entire year. We get $300,000 for outpatient for the entire year for any kid that's indigent in the area. We also asked last year, and the reason our money went up was we asked to be able to increase our screening department so that we could see more kids that were coming in the evenings. I just looked at the number in the past 6 months, we saw 873 kids come through between 7 o'clock at night and 8 o'clock in the morning that were Baker Acts. So, and the Baker Acts is where most all of your dollars are going, is to evaluate and deal with the kids that are coming in through Baker Acts. I hope that answers your question.
You still have court downstairs?
Yes, we do. We have court downstairs on our adult unit, and it's held there every Thursday. And those units, it's been kind of an explosion, but our units down there, we have 62 beds for adult, but we have 30 inpatient child beds in addition to all of the outpatient services that we do for kids.
Okay, thanks.
Does that help?
Yes, sir, thank you. That's all.
I wanted to clarify just a little bit.
Thank you.
To go back to your question. So, the state tells us what they want us to pay for, and we do give them an application. Some of these new organizations provide just a little bit, and that's why our agenda item probably isn't as detailed for the newer organizations. So they have submitted an application. I'm looking at Mr. and Mrs. Mentoring, for example. And as in our agenda item, it says to prevent and intervene with at-risk youth with behavioral and mental health issues. So we'll get a little bit more into the weeds about what types of services they provide to do that work. Is that what you're looking for? Would that be helpful?
Well, I mean, that was extremely brief, what you just said right there. Was
yeah.
that in the agenda?
Yes. Just that one summary, it said case management, hands-on enrichment, and so forth. So in the agenda summary, it did list by agency what each one provides. On the second page, it says Mr. and Mrs. Mentoring, youth mental health counseling, and case management. So we can get, when we come back to you, I just want to make sure that I'm getting you the information that you are looking for.
I see that. Mr. and Mrs. Mentoring request $54,000 for youth mental health counseling and case management.
Right.
That's nothing. I mean, when I say nothing, I mean that helps me this much.
Right, understood.
I'm just not used to that. I'm used to always getting background information on stuff so that I can really have almost no questions for anybody because it's all right there. And This one specifically, it was glaring with the missing information.
Understood.
Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Real quick, when they bring back that other information, Donna, I mean, we've had representatives here from Halifax and from SMA. I'm not sure if the other two are here because we didn't really ask them any questions. Could they be, those other three entities, could they be here as well?
Mr. Mentoring were here earlier.
Oh, they were? Okay,
Yeah.
my apologies.
And I believe the other two are here now.
Oh,
And one is going to speak.
Oh,
the
my bad.
Outreach community.
Then I'll be quiet.
Why don't we do that now? It is interesting as we go through this. I'm looking at Outreach Community Care Network. One of the ones that we just took off the list, we were looking at $36,000. They're only, well, I just lost it. They're one of two of the organizations that have provided some of their own local match, about $5,000. So Kristen Crumbly, would you come up and talk to us, please?
Good evening. My name is Kristen Crumbly, and I'm with Outreach Community Care Network in Daytona Beach. So just a little background about Outreach Community Care Network. We've been active in the Volusia County community since 1985. We initially began providing services specifically to the HIV and AIDS epidemic, and in 2020 we added on to our continuum of care of services to add behavioral health services for substance abuse and mental health. So in addition to testing for HIV, STD, and hepatitis C, we provide some primary care. We also have substance abuse and mental health counseling, case management, and psychiatric services. The services that we provide are often for the indigent and those who are underinsured. We offer services to adults and school-age children who are within the 150% of the federal poverty guidelines. And we aim to make as little barrier to treatment as possible. So to date, for this fiscal year, we've provided services for mental health and substance abuse counseling and psychiatric services to 1,154 Volusia County residents. And our goal is to continue to expand our reach in Volusia County to extend to the west.
Thank you very much. This is unusual, but if any council member has questions for, we appreciate you being here and being willing to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're missing 3 people. We don't have any other questions, so we could bring it to a vote, but we need to wait for a quorum. Mike Dyer.
I understand that you may want to wait. You have a quorum, so you can legally proceed.
Here it is now. Okay. The motion on the floor is to approve option C from Children's Home Society down through the house next door, and with the balance that's not budgeted, not already set aside in our budget, to be covered by ARPA funds.
Only for the two entities, SMA and Halifax. Because that's what staff said, they're prepared to handle it. They have the structure to handle that.
Okay.
And then
ARPA funds going to SMA and Halifax Hospital Medical Center.
And the remaining entities come back with additional data.
Good. Okay. All in favor of that, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
So I'd like a clarification before you get my aye.
Thank you.
Just the 2.
Just the two get the additional ARPA funding.
Okay, I understand. The chairman said all 4. We are all in agreement that we're only doing 2 with option C.
Yes, the
Right?
chairman corrected that.
Aye.
After. Yeah, the chairman corrected that with help of Mr. Santiago, that only SMA and Halifax.
Actually, the motion was to approve the top 4.
Yes.
2 of which are receiving a portion of their funding from ARPA.
Correct.
Correct?
Who's saying that?
Sorry, that was me.
Oh.
Sorry.
Okay.
Want to do the vote again? No.
So Thank you. Does that mean the other two, Children's Home Society and SMA Healthcare, are approved for what, option A? Or approved for coming back later?
Would you like some help, sir?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let me turn to the right page here. Would you 1810 up again, please? Okay. So, Children's Home Society would be funded at $129,178. Halifax Hospital Medical Center would be funded at $582,683. SMA Healthcare would be funded at $3,423,746, and the house next door would be funded at $50,668. Of those two, Halifax Hospital Medical Center and SMA Healthcare would receive funds out of our ARPA fund in order to complete the gap that comes from funding over the budgeted amount for the fiscal year of $3.769891.
That was my original motion, Mr. Chair. Yes.
Okay. So I don't know if that
I'm good.
changes anybody's vote, and Jake, it gives you opportunity to, we haven't heard your vote yet.
I gave an aye, and I just asked for a clarification. I'm still an aye.
Okay, good. All right.
Motion passes?
Motion passes.
I'm an aye as well, Jeff, for Chairman.
Yeah, I didn't hear any no's, so any nays. So the motion carries 7-0, unless somebody said nay that I didn't hear. All right, thank you. Item 19, General Fund Subsidies and External Expenses Presentation.
All right, good evening, Council. Aaron Van Cleek, Deputy Finance Director. I'm going to walk you through the General Fund External Expense Presentation. So first slide we start out with here is the total adopted general fund budget for fiscal year 22-23. This pie chart does include what we call one-time in nature expenses such as reserves. Once those are depleted, you would have to replace them with future funding. Those are its prior year balances. Your carry forward from prior year is your capital projects that didn't get completed within fiscal year 21-22, and we budgeted them as carry forward for a variety of reasons. Most of them were out to bid, and we sent them back out to bid, or we just, with the material shortages, couldn't get to them in time. So that is prior year fund balance that was already approved and we carried forward. And then your major capital transfers and your sustainable use of fund balance would be your one-time in nature. You take those out, and you're left with what your recurring general fund budget is of the $302,290,749. The departments have been presenting the budget and service level presentations to council since the first meeting in February, and that covers half of the pie. That covers your county public protection, your other county operations, your operational support, and the subsidies, which includes economic development and VOTRAN. So what we're here to talk about tonight is the external expense and support, the $147.6 million, or 48.8% of this pie. And so that's what I'll break down on the following slides. I would like to point out that this, of course, was approved by prior council. You guys will have the opportunity to review any of the funding requests from these agencies as part of the 23-24 budget request as we work through the budget process. So the first one up is the Office of the Sheriff. So this represents the funding that's allocated to the sheriff from the general fund. It does not represent his total budget. This is for countywide law enforcement services or his operations at the court. And it's, of course, funding required by Florida statute. There is some offsetting revenues that the sheriff earns through his outside detail when he works special events, his school board contract, and then we do an estimated return of unspent budget, which we do for ourselves. That's the negative $5 million that I pointed out on the first slide. And we also do it for the constitutional officers, just to account for their vacancies, or maybe they get a grant for one of their operating expenses. And so we plan on that return so that we don't have to levy that much in taxes, right? So that helps us lower the tax rate. So if you take the offsetting revenue away, it does give you a net general fund allocation to the sheriff of $66.7 million. I would point out that we do have, previous council had approved a new millage code that we are going to be recommending for fiscal year 24 that this council will have the opportunity to vote on. That millage code will be strictly for law enforcement funding, so it will be for the sheriff's office, and it will reduce the funding coming from the general fund. So you would see a reduction in the general fund rate by that like amount. The tax collector is the next one up, and this represents the commissions paid to the tax collector's office out of the general fund. So every taxing fund has to pay a commission for the taxes collected to the tax collector. You see the commission rates there. We also pay the commissions for the school board and all the cities within Volusia County. The only additional revenue that the tax collector as a commission-based office receives as far as tax commissions is from the independent districts. So the hospital districts, St. Johns River Water Management District, Florida Inland Navigation District. They do receive other revenues, and that's why you see the offsetting revenues as the estimated excess fees. The tax collector, it takes care of the vehicle registrations, driver's license operation, concealed weapons permits, hunting and fishing licenses. So he collects all that revenue. At the end of the year, his excess from his budget is sent to us, and that's where we have that figure in there. So then you have a net general fund allocation when you take that estimated excess fee back of $3.1 million. Property appraiser is also a commission-based office. The commissions work a little differently there. The commissions aren't based on the taxes that you're levying. They're based on the taxes you levied in the prior year. So whatever taxes were levied by fund in the prior year, it's allocated based on a percentage of the property appraiser's approved budget. And we also pay for the school board and the municipalities in that as well. And again, the only other entities that would be paying would be the independent districts, the Florida Inland, the ones I mentioned. The tax collector and the property appraiser, I should mention, they also collect NAVA, a non-ad valorem assessment. So any of the NAVAs that they collect some fees off of that as well. Supervisor of elections gets funding exclusively from the general fund. They're not a commission-based office. They're a county-wide function. We do have the estimated return of unspent budget. What's not shown here is the local revenue that they collect. If you look at the supervisor of elections budget, it's actually $18,700 more than what's listed there because they have some revenue for special elections that they may carry out for homeowners associations or people paying down to run for office instead of getting the required signatures. That's a revenue that the supervisor of elections can earn. So that $18,000 would be added to get her total budget picture, but this represents what's funded out of the general fund. So in addition to the funding that we provide directly to the constitutional officers, we also do what we call county direct support. Some of this is statutorily required, and some of this is required based on our participation agreement when we transition through Amendment 10. And so you see elections, we have to provide a office space in the county seat for our constitutional officers, so the county seat's DeLand. So we do pay for the lease and utilities costs for the supervisor of elections in her office. It's down in DeLand near Taylor. The office of the sheriff, we pay for the utilities and lease costs for the helipad / hangar that is in DeLand, and then the District 2 and 3 offices, and that's per the participation agreement. And then of course the sheriff is located on our 4th floor. We also have to pay for any capital maintenance or construction costs for the sheriff's office. As you can see there, as deemed appropriate by the county, he submits the request for that annually, and it works through our facilities division. The property appraiser and the tax collector, we are statutorily required to pay for the mailing of the trim notices that go out in August and the mailing of the tax bills that go out in November. And so that's what you see represented in those costs there. This is a very long statute that I am not going to read. It is funding for the court system, so I'm sure you guys have reviewed it. This is what tells us what we are required to fund for the court systems, and we are going to go over the court budgets on the following slides. I will point out, if you were to add up all the court and state mandated expenses on these following slides, you'd get to $22.4 million. with 38.3% of that, or 8.6 million, being the facilities cost for the courts. And then you add up the revenues, and it's about 4.3, which gives you your 18.2 net allocation from the general fund, which would equate to about 0.388 mils, or 8% of the general fund millage rate. So the first court function would be the clerk of the circuit court. You see the direct allocation from the general fund there. Again, funding required by that statute. This is for communication, utilities, and filing fees, the county funding listed there, and then a direct payment to the clerk for information technology. This does not represent the clerk's full budget. The clerk's full budget's listed there at the 27 million, and it includes state funding and other funding sources outside of what the county provides. And then you do have the offsetting revenue, the court technology fees that is authorized by the statute listed at $1.6 million. We also estimate a return from her as well. And so the net general fund allocation is the $666,814 listed there. The State Department of Juvenile Justice, so that is the DJJ cost that we have to pay for, determined by the state. I put the formula for how that is determined there by the number of detention days within the county. It's for any county that is not considered fiscally constrained, or that does not operate its own juvenile detention center within the county. So including Volusia, there's 36 counties that fund the cost of that program, and you can see that information there. State mandated cost, so this would be the Community Legal Services of Mid-Florida, the state attorney, the public defender, public guardian, and the public law library. So you see the funding direct allocation for those programs is the $3.6 million. And then you do have the offsetting revenue based on those statutes that listed, $429,000 to get you down to the $3.2 million of net general fund allocation. Your court facilities cost, these details were actually covered in the March 21st council meeting when Business Services gave their presentation, because this is managed by our facilities by Mr. Corbett. So this is part of his operation. And we do have offsetting revenue of the court facility fees to help fund these programs, and the largest cost, of course, being capital at the courts. Your circuit court criminal, these are local, they call them local required programs. They're deemed required by the chief judge annually through a request of funding to the county council. And so you have the DUI court program, the court interpreters, the drug court, and then the pretrial release program. Those amounts total up to $2.5 million. And then you have your offsetting revenue of court innovation and the drug court programs listed there to get you down to the $2.3 million. Circuit Court Juvenile Teen Court, so I'm not sure how familiar with you guys are with this program, but it does allow young people to get involved in their communities, and so it does operate on volunteers. So it is a quality program for teens that get in trouble. You do see the funding that we have listed there and the offsetting revenue to get it down to the $125,000 that's listed. General Court Administration, so this is funding basically for utilities, property insurance, legal advertisement. If you break it down, utilities is the largest cost. The utilities is $195,000 of the 313 that's listed. So that is the largest portion of that, and it does provide the administrative support to the circuit and county judges. General court operations, so the information systems, this is all the technology at the courts. This is all their computers, laptops, servers. That's where they get the funding from for this, and then it also includes the urine analysis lab that operates out of Daytona Beach and DeLand. And so that function does have revenue, offsetting revenue of $130,000, and so that gets you down to the $1.8 million. That does it for courts, and then that gets us into CRAs, which are also part of that external expense slide. What I've listed out here gives you a look at the 17 CRAs we have within Volusia County. This is, again, only the general fund portion. Out of our 9 taxing funds, 7 pay it into at least one CRA. And so total, it's $9.8 million that gets paid to CRAs through all of our taxing funds. You can see that there are various expiration dates there, 2036 being when the majority of them expire. And then I listed the website that you can get more information if you'd like. The PEMT program is a popular program that we've talked about a few times in the past. This is a direct allocation from the general fund. We make the payment out of the general fund to the state, and then the state sends us funding for EMS operations. So you can see the chart there on the bottom. We just got into the program thanks to Ryan in fiscal year 2019-20 when it was opened up to managed care organizations. And you can see the revenue that we've been able to earn for EMS by participating in that program, and it continues to rise. And so the general fund does subsidize EMS operations, and so this has allowed us to keep the general fund subsidy flat. We adjust the subsidy that goes to the EMS fund by the payment that increases. So as the payment increases, we reduce the amount that gets sent over from the general fund, but it's offset by the increase in the revenue that they get from the program. Then everybody's favorite topic, Sunrail. So we got Sunrail that's part of our debt service. We do have $118,000 budgeted in current fiscal year. That does go up to $974,000 annual payment starting October 1st, and that is a 15-year term for the debt that was levied for the capital improvements there. Then you have the direct allocation maintenance. That $72,000 that's listed is only for the DeBerry station and is only really for landscaping. It does not include full maintenance responsibilities that we'll be taking on. Once we do that with DeLand, we're looking at an $8 to $10 million cost. It's not a definitive on where we're at on that yet. And then you have the Volusia Growth Management Commission that we have a direct allocation of $186,309. We do have a part-time employee that works on that program, and you can see what the function of the program is there. The other external expenses that make up your total 48.8% of the general fund budget that we saw on the first two slides are listed here, but instead of covering them, they're part of community services budget. Community services was already going to do their budget and service level presentation today. So instead of having to hear me talk about it and then Donna, we're going to go ahead and turn it over to her unless there's any questions.
There are. David Santiago.
Mr. Chair, I was going to move to accept the report. I've read it.
We have a motion to accept the report.
I'll second.
With a second by Santiago, a second by Troy Kent. And discussion, Matt Reinhardt.
I just had a real quick question, and I'm getting way too far in the weeds, I know, but it talked about the constitutional officers and the leases that we pay for their buildings that they're in. If they change locations and say the cost was more, is that something they have to come back to us for, or?
Absolutely, and it's funded as part of our budget annually through business services. They work with the constitutional officers to if there's any movement to locate a spot. And
I know that, and I get the reason, there could be a need for the sheriff to change a substation or whatever due to a high crime area or whatever the case may be, but I know that there is some conversation about our supervisor of elections office.
The only thing, you're probably wondering why I just did it. The only thing I would add to that is satellite offices, if they budget for them in their budget, like the tax collector were to budget for a Deltona office that he's expanding to, that budget is approved by the Florida Department of Revenue. We pay the commissions that are required so that we don't have as much oversight over satellite offices for the constitutional officers.
Okay, thank you.
It would only be the ones that we are in agreement with the sheriff's office.
Michael Dyer.
Sorry. Just to add on to that. So under the state constitution, we're required at a minimum to provide the primary office and the county seat for each of the county constitutionals. Any secondary location or satellite location there to open is supposed to be approved by resolution of this council as well.
Jake Johansson.
Thank you, sir. I have a few, Aaron, they're stupid questions. I wish I had asked them when we got the brief. The property appraiser mails trim notices to taxpayers?
Yes, sir.
$110,000. The tax collector mails tax bills to tax collectors, $139,000. 110,
difference.
139.
So we get the funding requests for that amount directly from those offices. I would have to look at the contract that they're using for mailing or the amounts. I'm not sure what the difference is, to be honest. I can get back to you and let you know.
Maybe it sends the tax bills out quicker.
Now I do know on the tax bills, sometimes they have to amend them and send them out again.
Got it.
But
All right.
I'd have to get you the exacts on it.
You know, I'm always looking for 10, 20, 30, 40, 50,000 bucks, and there's some right there. A lot of programs, I'll take the juvenile one just because it hit me. Mostly adults and volunteers, but there's a $398,000 bill associated with that. Utilizes student and adult volunteers to operate the program. What are we using the $398,000 for?
So I don't have the total specifics of the program. I did have Mark Weinberg, the court administrator, was going to be here tonight to speak to any program questions, but he had a prior engagement that he had to get to, so he couldn't. He couldn't stay.
But it'll be in the budget, so we can
absolutely
talk about it before. And I understand that a majority of this is driven by statute, driven by constitutional officer things we got to do. But for instance, is the Volusia Growth Management Commission, that's not mandatory by statute, right? That's mandatory by us.
That's our charter, that's our ordinance.
And they are a commission that we appoint.
Yes.
We just did that. $186,000. They meet here, don't they?
What?
They use our electricity. They use our building.
They'll be able to
drink our coffee that we already pay for.
Majority of that is utilized for consultants because they do not have a permanent staff. They utilize the consultants on an as-needed basis. The Volusia County Growth Management Commission was put together. It's required by charter to address consistency between the city's comprehensive plans, and so therefore their staff is a part-time office assistant, and then they utilize the consultants to carry out the review and analysis.
Got it. Is the VGMC gainfully employed the past 2 or 3 years?
I don't believe that they've had any significant cases in front of them that caused a public hearing. No, I think the majority of these things are going through under the radar. I can get better statistics as we go through the budget process.
I'm looking at why we threw $186,000. Tell me something. If I throw $186,000 at the VGMC and they don't have much to do that year, does that roll back into the general fund as a fund balance, and we can use it to? All right. Oh, I have one. No, maybe not. No, I'm at the questions direction point. This is good. Thank you.
Thank you, David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Johansson, you're right on, Representative, I'm so sorry, Council Member. You're right on point there on the VGMC stuff. I think that's a discussion that I want to have during the budget time. I know it's a charter thing, but I think that's another layer of government. We're talking about removing layers of bureaucracy. I don't know why our staff couldn't look at a proposal and determine internally whether it meets the comp plan or not, if there's a conflict. So we've injected back in the past this process that I think it's not necessary and is wasteful spending. So I just want to put on the record that I'd like to discuss that for the budget time to get rid of it.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions or discussion. We have a motion and a second on the floor to accept the general fund subsidies external expenses presentation. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0, which brings up Donna Butler for item 20, Community Services Budget and Service Level Presentation.
Mr. Chair, point of,
Yes.
whatever you want to call it. Can we, I don't know if it's point of order, can we amend a little bit some of the presentations to do an expedited version given the time of the evening? I mean, a lot of us have already gone through this, and nothing against staff. I want to get you guys home earlier too. But a lot of these reports, I think each one of us had the opportunity to see it. If we can do an expedited version of this, I certainly would appreciate it, and I think the audience would too, Mr. Chair.
We could make that request if it's the board's, if it's the
Mr. Chairman,
board's desire. Go ahead, Mr.
I
Kent.
was just saying, I'm in total agreement with Mr. Santiago. You know, I think we get this 6 days, we get our agenda 6 days before our meeting, and, you know, I had my questions to Mr. Rectenwald, I think, on Wednesday of this week, so I went through everything expeditiously. I'm sure everybody else did as well.
Okay. So it seems like the, are you making a motion that we have an abbreviated, or just trying to give
I don't
Donna
think we need a
the sense,
motion. If
the
just,
sense of the,
yeah, go through the slides. This is what I said.
Quickly.
Go through the slides, any questions, and move on.
she would probably be glad to.
Yes, good evening. Donna Butler, Community Service Department Director. With me is my incredible team of 6 division directors and an operations manager. And I will move very quickly through my presentation, starting with the next slide, which shows a pie chart by fund of all the funds that make up our county department. Community Services admin budget, $330,000, full-time equivalent 3 folks. I'm going to talk quickly about some of the items that are state mandates that were also referenced in Mr. Van Cleek's presentation. So the Medicaid is $7.4 million. I know you've talked about this a lot. We offset that with revenue from the 3 hospital authority contributions of $5.8 million. We pay only for the portion of this that goes towards the nursing home bills. Guardian ad litem, we're required by Florida statute to provide a staff person, which we do. That personnel cost is budgeted at $45,000, though we have an agreement not to exceed 52 because they wanted to hire somebody at a higher level. And so the remainder then is spent on any operating that they have available to them. ADM, we just went through this. Department efficiencies, we're relocating a couple of offices. We've got Veteran Services moving to the Daytona Library. We're really excited about that, into a social services suite. And Orange City Human Services will move to DeLand. So we will only have 2 locations now, saving approximately $80,000 a year. So going into the first division, community assistance, you'll see that layout here of the staff. Approximately $16 million in general fund, funding 13 staff. It includes all those payments for the things that I just referred to. We have an additional, though, $54 million, sorry, Carmen, not 54,000. She wishes it was just 54,000 that she got to manage in grant funds. 31,000 in regular assistance grants, 22 million in CARES and ARPA funds. Just to do a little bragging here, because this is really substantial, and I shared some with some of you, but over the past 5 years, $81 million has been expended out of that division under Carmen's leadership for affordable housing. I think that's big kudos to you for your support of this division and that important work in our community. So develop and implement various community programs using our various grant funds to help our most vulnerable residents. General fund operating expenses, here's our top level expenses. Human services, emergency services. Another mandated service that we're required to provide is indigent burial and cremation. We pay a substantial amount for this, and it is required, and we provide approximately 400 every year, and that number tends to grow. Rental and utility assistance, dental assistance, Section 8, this is federal funds, and we have approximately 365 vouchers. Housing and Grants Administration. You've heard a little bit about the Affordable Housing Initiative. It was started in 2021, a variety of different activities that led up to a 5-year plan. We now have a dashboard. If we had time, we'd take you through it. It's really great. You can see up-to-date information on a regular basis of all the assisted affordable housing projects since October of 21. Children and Families Advisory Board currently spend $2.4 million through 4 different types of programming. The RSQ categories, you've got 5 different categories here. You're going to hear from most of those agency directors today or their significant staff folks. Services for persons with disabilities, family support, youth development services, seniors, services for seniors and basic needs services. We have a contingency grant program, summer camp scholarship, which is a huge program that provides the working families that need the opportunity to put their kids in summer camp over the summer but can't necessarily afford to pay for it. They get a scholarship to attend either our county camps or other nonprofit camps in the community. And we have several other special contracts for Quality Childcare Early Learning Coalition. This one is very unique. It brings in a funding in a ratio of $16 to $1 that's provided locally. Sickle cell disease services in our community health improvement plan. You've got key statistics here that talk about what we've done just last year. Again, going back to the big dollar amount, $26.6 million on affordable housing. Future challenges, you will hear this over and over again throughout the presentation. I won't say it. I'll say that I would say it if I was going to read everything to you. Continuously understaffed due to the current labor market. We are challenged on a regular basis with finding people that are willing to come work for us despite our what we think is competitive pay and great benefits. A lot of times that's because our positions are grant funded, so people are less likely to want to stay, but many of them are long-term grant funded, so it's an ongoing challenge for us. Next is the Florida Department of Health in Volusia County. For those of you that are new, you're aware that this is not a division of county government, but we do have a very strong relationship with our Department of Health here, and we treat them on our team as one of our divisions, even though they are a separate state agency. They have a very large budget of $23 million, but our contribution, as it states down on the bottom, is $2.7 million. Again, here's how theirs are broken up. You see they get a lot of income from federal and state grants, but they also get it from fees, permits, and so forth. And then again, our contribution, which is cash, combination of cash and in-kind. So we ask them to provide for you how they spend the contribution that we provide. We are required by statute to provide them the locations for which they provide services in the community, so we do that. They also provide services in the community that are dictated under statute. Summary of operations, got a big long list here of all the things that they do in our community to help those most in need. Key statistics, over 16,000 inspections. A lot of people don't realize that they do a lot of inspections in the Department of Health for environmental health. They were responsible for all of the staffing for doing the tracking for all reportable diseases, most notably COVID. Future challenges, again, they also have issues with recruitment and retention of staff, especially in their clinical services. Library services, top-notch library system here in Volusia County. Budget of $33 million with 173 FTEs. Variety of sources of revenue. One of the things of most note, I'm not keeping up with my own PowerPoint so I can see the notes here, but our E-rate reimbursement is very significant in Volusia County government. And it provides, it pays us back for the funds that we receive. All right, publications, our biggest expenditure for operating in library services are our publications. Contract services, and you'll see how those are broken out. Our security guards, janitorial service, courier service, those are all really big costs for us. And then, of course, software and software licensing is really substantial. So efficiently address the 21st century library needs. And, you know, folks, you know, don't realize what a diverse variety of services our library system provides. So it's collections, resources, all kinds of different things to help people learn new skills. We work to close the digital gap. I don't know if any of you all read beyond a paper type book. I never did until Lucinda forced me to. She turned my arm. But I've now become quite familiar with downloading books from the library and reading them on my iPad. Who knew that that was something that I'd ever do as a daughter of a librarian for many years. Key statistics, 1,000 visits to our library branches. For anybody that says that people don't use our libraries in person, they do. And then 2.3 are website visits. There's this very large numbers here, 2.3 million circulation materials, 1.8 million electronic content use, and then 1.1 million retrieval of electronic information. That's really exciting statistics. Our libraries are beloved by our communities and very well supported. Got a lot more data here. One of the neat, innovative things that they also do is they partner with our summer food program. And how many spots now, Lucinda? 12 locations provide summer food to folks with kids that can come by and pick up summer food for free. Those meals are provided by the state at no cost, but they provide a spot for them to come pick them up. Future challenges, demand for materials, succession planning. Lucinda is retiring and some of her top team are retiring in the coming years. So we look forward to working with her on strong succession planning. Parks, Recreation, and Culture. We have an outstanding Parks Division, I'm sorry. $14 million in our budget. Pardon me, 96 full-time equivalent, well, you see 96.02. Tim Bailey's widely known for his use of Lucidity, which looks at all of the different jobs that have to be done in managing our parks. And so he knows that it's actually 96.02 people that it takes to manage all of his parks, manage the trails. And if he's asking for somebody, a quarter of a person, he's figured out that that's what it's going to take to make sure we have enough people on the team to get the job done. So here's our revenue sources. Recreation fees, summer recreation, parks fees, all the way down. Operating, obviously, maintenance of the buildings in the ground, $1 million, and then the materials to do that maintenance. And then, of course, there's a lot of different contracted services listed out there. Summary of operations. So 44 facilities that they maintain, 122 miles of trails. And assets, we've got all these different assets as well. So you've got a lot of maintenance going on here and a lot of facilities. So when we talk about increasing facilities, that means we'd also be increasing staffing and material costs to maintain those parks if we were to increase parks. We're all on board for doing that, but we all know that that comes at a cost. Cultural arts program. This has been flat budgeted for, I think, 15 years at least. $611,000, currently funds 33 agencies who go through a very competitive process. Excuse me. Key statistics for parks. A lot of permits issued, 10,000, in a variety of different venues. A lot of different programming. Future challenges, large swings in the capital budget. Tim does a great job of balancing things out by trying to plan over our 5 years of what needs to be done, but there can still be large swings as things occur in our parks that come across the table for repair. Resource stewardship, you've heard a lot from Brad lately. $52 million, 28 staff, but as you know, a lot of that is in reserves for both Volusia Forever and Echo. And you'll see the reserves by activity here. And revenue. Operating expenses. Our largest is the tax collector and property appraiser commissions that the division pays. Thank you. Excuse me. They're telling me I need a cough drop. Well, give me one moment to get one, please. Because of the collection of the Forever and Echo dollars, we pay a large portion of the commissions for those collections. Additional contracted services, and then the remaining budget across the 40-bit budget object. Summary of operations. The Echo program, Volusia Forever, land recreation, 38,000 acres, and then our IFIS program. Key statistics. You know, you think, well, we just buy land or we just manage the Echo program, but we've got a lot of great data of people that use our facilities and use the programming that is provided out there in the community. Future challenges, again, attracting qualified staff, and then funding the land management component of new land acquisitions. One of the things that we've committed to last year is when we bring new land acquisitions on that we are responsible for managing, we will tell you upfront what that will cost us to maintain. If there's an increase in the cost over what we can currently manage. Veteran services. Last but definitely not least, the very mighty Veteran Services Office serves so many people in our community. With a small budget of $1 million, they have 14 staff. You can see the various operating expenses. They do a tremendous job of assisting our veterans in our community with ensuring that they get the benefits that they are due. They spend hours at times working with folks and preparing their claims, helping them appeal, and then also trying to help them get other benefits beyond those things. So they have a client base of approximately 72,000. Last year, they assisted 10,000 clients. And staff handles more than 36,000 phone calls. They have a very busy phone lines. They have 3 folks that are responsible for answering all of their phone calls. Keeping up with the increasing veteran population, we're seeing more and more veterans move into our community, so that's going to continue to be an issue for us. And keeping up with the demand and training as the VA makes regular changes to the regulations. And with that, that's the community services budget. I'm happy to answer any questions or have the experts behind me do so.
Jake Johansson.
Let me jump back up to the, it's a long ways. The library, it was a library question. I've chatted with Lucinda a few times, but as we're moving toward more electronic types of publications, I know you battle with keeping print versus electronic, and yes, I'm a, what is it, hoopla and everything else, so I'm on board with all that. But do you see us getting more out of the print publication business as the people who used to read books aren't around to read books anymore?
You know, Volusia
Not to
County
be morbid.
Volusia County is kind of a unique situation where we have about every week 7,000 unique cardholders who check out books from the libraries, and we have between 5,000 and 6,000 unique cardholders every week that check out the electronic items. So it's fairly balanced, but we use evidence-based selection, so we don't buy as many copies to start with. We also float our collection, so we're moving items around the county to be more efficient with our courier system. And so we're continually trying to balance the e-content with the print content.
Got it. And I think I've also shared with you before my need, the need. With social media these days, we all believe it's on Google, so it's got to be true. We don't have a robust go to reference A, go to the root document, go to, when it comes to the government we do, but when it comes to everything else, you know, you hear scientists say this, but I can't go to the library and see what the other scientists say, just what you told me the scientist says. Any move in the future to consider some of the better research databases?
Well, we're a public library, so we focus on popular materials, that our community is asking for. We really utilize our interlibrary loan system for those folks that need those unique items that would only benefit one or two people. And so we are part of a statewide system where we can order an item, either a photocopy of a scientific article or a book, to come in from maybe one of the university libraries to meet the need of an individual library user in Volusia County.
Okay. So I'll be knocking on your door figuring out how to do
Absolutely.
that. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
And I got one follow-on comment, Chairman. We had a conversation earlier about funding and metrics and what do we get for the bang for the buck. If you look on page 20-67, you can go to it. You don't have to. Lead agency, Boys and Girls Club of Volusia, Flagler County. Youth Development Services. Sub-grantee, Boys and Girls Club, after-school program, $307,000, 800 children served. A metric. That's kind of what I'm talking about, going back to that other thing. It'd be nice to have a metric like that. 800 kids saved? We don't know. 800 kids served? Probably a good percentage are headed on the right track. So that's good to see. Thank you.
David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to accept the community services budget presentation.
We have a motion
Second.
to accept the presentation by Santiago and a second by Troy Kent. And before we call for the vote, we've got 5 members of the public that have been waiting to speak on this. I don't know if they're all here. Joe Sullivan, if you are here, followed by Susan Moore. Is Susan here? Okay. DJ Lebo.
Just want to thank the council. 30 years ago, when I came here to start the Boys and Girls Club, the county gave us $40,000. And now we have 9 clubs, 58 employees, and we get more money from the private sector than we get from the public sector. So you guys are one of our biggest supporters. I wouldn't be here, the club wouldn't be here in this county if it wasn't for the county funding. So we're trying to save and change lives every day. Just wanted to make sure. A lot of new people up there say hello and say thank you.
Thank you. Susan Moore, followed by DJ Lebo.
I'm Susan Moore. I live in DeLand. I also am the VP of Philanthropy for Easter Seals. Northeast Central Florida, we serve about 6,300 children annually in our community, there's your metric, that have disabilities. We're very proud to partner with this group. Particularly, I'm just here to offer praise for the CFAB funding that you offer. I'm not sure, my role in philanthropy is to really honor the intent of the donor, to make sure that we honor the trust that they place in us when they're giving us those dollars. I'm hearing that from you this evening, and to make sure that we perform and that we perform well. So I'm just here to offer a praise to you for our CFAB funding. I'm not sure if you realize how strategically our CFAB partners work together, all experts in their field, to create impact for you and for our taxpayers. Your CFAB funding, and particularly the RSQ process, provides a unique incentive for us to work together and try to solve problems. Simply put, because you incentivize these agencies to work together, you are enriching and complementing the critical services that we already provide individually. So on behalf of the agencies that Easter Seals work with through a lead agency for persons with disabilities, we subcontract to provide our expertise, our clinical expertise to the Boys and Girls Club through their RSQ, also through early learning through their RSQ, because we want to work together. And I didn't know if you know that, so I'm just here to say thank you and appreciate all the work that you do, and especially all the work that your staff does. And we do provide impact. Thank you.
Thank you. DJ Lebo, followed by Carrie Baird.
Good evening. I'm DJ Lebo. I'm with the Early Learning Coalition of Flagler and Volusia, and I just really want to say thank you. You provide us with I am the lead on the family supports, which I have 5 subs, and we are very thankful for that funding. We provide services for about 1,300 families so far this year, and I'm also have a special contract with you for the match funding for subsidized childcare. We provide services for over 6,000 children in Volusia alone. So I want to thank you for that. You're about half of the match funding that we do go out and get in Flagler and Volusia. So again, thank you.
Thank you. Carrie Baird.
Good evening. My name is Carrie Baird. I live in Ormond Beach, and I just wanted to share with you that I have served on the Children and Family Advisory Board off and on for about 20 years. I've chaired that 3 times. And about 12 years ago, we moved from a process where it was kind of just an open grant process. Any organization could apply, put a proposal forward, and receive funding from the county. We now have a very specific procurement process where the county and the CFAB have actually identified what the priorities are, what the gaps are, and it really requires collaboration. Any proposal that we consider looks at systems of care rather than just programs. They're very collaborative in nature. They're led by an organization that actually monitors the partners that they work with. So just listening to what you've talked about and what your concerns are about county funds, I can tell you absolutely the Children and Family Advisory Board is very focused on measurable outcomes and making sure that your funds are invested in the very most important services that really would not exist. They're not funded by other public funding sources. So just thank you for continuing to fund the Children and Family Advisory Board. Thank you.
Thank you. All 5 of you speakers, thank you for your service to our community, and Donna and your team as well. Likewise, thank you for your service, each one of you. And that brings us down the home stretch to some appointments. The first is...
Mr. Brower, I think you need a vote.
We do have to vote. Yep. I'm just looking to see, make sure there's nobody else wanting to talk. We have a motion to accept the report. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Carries 7-0. Appointments for the Historic Preservation Board. There are 9 positions. We have 6 applicants.
Correct. So the elector of this board, or the nomination for this board, they do not have to live within the council members district, and the at-large and the chair each get 2 nominations, one from the east side and one from the west side.
Okay. And there's no particular rotation, so I'm just going to start on the roll call list here and go down. It'll surprise somebody. The first surprise will be Don Dempsey. Do you have a nominee? You hold. Okay. Jake Johansson.
I do, Chairman. Hold on one second.
After Jake will be Troy Kent.
I'll go with Larry French.
That was mine.
I know. That's why I came here. Directly.
Chairman, was that yours? Because I talked to Larry. I talked to Larry. That's crazy.
Larry's great.
Mr. Johansson, do you have an east side nomination as well?
I do not at this time.
Okay, Mr. Kent?
Who else do we have that I can choose? Because I spoke with Larry. Larry said yes, and I don't have him now. Is it in here? Is it
Yeah,
on my
it's
list here?
on page 2.
Because
John Paul?
Miss Shine, she is a citizen who has demonstrated interest.
thank you very much, Miss Shine.
Okay. And that brings up Matt Reinhardt.
I see the one that I was holding off on, never applied. I don't want to take, I'll pass because I don't want to take someone else's.
Okay. Danny Robbins?
Thanks, Chair. Carissa, do we ever get an application for it looks like the incumbent for District 3, the John Paul? We did?
It's on the
Paul
list.
Gillen, yes.
Okay.
John Paul, I'm gonna butcher his last name, but John Paul G is on the list.
All right.
If you would like to appoint him.
I'd like to make that nomination.
Okay. That leaves 3, and Mr. Santiago?
James Zacharias?
He on the list?
Yes.
Are you Zach Zacharias?
Yeah. This is James. This is James Zach. No?
I don't see him.
Mr. Zacharias isn't on this list. He submitted his application on Thursday of last week, and at that point in time that the update went out, had not passed a clean hands check. Not certain if he has at this point or not.
Oh, so then I'll
You
have to wait.
Yeah,
Okay.
just wait to the next, next meeting. And I will do, on the east side, Richard Schmidt. And from the west side, Jocelyn Weiss.
That leaves Mr. Philip Golding from District 3, East Side, an incumbent in case any. Mr. Dempsey.
Yes, we do have an east side, and each council member, it doesn't have to be in your district.
Correct.
So we have one candidate left, Philip Golding.
Is it me? Oh, I'll nominate
And,
Mr. Gold.
okay. Nominated by Don Dempsey. Okay, that's all the candidates. So we have 6 nominees. Any questions about any of them? And all in favor of this batch of nominees, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And they are all nominated 7-0, and we'll have a couple appointments next time. Item 22, an appointment to the Volunteer Firefighter Retirement Advisory Board, and we have a nominee that's been recommended by, is it the fire chief?
Correct.
By the name of Brandy Futch.
And I did want to note that there's an error in here. It is not for a 3-year term. It is actually for a 4-year term.
A 4-year term. Okay. Would anybody care to nominate Brandy Futch?
I'll nominate Brandy.
Yes. Any questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 23, this will be a tough one. Ratification of appointment for Mr. Santiago to the Value Adjustment Board for the 2022 property tax season.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Jake Johansson, second by Kent. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And Mr. Santiago, you are in. Item 24, 2 Volusia County consumer appointments to the Health Planning Council of Northeast Florida. And I believe there are 2.
Mr. Chair, any member of the council can make this nomination, and during lunch I did put an additional application for Carrie Baird on your chair. So there is 3 applications for 2 nominations. Juanita May and Matthew Romanek and Miss Carrie Baird.
Since nobody else is speaking up yet, I'll nominate Carrie Baird. Were you going to take Carrie?
No.
Okay. Carrie Baird, and Matt,
I would nominate Juanita May.
and Matt nominates Juanita May. And we needed two.
Correct.
Any questions on those candidates? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Approval of the, item 25, approval of the District 5 nomination of John Betros. And he didn't have his paperwork done, but it's cleared now,
Well,
correct?
I have one.
Actually, he was appointed. However, there was no vote made on
Right.
his actual nomination. So
Oh.
I'm just asking for a vote
Okay.
on that, on his nomination for District 5.
Okay, let's do him first. I thought he just didn't have all his paperwork done yet. All in favor of, who nominated him?
Mr. Santiago.
Okay, all in favor of John Betros, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 7-0. Now we need a District 2, District 4, and Chair's appointment.
I nominate Jonathan McGill
For District 2.
for District 2.
Jonathan McGill.
For District 4, John Phillips.
District 4, John Phillips. And I have two
I'm
applicants.
sorry. This is 25?
Correct.
25.
Okay, hold tight.
Samir Naran, Maria Monica Mahika, and Shelley Sloan are the remaining applicants.
Halifax area. Yeah, John Phillips.
Okay.
I don't show Mr. Phillips for Halifax area.
He's not on that list.
Halifax Area Advertising Authority?
You're
The paper that you all printed for me has his name on it and says, has submitted an application for reappointment. This is from staff,
I think he was,
John Phillips.
He was already on.
I think he was nominated last
Last time.
Yeah.
Yes, he
He's already on
was.
it.
Did somebody else already put him on?
He was a
You
good.
did.
No, I
yeah.
apologize for the oversight. You appointed him
Okay.
at the last meeting.
Okay.
He was
All
a
right.
good appointment. too.
Yeah. And he was here. He's from Emory Riddle, and he was in the audience. So that's just an error. He's already on, so
Okay.
you can take that off, Chairman.
So
He's already
we've
there.
got, John is done. We have, excuse me, Matt's appointment.
Jonathan
and,
McGill.
You
John
know,
McGill.
Mr. Kent, what it actually was is you did appoint him. However, because this is an 11-member board, you made him as your first appointment. And so you need somebody for that second appointment of yours.
Well, give me just a moment.
There are still 4 candidates there. Oh, 3 of them haven't passed a background check yet.
No, Samir Naran, Maria Monica, and Shelley Sloan have all passed their clean
Okay.
hands and their background check.
Mr. Kent, take your time while you're doing that. I will tell you, Carissa, I'm going to hold one more time. I've got 2 candidates who are sending in applications to you, and I want to pick from them.
Mr. Chair, I want to call the question for Troy.
Lucky I love you, man. Show me who's available. Right there. Samir Naran. Thank you.
You pointed.
Samir Naran.
No, Samir. The incumbent. Yeah, Samir. Thank you.
So we have 2 nominees, Samir and McGill. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Appointed 7-0. And the last item, 26, is the District 5 and Chair appointments to the Southeast Volusia Advertising Authority. I will nominate Richard English for the chairs.
Elizabeth Betsy Baker for 5.
Very good. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Those nominees carry 7-0, which brings us to the county manager's comments.
Mr. Brower,
Yes.
on public participation form.
Oh, we do have public participation. I wasn't overlooking you. I didn't have them yet. Okay. One participant for public participation, John Nicholson. A minute and a half.
We're down to 30 seconds soon. John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. None of you guys spoke to me. However, this morning, if you've noticed, there were at least 3, if not more, comments about none of you showed up at their meeting. In the past, and this is none of you, there have been several city commission meeting appointments and county council people who would not go because of the behavior of the group. The faith group, many people that are my friends. I went to the group originally. I went to the meeting just this past week. The behavior has not changed. The system has not changed. They hog-tie the public official to where they can't say anything. They are relatively rude and obnoxious to them. And it's a wonder that they don't get people to show up. So the impression that they're giving to the general public, and this is what I am speaking so that the general public understands that you guys are not necessarily turning your back on the group. You may or may not be turning it on their behavior, as some of the elected officials in the past have done. But I want everybody to know that you may or may not have your reasons for showing up at their meetings. Secondly, they're asking you to do a nexus study. The city of Daytona Beach did a nexus study. Unfortunately, our city mayor decided to tell them to focus on linkage, and we didn't get the facts and the numbers that we needed. We need to know how many people in our city need housing. We have the largest number of HUD housing in the county, and they did not do anything to let us know how many HUD housing units we had. They did not give us any information on the number of units that we might need for senior citizens. We have 7 housing units specifically for seniors. We have Windsor and the Maley. The Catholics have a group, the Greeks have a group, the Baptists have a group, the Episcopals have a group. They all have homes, multiple story buildings for our seniors, but it was not in the Nexus study. So I'm asking, if you do a Nexus study for affordable housing, that you get all the information that you absolutely need for, and what groups you need. Because if seniors don't need the affordable housing as much as single adults, which is what we have a lot of. We have the homeless people. We used to have homes or apartments where a single man could spend $10 to get a night's sleep. We closed them all in Daytona Beach, and now we call them homeless because they can't afford $65 a night for a hotel room. So I'm asking you, if you do the Nexus study, you ask the correct questions and you get the correct answers, and you know by the mistakes that the Daytona Beach made and not make the same mistake. All right? Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, John Keister would like to come and take your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Councilman and County Council. I'm here basically seeking, I guess you'd call it a proclamation or perhaps a finding of fact. On February 6th of 5th of 2020, and going into the night of February 6th, I was falsely arrested in Edgewater, Florida. Then before I was released the next day, at first appearance, I was tortured and maimed in Volusia County Jail for not wearing a mask on my face. The sheriff of Volusia County will do nothing. I've tried. I got one response from him. I can't get nothing out of the sheriff. I want him to come forward and talk to you and talk to me about why he won't do anything. 4 men tried to murder me before they tortured me. And I'm over 60 years old. I know what it entails, what I'm saying, and what I would have to do. I don't look forward to going to court and testifying or anything. The 4 men tried to kill me, and when they failed that, they successfully tortured and maimed me. They tortured, my wrists are shot. They bent my hands over and over and around in circles for about 45 seconds. And now my wrists are not, they're trashed. And all this is over because I didn't have a rag on my face. That's why it is. I didn't resist at any time. At no time did I threaten these men or present any threat to these men. And I can't seem to get nothing done about it. And if all I get to do is say something here about it, then that's what I'm going to do. And I would like to ask you if I can, I'm inviting you to investigate it. I'll work with any of you. I know Mr. Dempsey, I know you're a lawyer. I've read all your bios. I know you have a history with the prison, sir. And my personal district representative is Mr. Robbins. I previously called him. I know y'all probably get all kinds of emails and all, and I tried to set the table. But I want an acknowledgement of what happened to me. And I want to start the debate, not just locally, but nationally, on the mandates. I'm an American, I'm a Christian lay minister, I'm an American citizen, and I say the mandates are unlawful treason, and I'm willing to debate anyone, anywhere, anytime on that. And anybody you can wear 10 masks if you like, you can take 50 vaccines, but no one has a right to force a rag on my face or a vaccine in my arm. Thank you.
Okay. Before you leave, would you see Carissa and just make sure we have your contact information before you leave? And there's serious allegations, we'll investigate.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, sirs.
Okay. Okay. So it's in process. Mr. County Manager.
Yes. Mr. Chair, Council, thank you. I just have tonight, I have John Booker here to answer any questions you may have. We're at that point, we're deep into session, and if there was any change to our legislative agenda or anything you wanted to update, or anything you wanted us to monitor more closely or take a position on, we would really probably need to do that tonight or maybe the next meeting at the latest, but I think you're coming to the end of when you're going to be able to make any adjustments or comments to any of the bills that are out there.
Jake Johansson.
Thank you, Chairman. I think I'm not the only one, but a lot of us have, I hope, been getting a lot of emails about SB 1588, John. I know that's a fast-moving train that's probably impossible for 7 people to stop or discuss. But I would like assurances, probably not from you, but County Manager, from you, that we will have a plan that we can discuss and spend some time with moving forward, should it get passed, on how to effectively take care of the sheriff's needs, the beach's needs, and our citizens' needs regarding a level of service in that arena, with who's doing what, where, and how.
Thank you. That's the same one I wanted to talk about. Do you have any update on that first before I make my request?
They left their cell phone.
Oh. Is he still here? He might have left his cell phone.
As of an hour or so ago, 1588 and the companion bill had not been scheduled for hearing. So the House adjourned today. The Senate adjourns tomorrow for the Easter break. So we start looking at, even though they're adjourned, they have 24 and 36 hour, or 2 days and 3 day notices. So we'll be looking at scheduling for next week and monitoring if the bill gets heard on either side.
Okay. So we're not at a point yet where there's been any amendments. Or are we?
There have been 2 hearings, one on the Senate side, one on the House side.
Are there amendments?
I've seen no amendments being
Okay.
filed on the bills, and assuming that it gets scheduled for a hearing for next week, then if there were to be any amendments by the bill sponsor, then they would do those in accordance with the House or the Senate rules.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to know, is that when I read it, it's a little confusing. Does it just apply to the unincorporated areas? How is it? It's got far-reaching implications, and if there was some amendments, maybe some of my concerns would have been taken care of. George, before I make a request, I see your name up, but do you want to say something, or you want to hear me out first?
I'd like to hear you out first.
I get to go first.
Then I was going to respond to Mr. Johansson as well.
Very good. We all know how important the beach patrol is. You know, I was part of it for 10 years. I was never a police officer. We didn't do that then. We were lifeguards and EMTs. They are critical for our tourist season, for the safety of our own residents. And so this really concerns me in this regard. When I read the bill, I have no idea how that might be laid out. We've had no time to negotiate with the sheriff or talk to him about what his vision is. I know that the county manager has wisely reached out to him and tried to get some of his thoughts. I would really like to see if there's a sense of the council, if they would join me in directing county staff, probably legal, to send a letter to the governor and the legislature of doing one of 2 things. My first priority would be to see if we could get an exception to the bill. It wasn't intended for us, it was intended for Miami-Dade, but it's having the greatest effect on Volusia County. And it's not that I don't want to have a discussion of whether or not the sheriff takes over our beach. It's that I want to have a discussion in an orderly, timely manner. I don't want this bill to get passed and say, bam, it's changed, and these men and women that are putting their lives on the line and serving and keeping our beach safe their lives are turned over. I think we need to approach it more orderly. So I would either like to ask for an exception or at least a time limit that if it passes, we have 12 months or 48 months or whatever to negotiate with the sheriff and get a program that Andy Etheridge feels secure with, and the county staff and each of us. 'Cause this is really, really important to our county. So I'm going to leave it there and let some of the other council members respond. George, your name is up there, so.
Well, first I would like to say, yes, I have talked to the sheriff. The sheriff came down. He's gathering data. So I know he's working his end of it, and we are also working, the life-saving end of it on our side. So because of the time frame, really is the concerning part right now. The bill could take effect upon, in at least one version, signature. I think another was July 1, which would be right in the middle of our summer season. So even in, in discussing with the sheriff, I think he was fine. And my discussion with if there was some date a little bit past the summer, maybe in the fall or somewhere around there, that for full implementation. I have all the confidence in the world. I worked with our team during Amendment 10, and we'll have probably a little smaller version of what we did before in terms of a transition. So we will absolutely make sure safety is the #1 priority. I also have goals of trying to, whatever occurs, if this bill goes through, to be a program that we can all be proud of, and actually maybe with our Amendment 10, we won awards by the time it was done, and I would try to seek some sort of excellence in that manner. So that's my commitment to the council and to everybody. We will make sure of that. As far as your other part on that's the reason we really need to, if we're going to do any kind of discussion, I think with the legislature, that has to start occurring sooner rather than later. So, but I do think the time part for sure, and then the rest of it would be really at the pleasure of the council.
Yeah, that would be my preference, and maybe David Santiago can help us with that. Or maybe it's as simple as reaching out to the Florida delegation or the Volusia delegation and telling them that we have a concern with time of implementation. If it passes, we don't even know if it's going to pass yet, but David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think, given our roles, we have a duty to inform our legislature of how it would affect Volusia, right? I don't know if we want to advocate one way or another, but I think we have a duty to tell them this is how it would affect Volusia. Is this your intent in the bill? Is this what you want to accomplish? And if the legislature so chooses, then they're aware of how it's going to affect Volusia, and then we'll make our plans accordingly. I like what Jake said and I've had conversations with various folks on this, and for me, it's going to be about the level of service, right? Whatever comes down or doesn't come down, it's going to be about the level of service that the people have come to expect here in Volusia, and how do we maintain that? But I think we would regret the fact that if we didn't inform the legislature how it would affect Volusia, I think that'd be a mistaken opportunity that we would regret if we didn't say, hey, we told you this would happen.
I agree with that. I just don't know if we know how it would affect us. Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to echo that because we don't know. Everyone's well aware of where I stand on this, and you hit it on the head with the level of service. You've maintained the fact that we would have EMTs and lifeguards regardless.
Well, we'd have to. I mean, that's
we
one
have
thing
to. We absolutely have to.
Need to understand is that, and I know the chair, of course, being a one-time a member, and I think most of you are familiar with our organization. That those are the folks that are the core of the whole operation.
Yes, it is.
And they basically run the operation. They supervise the operation. We could not have anything approaching the level that we have without their hard work. I mean, I think it was said this morning, this is a life-saving corps on a national, maybe worldwide level. They have competed in worldwide competitions, national competitions. But when you think of, what we're at, we are one of, the most famous beach type of, that is our motto. And, you can't really compare us to sleepier beaches, so to speak. We are on the level of a California, urban California beach, or Hawaii, for where we're at here in Daytona Beach. So there's, no doubt that there has to be a professional life-saving corps out there. And again, we, of course, use our beach very uniquely, and I'm sure that at least the desire is to continue that. And we have, an urban beach, which I think is, one of our strengths is that we have beaches of all types. We have the urban beach, we have the natural beach. But one thing, we are the world's most accessible beach, and we have just a tremendous amount of visitors. And it's just very important that we maintain that level of protection.
So you just said that the world's most accessible. And that being said, with the amount of visitors that have come down there, and I'm going to go back just a few hours ago when the gentleman at the very beginning, I don't remember his name, the officer from Beach Protection, that mentioned the fact of the image of the deputy unable to make that life-saving attempt on that individual. So that set aside, just the life-saving and the EMT, that set aside the law enforcement function. And I guess I still have questions with regards to that level of service that we talked about. How accessible are they going to be if it was a sheriff's? And I'm not knocking on them, those are legitimate questions. What level of service are they going to be able to provide? Are they going to be patrolling the beach? Right now, the beach protection officers are there. That's their zone. That's it. The sheriff's office obviously has all of Volusia County. Obviously, he's going to have deputies assigned to that area, but are they going to be on the beach at that time to the level of service that we currently have right now with regards to law enforcement? That is what keeps that beach accessible. That is what keeps that beach as safe as it is, because we have that law enforcement presence down there. I mean, a lot more.
That's all questions we'll have to work out.
Yes, exactly. I'm just going on the record. I didn't expect an answer. I'm just saying that I want to put that on the record, that's my stand on that, is with regards to the law enforcement aspect. Thank you.
Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. I'm in support of with David Santiago in terms of getting a good foundation or a base for information, letting our representatives know some of our challenges, but also too, I think we do owe it to our beach patrol and our employees, everybody, our lifeguards, as well as the sheriff, to get that information out there. I mean, it's a very important subject for everybody, us included, our citizens, our employees, public, and the more information that we can get out for transparency on the record, I just think it would help clear the air and answer a lot of questions. It may put some things to rest, and it may not. So I'll support you, David.
So I'll go back and ask legal again. Do you have enough information as you read the bill to be able to express to the Volusia delegation what our concerns are, or what we think could happen? Do we know what could happen? I mean, is this just the unincorporated area or the whole beach?
Well, under your charter, it governs the beach in two ways. The first is this council is granted exclusive regulatory authority over the beach. Any ordinances that you adopt on the beach, dogs on the beach, beach driving, any of those types of things, prevail over any conflicting city ordinance. The other thing that the charter does is grants the county law authority to provide beach services, which would include law enforcement on the beach, concurrent with the cities. So it does not transfer law enforcement from the cities to the county, unlike the regulatory authority. So cities have concurrent jurisdiction, law enforcement wise, up and down the beach today. They can send a squad car out there. They do to enforce the law. The bill does raise questions as to its applicability. I definitely think in reading it, you can tell it was geared towards the Miami-Dade situation. And the background on that is Miami-Dade has to implement Amendment 10, which we did already. That constitutional amendment gave Miami-Dade more time. So they're in the middle of trying to plan for the implementation. And my understanding is that Miami-Dade County is in litigation with the Florida Sheriff Association over what the role of their future sheriff would be, because they're the only county in Florida that does not yet have a sheriff. They don't elect the sheriff until November of 2024. So when you read that bill, its emphasis its focus is to prohibit a county from transferring or taking away law enforcement authority from a sheriff in the unincorporated area. And there is another bill out there, House Bill 1373. It's broader. It affects all the county constitutional officers and basically provides the same thing, that you shall not take authority from your county constitutional officer. But Senate Bill 1588, which was mentioned this few minutes ago, that's the bill that focuses exclusively on the sheriff's operation. So what I understand, Mr. Brower, you brought up the two issues of do you seek an exception for Volusia County, or do you seek time for a transition? And I hear Mr. Santiago, you saying that one idea would be to educate at a minimum our legislative delegation on how that bill would impact us. But I think to a degree you're asking for any amendments to the bill. We're obviously seeking your direction on that.
I just asked the question, had there been amendments yet? Because that could give us more clarification on how this is going to affect us. But I'll come back to that in a minute. Don Dempsey.
John, do you know if this bill is in the subcommittee still, or has it made it out of committee?
No, it's in Senate rules.
They're still in committee.
They're in committee.
Okay.
They haven't been assigned committee time.
Okay, so there's still time.
So they refer a bill that's been voted on positively. They'll just refer it to the committee, so it's sitting there until they schedule a hearing.
How long do you think it would be until it gets out of committee?
At 4:30 on Thursday when they start. I mean, just have to wait. Everybody looks and waits for your phone to start dinging, because when they start announcing hearings for bills, they just roll them out like I don't know what.
Is it fair to say that once it gets out of committee and goes to the floor, that it's going to be harder to carve out an exception to the bill than it would be if we lobbied the subcommittee?
The more time, the closer you get to sine die, there are options always, but it does get a little challenging. And we're on the downhill slide of that.
So do we have a lobbyist group or somebody who can go to this committee and convey to them that we want to have an exception carved out to leave things the way it is in Volusia County?
If council directs that that's what your desire is, then we'll get with our lobbying firm and try to make that happen.
And would they still have time to effectively communicate this to the committee?
It's getting closer and closer to the point of no return, but there's always time. It's just a matter of getting someone to pay attention to that.
Okay. And I just kind of, I don't know who even mentioned that, but the gentleman who got up and spoke in public participation earlier, I mean, he seemed to point out that, you know, we're not your average beach patrol here. We've got about, 30 plus, or I don't even know if it's more than that. I'm Mr. Etheridge. I mean, you're not the ordinary beach patrol. You're way more advanced than the typical beach patrol. And I don't know if you want to tell us how your agency is compared to your typical non-beach driving type community.
Absolutely. Director Etheridge, Beach Safety. Yeah, we've got 58 triple certified sworn officers who are also our professional lifeguards and our professional EMTs. So essentially, if we lose the law enforcement capacity of this, and every single one of our triple certified officers that moves from the beach to the sheriff's office takes away an officer, a lifeguard, and an EMT. So under the current plan that we've heard, 35 of them are being asked to move over to the sheriff's office. That will leave me with about 23 professional lifeguards that were previously triple certified, that will now be dual certified as lifeguard EMTs, along with my other 10 dual certified lifeguards. So I'll have 33 professional lifeguards to try and protect 47 miles of beach that sees special event level crowds over 200 days a year. So it's the equivalent of the Daytona 500 emptying out on the beach every weekend day and most weekdays during the summer. So it's a extremely tenuous situation to be in. Right now, it's difficult to find police officers anywhere, and this bill will effectively, on July 1st, if it passes, it has the potential to eliminate 58 police officers from the county of Volusia overnight. If any of my staff decides to go to another agency, that will be the only way that they could continue being police officers. If any of them stay with me as lifeguards and don't go anywhere, county loses 58 police officers overnight. If 35 of them go and 23 of them stay, then the net effect is that the county loses 35 police officers. I'm sorry, the county loses 35 lifeguard EMTs, and we're reduced to 23 lifeguard EMTs on the beach. I hope I'm making sense here, but nobody wins here. This isn't a beneficial thing for anybody. Right now, we've got 58 triple certified officers who patrol that beach 24 hours a day in some capacity. Obviously, at night we're reduced in our patrols, but they do a heck of a job. They're dedicated to the county. They can go anywhere to work, but they decide to stay there, and they decide to serve the people of the county in the capacity that they do. They can do anything, and I'm glad I'm getting this opportunity because there's a lot of things that a lot of people don't know about what we do. We're so good at our job that other sheriff's departments around the state of Florida send teams to us to learn how to do what we do because, in their words, they're tired of standing on the beach and watching people drown in front of them. So they send teams to us. They spend time with us to learn what we do. And most recently, we had the Department of Justice with the United States of America, United States federal government, sent a team of Saudi Arabian national police over to us to learn how to do what we do because they're trying to build a Vegas by the ocean in Saudi Arabia because they're trying to move from an oil-based economy to a tourist-based economy. So they sent their people to us to learn how to deal with tourist-oriented policing, life-saving in the beach areas of the tourist area, how to incorporate emergency medical response in with that, as well as enforce laws and ordinances in those areas. So my staff is very good at what they do, and this is going to be absolutely detrimental to the function and the level of services that we provide. And again, so the best case scenario under everything that I've been told is that the county will lose 35 35 lifeguard EMTs, and the beach will lose 35 officers, and we will be down to 23 lifeguard EMTs. So there's no win here.
Is there any other counties that compare in size with what you do?
No, we're the busiest beach in the state of Florida and for most of the east coast of Florida, of the United States. And the only comparable agency to us is, as was stated before, places like LA County. We make 2,000 to 4,000 water rescues a year. So we're a water rescue based agency. The law enforcement that we do is just part of what we do. So
I was just going to say, like Flagler, how many water rescues do you think they do a year compared to y'all?
I don't have the stats on that. We would have to call Flagler to find that out, but they've got a severely reduced number of lifeguards than we do. Currently, the only thing harder to find right now than a police officer is a lifeguard. So it's not a good situation anywhere we go.
Has anybody from Tallahassee, well, let me strike that. Yeah. First of all, do you think this bill was proposed with Volusia County in mind? Or do you think this was directed towards South Florida?
Well, I know that is being lobbied as directed towards South Florida, but I know that they are aware that it affects us as well.
Has anybody reached out to you from Tallahassee to ask you how this will affect our county if this goes through without an exception?
I've spoken with numerous people in Tallahassee, and I am trying to gain some advocacy, and it is difficult at this point. This bill has moved through some committees pretty quickly and without any opposition. So in Tallahassee, it is not being discussed how it affects Volusia County. So I hope that it will before it's too late. At the end of the day, once this is done, you can't unring this bell. You can't go backwards. And, you know, we were separated 25 years ago, and we realized that there was a need to consolidate services. There is no better business model than paying one person to do 3 jobs. So at the end of the day, if this happens, we'll be paying 2 people now to do what one person was doing before. There's no way that it won't cost more money. There's no way that it won't reduce services. And there's really no reason for this to happen.
Have you had the assistance of any professional lobby groups to help you convey your message to the legislature?
No.
You think that would assist you?
I'll take all the help I can get at this point because, like I said, I'm here trying to advocate for my staff. I'm trying to keep my emotions in control because I've dedicated 27 years of my life to this job, and my staff is dedicated, and they come in every day. They have a tough job. Nobody understands how tough it is out there. We get conflicting messages. You know, no offense, but half of you want zero tolerance, $500 fines levied on people. Half of you don't want any law enforcement done at all. And my staff has to navigate through that. So I get 2 complaints. One is we don't do enough, and the other one is we do too much. So it puts all of us in a very tough situation, but they continue to come in, they continue to do the job.
And I'm going to ask you one last question, and I think it's the $1 million question. Do you think public safety will be at risk if this goes through? You think it'll be more of a danger, at least in the immediate future, if this were to go through?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's all.
Thank you, Don. David Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, this bill, as it came up, was a surprise to me, but, you know, it was kind of sort of, what is that saying, a solution looking for a problem, at least as it pertains to Volusia County. And, you know, when it was presented to me, it was put in the context of we're just kind of collateral damage the way this language is written, how it affects charter counties, and we fell into that category. I'm a big fan of the work that the sheriff does in Volusia County. I'm a big fan of the work your department does here in Volusia County. So I find myself in a difficult position advocating for both. But I ultimately go back to, do we have a problem? I don't think we do. But I mean, at least nobody's presented one to me that we have a problem from a perspective that we're trying to fix something. I'm sensitive to the jobs that are there, as I would be sensitive to jobs lost in the sheriff's office. So it's a very difficult balance. You're up against a strong army. The Florida Sheriff's Association is one of the most influential organizations in the lobbying efforts in the state of Florida. And from what I understand is they're advocating for this bill. Now, as I said earlier, I think we're compelled and duty-bound for our people that are working for us that are going to be affected, and for the possibilities of how it may, I don't know, affect our level of service. We should at least advise our delegation of here where we're at here. Now, our delegation is a pretty powerful delegation. You should know that too. So we have some very influential members that serve there. They should be very clear from us, advising them this is what may happen. You should be aware of this if you so decide to vote for this. I think it's also clear to point out that from what I read the bill, the only thing that happens, and I'm not trying to diminish it, is that it eliminates the law enforcement capacity. Doesn't say specifically that you need to do anything else. It just says that you can't have a gun on your side, right? And I'm not advocating for that, but that's really what the bill does. It takes away their law enforcement capacity. Then we need to decide is, do we want law enforcement on the beaches, right? I've made it clear that I do. That is the most negative effect of it. Now, the sheriff's office, I think, is contemplating some proposal. I have yet to see the full proposal of that. And I think that's how all of that came about, saying 35 officers get transferred. So, but I think that's a little preemptive right now. The point that this council needs to do is just at least inform our delegation, this is what's going to happen. We don't really have a problem with our service. Our constituents are not complaining about this. Do you want to address the Volusia problem? I think that's where we need to go, because it's a difficult choice either way.
Matt, can I ask him a
Sure.
question real quick so I understand what you just said? You started off saying, do we have a problem? Do you mean with the current system?
Situation.
Correct.
Okay.
And I don't think we do.
Okay.
I think that was
Thank
a
you.
great question too, by the way. Do we have a problem? You fix a problem. If you don't have a problem, if the old adage, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I'm going to go back a few meetings, and I think it was you, Councilman Santiago, that brought up the fact of when we were talking about lobby firms. What do they do for us? Remember? Do we remember that conversation? Here we go. Here's an opportunity. We need you to do this for us. We need to advocate for our agency that can they carve out that amendment, if that's what this council decides to do. One question, Chief, if I could, to kind of put in perspective what I was talking about before, how on an average shift, and I know that seasonally things change. Summertime's busier, I get it. Summertime day, no specific event, just a regular day. How many officers do you have? I know there's 58 total. How many do you have it on day shift?
Well, we do have it split up into shifts and
Okay.
staff. So we have between 20 and 24 officers out there. And of course.
Plus
also
your lifeguards.
Which are also lifeguard EMTs, yes.
Okay, so you have the 24 triple certified officers on a day shift plus lifeguards that are in the towers?
Yes, plus we supplement that with part-time lifeguards who come in
Beautiful.
During the season.
And then night shift, of course, that's reduced because there's no driving on the beach. I get that. But you still have a presence out there. How many would that be?
We have 3.
3. So that's for the entire span of the beach?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Has that been working? If it ain't broke.
And I would like to add, we have an extremely good working relationship with the sheriff's office. I consider us, teammates. I consider us, professionals.
Yep.
And work well with them. We back them up. We handle calls for them. They handle some investigations for us where it exceeds our capacity for things like crime scene and things like that. So, we've always had a good working relationship between us and the sheriff's office. That's why this is so difficult for me, because I'm put into a tough spot. This is a organization that I respect. Got a lot of friends over there, and this is pitted to highly functioning, very good working organizations against each other, and it's not a good situation.
One final question, and thank you. One final question, and I'm not reopening a wound here with dogs on the beach, but we're still talking about that one area, correct? Sheriff know about that? Is he willing to take on that? I mean, I know you can't answer that question.
I have
So
not spoken with the sheriff about any of this. I haven't had one conversation about this with one person at the sheriff's office, and I didn't get a lot of information out of it.
Okay, so I mean, there are a lot of changes that, the beach, you just said it, Mr. Dyer, as far as the control we have over the beach, if we make changes on the beach, he's going to have to be in agreement with that. We have an agency that's already there that's willing to do that, so. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Michael Dyer.
Yeah, just to kind of dovetail on what recently, was said is, I think, as George said, a few of us were involved in implementing the Amendment 10 amendment. Took us over a year. We worked with the sheriff's office and the other constitutional officers to arrive at ultimately were participation agreements that council approved, which really redefined the relationship entirely. So I think the legislation raises a lot of questions that would need to be sorted through. And also, what happens during the legislative process? Are there amendments that will take place that change what we have on the books today? But as to the charter, Mr. Reinhardt, your question, so you have the authority to enact ordinances, and you have the authority to enact what kind of penalties would go along with those ordinance violations. About 70% of your beach is incorporated area, so 30% unincorporated, roughly, just shy of 30% is unincorporated. When you look at Senate Bill 1588, it does raise a lot of questions. I mean, it definitely get the impression reading it. It's geared towards Miami-Dade. It has a transition clause that is similar to what we went through with Implement Amendment 10. It directs a county how to transfer law enforcement functions for the unincorporated area that are presently being handled by a county law enforcement agency. The staff analysis that came out last week, it said that provision only applies to Miami-Dade County because it's the only county that doesn't yet have a sheriff. So I think there's a lot of things to sort through and figure out how it would ultimately affect us, and knowing that it's also kind of a moving target right now because we don't know what changes could occur. But and I should have said, sorry, that with the charter now, if for some reason the county were to say they wanted to discontinue beach patrol, ignoring this legislation, it would default back, kind of the default pattern is the sheriff has primary law enforcement authority for an incorporated area, and cities have primary law enforcement authority for the incorporated area. But the sheriff, as this bill says, and it is already law, does have authority countywide.
Therein lies the issue for me is I don't know at this point what the unintended consequences would be. Part of that is because what we're hearing in the public, since we're not hearing directly from the sheriff, are rumors. I think we need to hear from the sheriff. But I've heard that he has said in public, I didn't hear him say it. I don't know if you've heard him say it or anybody else, that he would have 2 officers north of the inlet, 2 officers south of the inlet. If that's the case, how would could that ultimately affect the ITP and beach driving? Because it's not, we're not able to keep up with the safety measures. I don't know. Unintended consequences happen in every bill that's passed, and I want to know how this is going to affect the safety of our beach. Do you have any idea at this point?
No, well, certainly, no matter what happens, however this bill comes out and however it affects us, depending on what the scope or scale would be, you're going to have to make some adjustments to your HCP. We're going to have to make some changes to our ordinance. There's going to have to be some follow-up steps. And all of those are probably pretty easy compared to some of the operational issues that you're asking, and I expect you would from a public safety standpoint.
Andy, we have a hard time right now recruiting lifeguards. If
Yes.
if you lose the third leg, the law enforcement leg, how does that affect your recruiting of lifeguards? Any idea?
We don't know how that'll affect it. There is a possibility that this could happen and we would just lose our ability to enforce the law. If all of my staff stays put, then the sheriff's office would be responsible for enforcing all the laws on the beach. We would continue on being lifeguard EMTs, and we would continue to provide that level of service and probably higher. But that means the beach instantly loses 58 police officers, and it will only be replaced with whatever the sheriff's office plan is to then replace that with deputies on the beach.
And we don't know what that plan is.
I have not heard that plan.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. And someone mentioned it, because we haven't heard from the sheriff, maybe that's what we do. Maybe we invite the sheriff to a meeting and say, Sheriff Chitwood, would you shed some light on if this happens, if this is shoved down our throat by the state legislature, what is the plan? Because it sounds like, you know, there have been some conversations about a plan. And Mr. Reinhardt, just to touch on what you said, and you were a no vote on it, on the dogs on the beach, last time it came up for us. But this council wasn't talking about, and I didn't hear Mr. Etheridge, the chief, ever come before us and say, yeah, I'm going to make sure that my men and women are the ones helping to enforce this. Staff was talking about us hiring another animal control officer, just to keep it all from what my memory was. Mr. Etheridge, I do have a couple questions for you, though. So you keep mentioning about losing possibly 35 lifeguards.
Correct.
So, and I'm sure it does happen in a remote area, Ormond by the Sea, maybe even Wilbur by the Sea, parts of New Smyrna, down by the Sandpiper condominium, you know, pretty far down south. But I live 1,400 feet from that beach. I'm on that beach all the time. Looking at me now, you wouldn't believe it, but I surf part-time on the professional tour as an amateur and then a semi-pro. I was on that beach every day for years of my life. And here's my question is that, and I fish on it and we have great recreation on it. I'm passionate about that beach. But the men and women that you have that are triple trained, I don't know in my 48 years, and I saw it before the county was in charge. I saw it when the county took over and they had the little blue, like Bronco type vehicles. And then they changed to the larger vehicles and they've gone smaller. And I've seen all of that. But I don't know if I've ever witnessed, and this is what my question, you can help me with this, those men and women that carry the gun on their side run out in the water to save someone. The lifeguard calls for help. The vehicle comes down. They're there for support, but I just don't know that. How often does that happen? Where they're throwing their gun off, locking everything in their car. I don't know if they're changing clothes or not, and they're the ones out there doing it. I'm sure it happens. I just don't know how often.
Before I get to that point, I would like to say that I did say that we would enforce the dog beach just like we enforce every other aspect of the beach. We would prioritize the calls. The only reason that
I believe you did. Thank you.
The only reason that the animal control officer was introduced is because they wanted a dedicated person to stay in that one area. And my comment to that was that I could not afford to dedicate a triple certified person to sit on a dog beach all the time because there are other priorities.
Right.
So that is where that was. So,
right.
And to your other comment, I'm sorry that you haven't seen that because it's pretty spectacular. Not only do they do it almost on a daily basis, I continue to still do it myself. So we have videotaped evidence that my officers can strip down from a full law enforcement gear and get into that water in about 20 seconds. And we did that as a demonstration. We actually put it in our lifeguard video. So right now, the current situation is that we don't have as many tower guards as we would like. So my officers are the ones that are making those rescues on a daily basis. They are coming out of that truck and they are stripping down and they are making those rescues. Yesterday we had the near drowning? We've got a young lady that is fighting for her life right now because we had a near drowning. But shortly after that, while we were dealing with that, while my investigator was at the hospital with trying to notify next of kin and do all of that stuff and determine her status, my other officers were 300 yards offshore trying to bring another group of people in. My officers. Last week I had 4 officers that were underneath the pier at Main Street getting cut up by the barnacle covered pilings, trying to pull people off of the pilings. So absolutely 100%. My officers are in that water as lifeguards. That is the core of their discipline. They're lifeguards first. That is the core of their discipline.
I appreciate you sharing that because what I heard you say was every day, and you're doing it too. And I think the reason maybe I haven't seen it is the lifeguards you have on the tower, maybe they're so effective and efficient at their job that they call it in, they put their flag down, they're out rescuing the people. And when the vehicle rolls up with the officer with the gun on their side, they're bringing the person in. So, I guess that's kudos for the training of the lifeguards that are there, because they don't have to strip down and go out and do that. So I appreciate you sharing that happens every single day. Thank you for sharing that.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm not sure about the specific situation you're talking about, but there are times when the officers have to make a determination. We don't send a fire truck for every single Band-Aid that's necessary.
Right.
We don't send an ambulance for everybody who stubs their toe.
Right.
And we don't send an officer in the water unless it's necessary. But that's because we're professionals. We get on scene
Right.
and we evaluate the situation and we determine whether they need to go in that water or not.
Right. And maybe it's where I go to the beach across the street from my house, and it's all dependent upon undertows and rip currents and what's happening with the water to how active those lifeguards are, because people are getting sucked out and they need assistance. So sometimes we sit there and we're fishing there and there's no calls. Lifeguards just, it's a nice calm day. That's what you want every single day. But sometimes that lifeguard is hopping and, they're busy. And all of those times, I've never witnessed it. So I appreciate you sharing that information with me. Mr. Rechtenwald, has there been any discussion, if this gets shoved down our throat by the legislature, is there any cost savings to the county if the sheriff were to take this over? Or is there any added expenditure to the county if the sheriff takes this over?
We haven't we just now are getting the information. Budgetary information has been given to the sheriff. It would all depend on the model that we come up with. Intuitively, you would say, as Andy said, you have one person doing 3 jobs. You're now going to likely have at least a part of a person, because I'm sure, we're talking every single one of them being triple certified. I don't know the level of or number of officers. I've had no discussion with the sheriff about that. I think that, there's been some analysis on their side where I don't know where the 35 came from or anything, but I do think that they feel that if there would probably be less officers than what they're out there today, because we would have our beach safety folks. So that's the stuff we have to work out. And really, this has kind of been a fast-moving train. That's why, from my perspective, getting some sort of a time extension for implementation, if it were to pass, I think would be important, so we could lay that out. But I don't see it saving money, and I don't. But then again, we have some scenarios we'll work on. Like I say, we did it with Amendment 10. We'll do it here. We'll figure out the best that we can, the best of our ability for the folks that are out there. But it's something that is coming at us, and we're going to have to deal with it.
Right. So you don't know then about any cost savings?
It's too early to know what our model is, really.
Yeah. And that's unfortunate. I heard the chief mention, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, that you and the sheriff haven't had a conversation about this, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
We have not had a conversation about
Yeah,
this.
because I know that you all have called for support on the beach in the past, and the sheriff's men and women go down and help. And I know the cities have called for support up on A1A and other locations, and your men and women have gone up, off of the beach to help. So, there's that mutual aid and that respect, and get there first, and bottom line, help the people that need help. So, Chairman, Mr. Rechtenwald, I don't know who, but I think maybe an invitation to the sheriff to come and maybe share some information from his point of view would be beneficial and helpful for us. Thank you.
I think that may be too late. If we wait till the next council meeting, I
Yeah.
think that may be too late
Too late for
to do anything.
The bill,
To have any input?
have input.
to stop this train that's happening in Tallahassee.
Correct.
Right. I wasn't thinking, and I apologize if that's what you thought, that the sheriff coming here was going to help us come up with ideas on what to send to the state legislature. I thought he would come and answer some of the questions that some of us had about, are there going to be 2 people north of the inlet, 2 people south of the inlet? You know, how many people at night? You know, what is the plan that you've thought of, if he's thought of one, and kind of go that route? I didn't think he was going to do that. No, I think from this body, you know, sending a letter or asking our paid lobbyists to do something, I think that's imminent tonight. I think that's probably where we're going next. Yep, David Santiago's put his name up, so I think that's coming.
Thank you.
Jake Johansson.
Yes, Mr. Booker, a quick question. Do we have a lobbyist conflict of interest here, or are we good by asking our lobbyist for a strongly worded letter to the subcommittees that with some of the high points that we've spoken of tonight and failure to carve us out? Could we get an extension? Do we have any conflict with our lobbyist and any other competing factions on this?
So we have chatted.
Who does
with
our
the
lobbyist work for besides us?
I mean, the whole firm is all over the place. They do represent in some form or fashion the Sheriff's Association. I'm assuming that's still
that was the answer.
valid.
Yeah.
In the just chatting with Oscar Anderson, who is our policy person, he's not expressed anything in that regard. But I think that the discussion here tonight was what we were waiting for to see where council wanted us to go.
All right.
So as far as
You think our lobbyists can carry the water for us to the people we need to carry to with passion?
At this moment in time, I have no reason to doubt
Thank
that
you.
they won't be able to do that.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion then to have staff craft a letter from council to be given to our lobbyists and our Volusia County legislators, stating the possible impact, and to see if we can get somehow omitted from 1588 or any bill associated with it. And failure to do that, can we get a delay so we can implement in a 18-month period that would bring us through this year and to the next budget cycle of next year? The 18-month.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor that I would need a second to, a motion to have staff craft a letter to
Two letters, right?
to the lobbyists and to the Volusia delegation, thank you. Asking for two things: an exception or a period of time, more time to be able to implement this. Is there a second to that?
I'll second it.
And we have yes, a second from Danny Robbins, and for discussion. Were you done, Jake? Before we go to
That was a lot. Yeah, I think so.
It was a lot. David Santiago.
I think the letter, if we write that, it has to be clearly articulating the potential effect to Volusia County, right? Because I think that's what they need to know. That way they can make their wise decision if that's what they want for Volusia County as the Volusia delegation, right? And a letter is nice, but discussions where it really needs to happen. All right, you get a lot of letters in the legislature, but I'm just trying to give you some advice from that perspective. I think John can attest to that. Someone coming to speak to you.
So I've discussed it to everybody I know up there, including old lobbyists I know.
No, I'm talking about the direction you're giving to our lobbyist.
Yeah,
Direct them to discuss it. with the
absolutely. No doubt. The letter goes to the lobbyist
To do the work.
to say, this is where we stand on this. Go carry the water to,
Yeah, gotcha.
to the subcommittees and anybody you know. Mr. Santiago, you've worked up there. Lobbyists come in and give you hugs. They give you your favorite donut. I've been there. I've seen it happen, and I've lost money and made money on donuts. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for, hey, here's a letter from Volusia County. Read it if you have time. We're beyond that. And oh, by the way, we might want to all take a bus up there if we care that much about it.
I just want to elaborate a little bit, expand a little bit, John. You said that they represent the Florida Sheriff's Association. Can you get clarity if they're conflicted or not?
Sure.
You know,
Oh, for sure. It was part of the contract agreement that if there was what they felt like if they needed to recuse themselves or if they needed to at least identify to us if they foresaw a conflict. So that's an easy call to Oscar and to the firm. Now, Oscar, you know, they at Southern Strategy, I'm not even sure who represents the Sheriff's Association with Southern, assuming that they still do. I haven't checked on registrations.
Yeah. And it's kind of just what's happened, a trend in Tallahassee is there's been a lot of consolidation of lobbying efforts. And you have these big firms that continue to grow. You know, Southern Strategy is very effective, but they're one of the largest, or maybe the largest right now.
Second in revenue.
Tallahassee. And what's happened, and nothing to them, is that what often used to be very clear conflicts, where that area has gotten very gray. It's like, well, nothing to see here, right? I'm just letting you know how the process has been played out. I don't know how you can serve two masters that are paying you, because ultimately it goes into the pot, right? And this is regardless to Southern. You've heard my position on having a contract lobbyist on advocacy side, policy, which I don't think we should spend money on that. But maybe they can deliver here and see you got your money's worth, right? But I just want the council to know that there's it's considered a gray area right now, where in the past it used to be like, nope, I represent him, and I represent him, I'm out, right? But if the council's going to vote to send it up and get our lobbyists engaged, I think at a minimum, we should be telling our delegation, I know I'm repeating myself, of here's what might potentially happen. Is this what you want? And then, last point that I'll make is that what happens if this bill passes as far as the service? And again, I'm a fan of the sheriff. Don't get me wrong. It's nothing about that. That's up to us, right? So I want to make sure that we don't lose sight of that, right? So I think you'll see that play out if this bill passes. But the level of service is up to us. The bill doesn't address that.
Unless we can't find people.
No, I agree. There's
Right?
going to be challenges. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't think that's true, but I think for me, that's part of the unintended consequence. Jake, this is excellent. We have your motion on the table. Let's vote on a motion to send letters to our lobbyists, requesting them to speak, not just to write them a letter and tell them we're concerned, but to lobby for us, and to the Volusia legislature, asking them what we want. And you listed same two things I started with was either an exception or more time to implement it, because this is moving like a freight train.
Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I've heard from a couple members that in the letter they want to talk about, what might happen. Can staff tell us what they'll write in the letter as far as like what might happen?
That's why I asked Mike a couple times, do you have enough information to write a letter? Do you know what the unintended consequences would be?
Right.
It's going to be a tough letter.
Right. I mean, to approve this and not know what's in it.
No, I think it has to come back to all of us, and then that's what normally happens, and then you decide if you're going to sign the letter or not.
Well, we probably, Mr. Chair, I'm sensing because the time's of the essence.
2 weeks would be
I
problematic.
didn't take from the, yeah.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I didn't take from
You can
that.
email.
We don't want to have a sunshine issue, so I can't meet with each of you and get your approval. So to a degree, as to Mr. Kent's question, we as staff need to articulate anything to make you, for background, what we'd say in the letter. I mean, we know that there would definitely impact at least a part of the law enforcement function of beach safety. I think they're triple certified. I think we're the only county in Florida that I'm aware of that has a unified beach code that is adopted by the county council. I think we need to explain the relationship of our beach safety department under our charter with the cities. We have not taken that authority away from the cities. We have that authority if the cities want us there, and they have, and they can make a change to that if they wanted, but they have not. That we do have an ITP and the HCP, and we're going to need to identify and spend some time on identifying what changes we need to take place in that if law enforcement authority was changed on any portion of the beach. George, is there anything else?
Well, the potential, we could just, again, the potential for higher costs, and we can't say definitively because we have not had that chance to work on it. So, but I would certainly include that in the letter. I think that's, public safety remains number one for us. So we have concerns because it wasn't a problem that came out of Volusia County.
Okay. It's, you can write the letter, you could email it to each of us.
We'll certainly do that and work with John on this tomorrow. Matter of fact, you may be able to convince John to stay late tonight.
Yeah, if we get out of here in time.
Right.
Was there a choice?
I'm joking.
And that way the council knows.
Well, I appreciate the sensitivity because, I mean, I know there are many times where we'll write something, we'll bring it back. I know this one's a little unusual just because of the time constraints. So that's why I want to be as upfront with you as possible, the issues we could address in the letter so there's no surprises.
Yeah. Discussion on before the vote, Don?
Yes, I didn't know, Mr. Etheridge, I don't know how you feel about writing an affidavit that we could attach to the letter. I know you're passionate about this. I know you're very concerned. Would you mind writing up basically an affidavit reiterating what you told us tonight and what you feel the dangers would be to the community if this were to pass because of our unique situation in Volusia County?
Absolutely. I'll contribute however I can. Absolutely.
Could we, I would ask the council then if we could get Mr. Etheridge's or affidavit in support of that letter attached to the letter, and I'm sorry.
I think it might be better. Mr. Etheridge would definitely be involved in the crafting of the letter. I don't know about a separate affidavit. I think that's there's issues with that. So I think that he could be part of crafting the letter, and you can be assured of that.
Okay. And then, Mr. Booker, you say when we have until basically maybe Thursday, you're talking about next Thursday, not 2 days from now. When do you think it's going to go to committee for discussion?
They start noticing committee bills this week for next week.